through the inconsistencies of G2, Caps is still Caps. He has been one of, if not the best performing player from the regular season.
I am also curious what happens with things like the Jarvan. It's become one of our standard bans coming through because it does, you know, interrupt things like the Orianna or the Taliyah that you want to try and play in that mid lane. So I'm curious if G2 try to ban it away, or if we end up seeing that kind of early ticks. Could be an option.
Heretics have leaned a little bit more towards the Mundo in the jungle for Sherry. He's played that. It's actually the only champion he's played more than once through LEC Versus. So we'll see if they decide to go that. They have got themselves that first pick. We'll remove the Nico as their final ban. And G2 with the Varus and the Rumble bans, nothing too surprising here as of yet.
Okay, with the Nico taken away. I mean, yesterday's series, we didn't see a huge priority on the Nico bans. It's G2 to actually take the Orianna away. Looks like Taliyah naturally rises in priority, so that potential for the Taliyah Jarvan that you were talking about. But there is the Mundo that you discussed as well, Medic. I feel like many teams have recognized the Mundo just feels like a very strong champion in the jungle. I believe it did lose yesterday, but it doesn't change the fact that it's still a very powerful champ.
Yeah, Mundo really good, especially in Teemo decks. His might is increased by the amount of cards in your trash. Super powerful unit.
The thing I'm curious about though is because, like, to me this said that they feel like they're trying to bait for something like a Rise here for Saren, because you know the Caps wants to try and take an Anivia into that matchup. So it could be where you're looking at, well, looks like maybe Vi and now Taliyah to try and take in towards that mid lane. Now that you already see that the Mundo's taken away, because as I was saying, that Jarvan kind of puts some pressure on towards the mid lane champion pool, but with both junglers in theory taken, you should now be fine.
I mean, while we do expect this to go into Sherry's hands, let's not forget the flexibility of the Mundo as well. One of its biggest assets of what we've been seeing more in the meta is utilizing these jungle flex picks. It was a big conversation yesterday, especially coming through from Na'Vi and Vitality. But now, with the Rise locked in for G2, this does mean that Saren can bring out his Cassio once again. He's already showcased it once this split, and it is a very good matchup into the Rise as well.
Currently, Heretics taking their time about deciding if they want their Cassio immediately.
But I think you kind of have to take the Corki, and then you can try and ban away the Yunara on the next rotation. But at least if you're Corki, you've got that Valkyrie to kind of get around a lot of what Anivia's bringing to the fight.
Would make a lot of sense. Heretics going to look towards putting ice on something he is very comfortable on in the form of the Aphelios. It is the first Anivia ever for Saren that I can find, so he has been learning some new tricks across the course of the last split or so. G2 likely to go towards their AD carry here to make sure the AD carries don't get too pinched. The Corki is something, as you say, Rob, that could be really powerful for.
Okay, how will the round out come through for G2? Looks like they're going to go for the Bard. I mean, Bard is exceptional into low mobility carries.
Yeah.
His ultimate is such a fantastic tool at locking them down, and I feel like pros over the last 2 years have, I mean, I'll say drawn inspiration from Carrier. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But ultimately, I think that he has been a fantastic demonstration of what the champion can do. And around the world, it feels like Bard players have become so good at utilizing the flexibility of the champions to create ganks, disengage from fights, save teammates, create initiations. Overall, a very versatile champ that also you can now ban away some of the difficult champions that deal with him, in particular those hook champions like Thresh and Blitzcrank.
And also just the safety tools, right? Like trying to get out of that ultimate in the Temporal Fate, which is very nice having that Lantern. I am curious though, because like I think now that the Aphelios has been taken, you've still got too many options in the AD carry role where you can take Yunara, you can take a Jinx.
Yep.
There's not really any backline threat for something like a Jinx in this scenario as well. So I think it's now, as you can see, going to be more of a focus away from that bottom side of the map and kind of just saying, look, you're going to be fine for whatever hand Sama wants to take there, so let's focus elsewhere.
I do like the cannon ban from Heretics. If you have a good Tempered Fate, cannon just standing on top waiting for that golden to expire, and then a huge slicing match from across, you can
Hey Monarch, what's up?
Of damage. Nautilus, the next ban for G2, another hook champion into that Bard, and there's the Ezreal. Heretics trying to get rid of some of the safety that Han Sama could have in the bot lane.
I wonder if Heretics is thinking about scaling, doubling down even more, going for something like the Lulu, and just playing a little bit more of a range versus range bot side matchup, or whether they feel they need more engagement.
Welcome.
Could be something that they consider. Not the strongest combo when paired with an Aphelios, but something that can catch targets like the Bard out. G2 though hovering a few AD carry options.
If they go for the Kalista, they're really looking for, well, they're still looking for a pushing lane if they go towards the Caitlyn, trying to make sure that Ice and Sten do not have an easy time down towards that bottom side. Should be able to get pushed early. And you talked about the Lulu. I wonder if Sten might look towards something like the Karma here, just to try and get some counter push.
Yeah, that was my thought as well. I think Karma would be a great pick here. You end up, as you say, having some ants in the push. You get the movement speed as well to help out with some of the things like the Tempered Fate. And just making sure that this Aphelios is significantly safer. Also, the Kennen band says to me that maybe they're looking at something like a Renekton for tracing on that top side, just to try and make things a little bit easier. But no, they're just going full scaling. All they want is that big, beefy front line.
Went full scaling and didn't pick the Casio. It's kind of a flavor fail there, all around by Heretics, but I do like the Sion in the top lane, as you say. Just looking to scale, gives you good follow-up engage as well as the Mundo tries to step forward. The Sion goes in with the Unstoppable Onslaught, tries to get on towards that backline, can avoid the Tempered Fate with his own ultimate, and using that Unstoppable to not have to stand still. Sten goes Pike into this Caitlyn Bard bot lane.
I mean, I like hook champions into Bard. I think that it gives you a lot more threat in lane, but into a Caitlyn lane, I think is quite ambitious. The Gwen response comes through from G2 for Broken Blade in the top lane. A good scaling matchup to answer the Sion provides G2 with...
I haven't watched this game before. That's I'm kind of like watching it right now.
Both Ryze and Gwen can basically play away from the 5v5s, which is very much what Heretics are going to be looking for. A very stock standard, front-to-back, team fight, scaling composition that's likely going to be looking to leverage those dragons and neutral objectives to force fights against G2.
Yeah, and I'm a little worried for Heretics in the early stages. Like, you lose top push, you lose bot side push, your Nivea kind of comes online when she hits level 6, but actually having any sort of windows to help on this bottom side of the map are going to be few and far between. And you've got a Mundo, who doesn't really bring anything when it comes to these ganks as well. So I think the most dangerous version of G2 is when you give them to tools to take over an early game, and I feel like that's exactly what we're seeing here on G2 side.
G2 looking to continue their run through playoffs. Last year didn't miss a single finals. Here the first step on that road is Heretics, who have struggled in playoffs in the past. Last year we saw them losing 3-1 to Vitality, getting knocked out of the summer playoffs. Before that, their highest placing, I mean, you have to go all the way back to summer 2023, where they finished 4th with that VTO Flakked, Jankos Evi, and Mercer roster. It's been a while for them. Perhaps their fine run of form at the end of the split can continue going in.
Oh, that's Kai'Sa.
But it is a mighty 7th seed that they are going to play up against.
Yeah, I mean, you don't normally expect to see G2 coming in as the 7th seed. But as you both have highlighted, it's been a very inconsistent regular season for G2. They kind of needed that win against Fnatic to lock themselves a spot in playoffs. And so now that they're here, we'll see, will it be playoff G2 or will it be regular season G2? As the laning phase kicks off and both junglers starting on the top side, pathing towards bot. Kind of what we've been seeing from pretty much every jungler in the meta right now. Top lane often left on an island, especially I think Broken Blade's going to be pretty happy with that as well. He just wants to sit back, scale against this Sion and have a free lane.
It does make things a little bit more interesting for Sheo though, because I don't feel like he's going to have much control over this bottom side. So it should give G2 the option to go for that early crab, take that, and then kind of have that advantage already going on towards Skewmont. And as you already said, like, I think Broken Blade should have a good time here in the top side as well. So the potential here to try and force double crab is actually there for G2.
You can use those pushing lanes to really allow yourself an easier route through the jungle. Skewmon will be spotted on a ward as he goes over to his Razor Beaks. I don't believe Sheo's been spotted anywhere, but the expectation is that he'll just try and power farm. Mundo's so quick on his first clear. You can see already almost a full camp ahead of Skewmon on this pick. And Sheo's had a really good time on this as well. Only lost one of the 4 games that he brought it out in regular season, LEC versus. Don't really know what to call it sometimes because I'm used to so used to saying winter. It's not winter, it's just LEC versus, but we're still in LEC versus. We're still in the playoffs.
Because if you looked outside, it's definitely still winter.
Yeah. One of my favorite German expressions is das ist Schnee von gestern, which means that is yesterday's snow or like yesterday's news. But it's Schnee von every Tag at the moment. It's every day. It's just snow.
On every Tag.
Alles Tag or whatever. I don't know. I don't speak German, guys. I don't know why I brought it up. Let's get back into League of Legends. As Rob said, as we were building up to this match, it's been a pretty one-sided story as Seren is going to lose the egg here. Caps with the Ghost looking for a little bit more damage as he goes in. But won't be able to take out that Anivia. Does burn the passive for now. And pretty one-sided for Caps in the mid lane, as it has been one-sided for G2 across the course of these 2 teams head-butting.
Yeah, I mean, all-time, Heretics has not been able to find that victory against G2, and they're looking to try and challenge that today. They've come with this composition as they fight for the crab, but he does secure the smite. And that mid lane death is one of those weird ones where you could even argue that it was tactical in a sense, just because you get all of your
Pyke is
XP
being
back
annoying
after
as
taking some
usual.
of the rough trades. Forces as well the Rise to go back to base, and the wave is now in a really good spot for the Anivia, getting an early tier, so going to be pretty happy with that. Now I will say, as a small, oh hang on, this second crab.
So Skewan does have Smite, and Broken Blade's already worked his way down from the top side. I think
Oh.
Sheo and Seven should just back away, and it looks like that's exactly what they're doing. Sheo's Smite still half the way before it's back off cooldown. Skewan will get it, crystallize down. Skewan takes a bit of damage in response. The root coming
Oof.
out. The flash forward from Sheo, looking for more damage onto Skewan here, who does have a
Oof.
flash to use it over the wall. Escapes with a cleaver, still clipping his back.
Yeah,
That's
looks like
Mundo,
Seren's
what
ready
the-
for play from
oh
Sheo
my
there,
god.
But Sheo flash in front of it. I mean, it burns.
Mundo's
the damage from
cute.
Skewan, sure, but not really any follow-up there from Heretics.
Yeah, I think that it was more of a reactive thing where Sheo saw an opportunity and he tried to force it, but I don't blame Saren for not being ready. The heal comes through.
And the bomb's going to be ignited. Magical Journey rooted, but he gets through. to the
1
other side
HP,
of that
bro.
Portal just in time. Will not even eat up those Caretaker's Shrine, just recalls, and we'll get back to the lane with the Home Guard Sten. Still looking here, goes for a dive forward. Bone Skewer
Ooh.
doesn't connect onto Hansama, who can just walk away.
Trading happening across the rift right now. HP is getting lower and lower. Base wants to come through from Saren though. I will note, Anivia builds, recently from Caps specifically, he likes to do things like the Rod of Ages and to immediately start building damage. He prefers to have that Anivia online earlier. By going for the tier into the rower, you delay your damage quite significantly, but naturally it does give you better scaling, a little bit more defensiveness as well, because you do get that Seraph's shield. So we'll see how things pan out for Saren, because as you mentioned in the draft, Medic, Heretics is going full late game with this composition. They really want to slow the game down. They want to inhibit what G2 can do in the early game. So far the laning phase is pretty even across the boards, but ultimately that's the kind of game state that Heretics is looking to keep.
Small flash frost there from the Anivia. Just stopping what we were seeing, but it seems like we're back to normality. As it's a small lead for G2 in the early game. Broken Blade leading in the top lane. No real surprises there. Gwen into the Siren is a favourable matchup for the Gwen, and then Caps with a small lead in mid from the plate that he's collected.
Both junglers just have done the trick to get your smite upgraded as well, where they've reset a little late to get your one upgrade, and then they're going to take your camper scheme on. Sheo
Oh,
was held on, but
again,
Sheo's
they're still in
only
Dragon?
later reset does actually open up a bit of a window here for him to take Dragon.
I mean, they got bot push.
Scheme is still on this
That looks reasonable.
Sheo's going to start it up. In fact, we're doing percentage HP damage, means it's pretty easy for him to chunk away at it. But Caps has 6 in the Realm Warp. 7 does have his ult as well. Sten going in.
La Brave. Oh.
Get to safety. Sten looking for it. Caps goes in with the Rune Prison, the overload.
Oh
Can't
my
quite get it down,
god.
but in the end he catches that.
Caps
Goes for the dive
sent it.
from that fight. Caps with the first blood of the series.
What did Heretics do wrong?
They look for a little bit more ice, so I think he has the distance.
Voltbreaker coming out, Hansama flashing for it, looks for the build over Peacemaker and finds his man. A headshot from Hans gives
How did Heretics butcher that up? They had bot push.
But Lebrov with some fancy moves. It looked like that he was dead to rights, but just at the right time, he was able to get the portal down and escape to safety. This forced Team Heretics to overextend for that kill and put them in a tricky situation.
Yeah, and it was just a
This is
great
tricky
move from
situation.
Caps here.
So
Ends up rotating
they did not
around the
expect
way
Pyke.
and immediately realm warping into the position to cut off Ice from having any sort of escape route. So it Sten's now gone. Ice wants to try and take the fight forward as Sheo ends up being forced out on that top side by Hansama and Skewmond. At this stage, Ice, I mean, it's 4 versus 1. The lad doesn't stand a chance.
Yeah, I mean, good spot out as well on that Caps Realm Warp, just because you can see how quickly Heretics just split apart. The fight became so divided, and just like that, G2 find themselves 2 early kills. No dragons secured just
I feel like that
yet.
Pyke engage was
I
unnecessary.
expect that to be the objective that both teams will be setting their sights
Oh
on.
no.
Yeah, Hansama
Broken
is
Blade is
100%
sending it.
Broken Blade using the needlework, forces Trace into flash away. And G2 now with that advantage on the bot side. The BF Sword Zerka's already complete for the Kate. It's going to be so much easier to get the pressure in this lane. Do need to be a tiny bit cautious because you don't have your flashes, and a good Bone Skewer into Phantom Undertow could cause you to go swimming with the fishes. But assuming G2 play it safely, they have a large advantage now.
This is what we were talking about, though, with the drafts. Like, giving G2 pushing lanes where they can rotate around the map, especially with Caps, is always going to be when they're at their most dangerous. And Heretics are kind of giving them that window when they're taking fights like this. So now you're in a position with Skewmon on the bottom side. Sheo could try and go for cross map and look for those Void Grubs, but G2 should be able to start stacking these dragons now with the position that they're in.
I'll also say Void Grub's not as effective when you
Oh, no.
don't have pushing lanes.
Yeah.
It's like, you really want to be playing around these dragons, you want to be building towards team fights, because that's where Heretic's composition really comes online. If you're getting the grubs and you haven't hit a tower, it doesn't really matter. Only mid lane tower.
Oh, they see them.
There's a ward here on Sheo and Stend as they look for Lebrov and Han Summer. Control ward in the bush, keeping Lebrov safe as houses. Ice is going to move up. Lebrov doesn't have that flash, but does have the magical journey. Dragon down to 3,000 as Skuma continues to punch first and ask questions later. Sheo stepping forward now has the maximum dosage.
Oh!
On Ice. Sheo steals away the Drake.
Thank you for the leash. But Ice dies for it, but he got 2 ults.
G2 will take the kill, even if they lose the
2 for 1 ult plus Dragon. I feel like that was a good...
Take the fight, but they're already behind. And when LeBron hitting that nice tempered fate, sets up easily for the G2 play.
I do wonder if Heretics overall still feel quite happy about this, though, because by denying the first Drake, it gives them time. Remember that this composition wants to scale, and if G2's able to stack the dragons, it puts more pressure onto Heretics.
Oh, Stend, why are you backing here? Why are you backing here? A cosmic binding. Stend will be able to dash across the wall.
Oh, man.
That was foolhardy, to say the least, from Stend.
No vision, no information. He gives over another kill, and now Han Summer and
Oh, that Pike pick, bro. That Pike pick is bad.
It's just 1,000 gold lead coming out of this bottom side. You still are only going to accelerate that even further with more of these plates being available on this bot end. And sure, you got a dragon, but I still think Caitlyn going to be very happy with the position they're in to just continue racking up more and more of this gold.
Yeah, I mean, that's the trade-off, right? On the one hand, just sitting there saying, hey, we got a dragon, we can potentially stall things out. We don't have to fight them for the next one or even the third one. But, like, okay, what are you going to do about the Caitlyn right now? Because that Caitlyn sees your towers as pin cushions that she very much wants to take out. So, in a fantastic position, Han Summer's going to return to the bot lane with a 900 gold lead, quickly working towards that first completed item. And yeah, I mean, G2 now just need to leverage this early game lead that they've built, 2.3k the advantage. And this is not even factoring in Broken Blade building his own lead in the top side as well. He's gotten himself about a 550 gold lead in the top lane. Very much what we expected from the Sion versus Gwen matchup, but he's going to continue to ramp up. So it's not like G2 don't have scaling options of their own. They want to be playing this 1-3-1 style and trying to play the whole map.
For Heretics, about 2.5k down, something they didn't really experience too much in the latter half of the regular season. They were actually in prime position in a lot of their games. In the last 2 weeks, they managed to go 4-1. As we see the ace in the hole coming down onto Ice. Had gold leads at 14, high grub percentage, high herald percentage. Here, they have been able to pick up those first 3 grubs and the Drake because of that Sheo steal, but in terms of gold lead, it is not looking too sprightly.
And I think a lot of that was because we saw Heretics, finding windows to play around this bottom side, getting Ice into a position where he could be the carry. And I think that's kind of the idea with this composition as well is, hey, we're going to have you on Aphelios, a very comfort champion for Ice, and have you scale into the later portions of the game. But I think what's missing is those same tools from Heretics to try and enable plays around this bottom side, or even like the likes of the Orianna that we've seen paired with this Mundo so frequently for Heretics that kind of sets up for these flash plays with Sheo at Dragons.
I also think that, I mean, this is a bit of just me speculating more than anything, but it feels like in best of ones, scaling just has an inherent advantage because people understand that a loss holds more weight. But in the best of threes, I feel like especially the good teams are a little bit more willing to take those risks and trust that if things go wrong, there are ways in the series for you to come back. And so this constant scaling approach, I don't think is as reliable, at least in the LEC, just because teams are willing to be more aggressive and take more risks. And so far for G2, a lot of the skirmishes, a lot of this aggression is paying off.
And I think, well, I was just going to agree with you, Betty. Like, the reason we're seeing this pay off for G2 is because they're going, hey, we have a pushing lane, let's make plays.
Oh, Ice clipped by the Temper Fate. A snap trap underneath his feet. Immediately uses the Moonlight Vigil with the Severance to try and heal himself up, and it is enough. Good
Oh no!
Guns, but with the Realm Warp coming in, Ice now needs to dodge the ace in the hole. Caps going forward, doesn't tank the tower. Lebrov does instead, takes a couple of tower shots. Han Summer gets the headshot for the shutdown, and Caps will get another 6-0 now.
Yeah, this bot lane is not looking good.
Solidify the kills, more plates, and you've even got Skewmon covering that mid push as well, so they don't overall lose out too much on the play.
This is classic old school Caps, the man that spent very little time in mid lane and more time roaming around the map. He gets a nice round warp in. You can see he pushes in that mid wave, moves into the fog of war. There is that ward that's supposed to spot him, but I don't actually think it sees him move into the... I mean, they even ping it out, so he's able to sidestep it. Heretics take that chunk of damage and just overall great coordination between both the bot lane and mid lane to say, hey, I'm going to chunk Ice down, even if he lives. You've got the ulti, right? Cap says, yes, I come, I make the play, they get 2 kills.
Also, nice use of the Ghost. So pops the Ghost as he teleports in, so he's able to get in, get the root, and still step out of tower range before Sten is able to CC him. So just really overall nicely played by Caps.
And now with the role quests done, this Caitlyn is unlocked on the map. Hansammer's moving over towards mid lane. Ice yet to complete that. I imagine he will be done relatively soon, but that small advantage that Hans has, he can quickly accelerate this to the rest of the map.
G2 playing really well through their bot side so far in the game. Heretics unlikely to pressure for this Drake. I say that as Sheo steps straight into the face of Caps. Will lose his passive, goes where he pleases, means that he will be CC'd next time. LeBron with the magical journey out, the ignite ticking on him. Meanwhile, Ice is not moving from the mid lane. Drake secured for G2. Heretics still poking and prodding and putting their nose where G2 don't want it to be. BB moved to mid to keep that wave pushed in. And Tracin will just ult his way back towards top to get the wave under town.
I think you're seeing one of the biggest strengths of Mundo is his ability to just not care.
Yeah.
He will quite happily walk into space that you control and force you to make a decision. You can see that he bullied Caps off that tri-brush, but he couldn't quite get enough space because his Aphelios does not feel strong enough to take that fight. And so while Heretics postured quite well and he put some decent pressure down onto G2, ultimately it is still a dragon secure for G2.
Yeah, and I think you're kind of seeing G2 fall back into old habits that were good for them, which is just how do you use your waves to get into positions that make it untenable for Heretics to really do.
I mean, no damage, Sion. He has full MR.
So like, well, now I can't actually roam, so it's 3 versus 4 on Dragon. Good luck, lads. And I think this is where, again, G2 are just so good.
Sheo's going to try and chase down Caps.
I mean,
It's the Heartsteel proc. Nice clonk for him. An Infected Cleaver landing. Tempered Fate coming out. Caps almost steps to the side of it. LeBron's going to put Magical Journey in. Look for that Cosmic Binding, but can connect onto Sheo as he goes to the other side of the wall.
Oh!
From below, dodged by Caps. LeBron gets the kill, but now Caps and the Glacial Storm will fall. Sten needs to be
wait.
ushered out here by 7, and will do so with that Flash Frost getting the stun.
Fancy footwork from Caps on that one to actually get the kill back onto Shea.
Pike. That's Pike. Champ, bro.
This one was a little scary.
Yeah, I mean, it ends up being a 1-for-1 trade, but the gold goes the way of G2. Plate secured in top lane, a Herald is secured as well. Tracin knows that he's on a very difficult, in a very difficult situation. Seren at the very least will get some plates back. He gets a kill, and he'll close that gold. I mean, he'll even gain a gold advantage over Caps, which is very much needed for this Anivia, but mid lane falling as well. So a good skirmish for Heretics. Goes 1-for-1, but the gold difference, I mean, it still goes the way of G2.
Yeah, I mean, 2.3k gold on Hansammer now. This Caitlyn is absolutely accelerated, and it's not like she falls off that much in the late game either. So I think for G2, this is where you're just going to be focused on how do we try and enable Hansammer to be a menace in these fights and keep up this pressure. And with now having full push relatively well on mid lane, as long as the Infernum gun isn't up for Aphelios, you can start to shift this pressure into side lanes and now play off of 2 very strong solo lanes as well.
Remind me, Medic, I believe it's tap deal might equal to her might to a targeted battlefield.
Oh, they see them.
Sure.
You're supposed to know this.
They see them.
You're locked in.
Why are they forcing a 3v2? Oh, you meant the 3v3.
Pretty damn mighty right now as Seren's going to get caught up in the Tempered Fate. G2 looking to collapse on a play that was started by
Oh
Anderson.
no.
The stun, but Seren, even with his egg, is going to get chased down. The egg
Bro, this Pike pick, bro, he's squishy as hell, bro.
Get another.
I mean, Heretics should want to avoid fighting at all costs. Their game plan should be cross-mapping, trading gold, avoiding skirmishes. They're just playing into G2's hand, and G2's like, with pleasure, absolutely. Every skirmish is going their way. 8-1 the kill score.
You get the Herald on the bottom side. Caps who's all the way. Skewmon might have overextended though. Has the flash.
Goes back in onto Sheo. Skewmon down to a 3rd HP. Sheo around the same as the chase comes in from LeBron and Hansammer. Sheo trying to walk his way out of this one with a maximum dosage, but he can't heal up enough. G2 now 9-1 up on the scoreboard.
He put back on his nicest suit before he went down.
Yeah, I don't feel like other champs apart from Pike, bro.
They keep trying to make plays, but
Okay.
G2 just able to escape.
I mean, it's a situation where you called it out in draft. Dagda, G2 have winning lanes across the board, and if that's the case, they're gonna leverage it.
They're gonna use
and
it,
I mean, and credit to Heretics, yes, you did get that first dragon. And I sat there and said, well, maybe this could be a good thing, because you know that you can then stall the game out, you don't have to contest. But then they contested the second dragon. They continue to contest in the river, and every time they've contested G2, it's just been more kills going to G2.
And that's what you were saying, like the value of getting that first dragon is you can cross map. So you can then go, oh, Aphelios, you go top when Dragon's up.
Exactly.
We'll then get Terror and Gold on you, but that's not what we're seeing.
I don't think LeBron's missed the tempered phase so far. Flash of the Cosmic Binding as well for the follow-up. BBT being in. Seven's going to try and get his way out, but it's a damn frosty evening, and G2 will pick up another kill.
BB just really wanted to get on the board there. TP'd in to get a kill. It's like, lads, you're having too much fun without me. 10-1. A massive gold lead for G2. And he's going to be able to get this tier 2 in the bottom lane as well, because there's just not enough people on the map for Heretics right now.
And look at that KP for Lebrov. He's been involved in 9 of the team's 10 kills. He's had a spectacular Bard performance. And, I mean, it's nothing but domination here in this first game. 19 minutes in. The gold lead is 8K, if I'm reading that right. 10 kills to 1. Like, systematic destruction. And I think... yeah, Heretics, their approach to this game has been too passive, and they've tried to take fights when they just haven't been strong enough, and it's resulted in a serious snowball for G2.
Heretics is trying to find anything they can on the map right now. They'll get a top tower as Sheo is looking for Broken Blade, but that's Dusk and Dawn and a Riftmaker Gwen, specifically built to work her way through the tanks of the Scion and the Mundo. Sheo doesn't want to stay around for too long. G2 using the pressure they have from bots to look for these plays, but now with a TP behind, perhaps Caps on the other side of the map. Heretics can look for something. Sten takes half his health. Bolt Breaker almost gets Skewmod out, but he's blocked with the root. Shale going for more as they all collapse onto Lebrov. He dies. Death from below coming out from Sten gets themselves a little bit more gold. It's Shale who shares the purse, so he'll be able to go back and pick himself up something nice and shiny.
So Heretics are able to get the pick and relieve some of that pressure, especially with Baron up and available. It means that you're not able as G2 to start getting some of these towers knocked down and continue to put pressure onto Shale's jungle, forcing him to fall further behind. But still, you kind of need a few more of these if you want to actually start getting tempo into your lead.
Absolutely, and one of the things now is G2's just going to play the side. Like, look at how deep Caps is pushing in the top lane. It's very difficult.
Wait, do they? Wait.
Get out of this one.
How does he see him?
Right? Yeah, he should be fine.
I mean, Broken Blade can chase
Right?
for days. Crystallize comes out from
He's
7.
still chasing. Okay.
It's fun. It's fun now.
But this is what I mean. Look at how deep Broken Blade is. 1v2, he's saying, I don't care. Look at Caps on the minimap as well.
How does he see him? How did he see him that he passed through there?
And Lebrov is going to use this to move into enemy jungle, drop wards down wherever he needs to. And it's just full map coverage and control for G2 right now.
And G2 are so strong as
Sten locked up. Tries to get away, but Lebrov follows him with the auto attack. And
Yeah, that's they trolled on that Pike pick, bro. I don't know. Maybe I don't know if that's his shampoo, but playing Pike, bro.
I thought it was Skewmod just with the knockup. I'd have to look at it again, and I don't
Oh no, bro. I feel this is homeless.
Temper Fate didn't connect, but the rest of G2 immediately collapsed. And for Heretics, it's
Yeah, this is a stomp, bro. GG's go next, bro.
Summer opening up, maximum dosage coming out from the Mundo. Seven takes almost half his health from a single headshot out of that Caitlyn.
I was going to say, this is where G2 are basically hitting their stride. You've got 2 items completed with the Infinity Edge now for Ansama. Caps has 2. Dusk and Dawn completed on Broken Blade. Like, they are feeling themselves right now. And Stend is about to get us.
This is your tank who's trying to step up, being beaten back by a Bard and a Vi. Like, yes, it's Black Cleaver, Sundered Sky, but that Bard only has a locket.
I mean, G2 just stayed mid, taken everything that they wanted. Remember that this play started by them killing Ice. Ice is now back. And then they've stuck around.
It started by them killing Sten.
Oh,
and then
that's
they
true.
killed Ice.
Yes, you're
and then
completely
Sten
right.
came back.
And now it's going to be a Baron. Systematic destruction by G2. The gold lead continues to grow. We'll look back. Oh, we're actually going to get to see. I'm convinced that Lebrov actually connects the binding. Look, Wolf.
Oh, yeah.
To the beautiful
Yeah.
Bard play there. And Lebrov deserves that kill, absolutely. They then converted into a tower dive underneath this tier 2. Ice has nowhere to go.
What do you do though, man?
Yeah.
You're like, oh, I dodged a Temper Fate.
Play-
Cease and desist.
play
Gwen.
safe.
You should have played safe.
bro.
Oh, play
Yeah,
safe.
play
Oh, play
safe.
safe.
Yeah,
man.
My
Come
bad,
on.
my bad.
And then Saren just takes a chunk of damage off of Caitlyn. She is so strong right now.
Yeah, I mean, I wish there was more to break down, but really we're just commentating G2 slaughter Heretics in this first game.
Heretics are breaking down. We don't need another one.
Absolutely, absolutely. Right now, this is just a one-sided affair, kill after kill. Ultimately, it all comes back, and Rob and I were already talking about it earlier. If you're going to play this much scaling, you have to constantly avoid your opponents. It is all about creating numbers on one side of the map and cross-mapping. If they go for Dragon, you go for Grubs. If they go for Herald, you go for Dragon. If they go bot, you go top. You should be avoiding skirmishes and finding picks wherever you can, because G2, they want to play the map. They want to split you up, and what you're seeing on your screen right now, no 5v5s. It is not a front-to-back team fight. It is G2 going for pick after pick after pick, leveraging the strength of their comp, which is we excel in the 2v2s and the 3v3s.
And it means the Heretics constantly have to overload and find picks. And as long as Skewmon gets out, well, Caps now has access to the bot lane turret. So as Heretics, you have to disappear.
Temper Fate onto Seren. Caught out by Lavrov. Flashes away from the Cosmic Binding that may or may not have landed the stun.
Look at bot lane.
Not, it does, as you say. Look at bot lane. Caps pushing in, and Heretics using that as their opportunity to engage. But as soon as the unstoppable onslaught comes out, look at the CC chain on tracing. TP behind now with cease and desist onto that backline. Sten knocked back on. Summer chases out the Scion. Meanwhile, Seren is going to fall in the middle of the fight into that egg, and then
this was a stomp, bro.
G2.
A desperation play from Heretics as they tried their best to create a 4v3 in the top lane. The whole map is falling apart. Caps is going to get an inhibitor. He's going to use the Baron-empowered minions to deal damage onto these inhibitor towers, and as Ice tries to wave clear, that opens up the top lane.
We were so close, guys. If this game had ended in 6 seconds time, it would have been the fastest of LEC versus. They're not going to have that accolade to put on their mantelpiece, but G2 have systematically destroyed Heretics here in game 1, pushing towards the Nexus at 24.5 minutes. Brooklyn pulled in, but just dashes away, and G2 in such rapid fashion just wipe away the Heretics.
Oh my god, bro.
Shell uses his ultimate attempt into the snapshot, takes out.
That was a stomp. That was a stomp. Like, oh my. I feel sorry for Team Heretics, bro. That was a stomp. Like, what do you do at that point?
Stats, everything that you saw in game 1, we're not going to see again in game 2.
Dracos' joy of Fearless yesterday was echoed only by my own, like in terms of intensity.
Oh, 100%.
It felt so good to be like, oh, we're not going to see the same picks. Not that we saw like exactly the same picks in game 1. The drafts were a little bit more.
But you know what's
eclectic.
open? Azia, Corki, Orianna,
Cassante.
Yeah, Cassante's
I'm not saying
open.
they're not open, but like that's because game 1 didn't play any
That's
of them,
correct.
right? Which
That's
is, you know,
correct.
a little bit more inventive. So
Varus?
Varus did get banned out by Heretics in game 1.
No,
G2.
it was G2, yeah. And they're
in
going to
game
ban it again.
But it was red side that banned it out, which is left side of the screen.
So yeah.
I usually say something after that.
No, sorry, I got really confused because
Heretics are red
No, I
side,
understand.
G2 are blue
No,
side,
I
Benny.
know.
G2
It's
have first
I've
pick, so they have another ban now,
No, I
and then
get that.
Heretics will ban a champion, and then G2 will pick one.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah?
Yeah, so just to clarify, first pick is on the bottom right side of my screen.
Yes.
Yes.
Got it,
Yeah,
cool.
yeah, yeah.
So,
Oh, it might be the bottom middle, actually. I don't know how they order it from the outside to the inside.
10 years I've cast, and this is the most confused I've ever been.
Alright, so let's go back to what has been drafted and banned so far. Rumble, Yonara, and Ambessa banned away by G2. Xin Shao and the Varus removed by Heretics.
Yeah, so still Orianna and Azir up and available, and I think that's kind of what the trade you're looking at here. If Heretics may want to ban with them, but they don't, it's going to be the Poppy. So I imagine it'll be. I was going to say you'll probably have to go for the Azir here or take Jarvan in this sort of situation, because if you take the Azir, at least you're able to answer for the Jarvan. If you don't, you're able to go for the Orianna, or you can then take the Orianna the upside. This though means that you could actually respond with Jarvan and Azir here with Heretics and try and set up for a strong mid lane that can punish this Orianna.
But then there is the Nocturne possibility.
I still remember when how Faker was punished
a classic.
with Orianna, bro.
But
Also
still,
just something whenever you see it.
Against FearX. He played Azir against Orianna.
no.
He's getting stomped.
You reveal it, it's like Nocturne time.
That's
Nocturne
different game.
Orianna.
We got to go back to
It
this
is
one.
a tried and true combo. The question is, are they interested in it? Because the Azir is very much the expected to come through from Seren. The question is, what do they want to pair alongside it? You did explore the Jarvan, Dagda. Are they as interested in the Jarvan as you are? I mean, it is very good into Orianna, especially when she's got no flash. The combo,
Yeah.
I mean, it's...
Low mobility mid, right? You're looking for something that can punish that on repeat, and it's something teams have tried to do against G2 a lot this split, and across the course of Caps being G2's mid laner, is how much can we punish Caps in the mid lane. Pantheon does a very similar thing to the Jarvan, does need to get a little bit closer than the Jarvan does for that initial engage.
Option here of the Wukong if you wanted to, or Skewmon on the opposite side. Like, Ori Wukong's still incredibly strong. Could take the Jarvan themselves, though it's less strong into the Azir. Other options are just to try and take the Corki, maybe a Nami even here, because you know you've got multiple options in the jungle, and you can just try and focus on a strong bot lane for Ansem and Labrov.
Looks like they are going to go towards that bot side. Kai'Sa, the lock. So a bit of dive threat. Nico as well was banned out in game 1. Kai'Sa with a Nico already going in. You've got the Shockwave on top of that with the Pop Blossom. There's a lot of power from G2's bot side and some area control in fights. Heretics will lock in the Nautilus. 5 and 15, I think, is what I saw for the win-loss on that champion here in the LEC Versus.
That's usually the case in Europe.
Yeah.
I don't even think we have bad Nautilus players, but it does generally lose a lot.
I mean, there's not much sea near us, so you can't get much practice as a diver.
Absolutely.
Right? So
Now,
it's pretty hard.
G2 can ban away AD carries. I think for Heretics, they want to ban out that jungle pool. The question is, how much do you limit Skewmon? He's had quite the diverse portfolio this split. There's the Nocturne that we were discussing earlier, but he's brought out Wukong, he's played Aatrox.
Yeah, Bandit Nocturne Orianna combo.
Jarvan still works for G2 as well.
Yeah.
It's like, that's the season 1 combo, right? Just EQ into R, it still works just as well.
Really works for
Yeah,
G2.
absolutely.
But we can't take MF, so what do we do?
Kai'Sa top MF, let's go. Well, it could be Nico top. That did have a little foray in the leagues, but unexpected for that to be the case. Jhin and Nocturne the bans. G2 Heretics get rid of the Jarvan, so we talked about that season 2 combination, season 1
And I
combo.
think G2 will probably get rid of the Corki, just strong into the Kai'Sa, although we have seen some teams being more comfortable to take the Kai'Sa into the Corki now. You do lose out a little bit, but can play quite strong in dives later on. But again, I think like you've got the Wukong still here for Skewmon. I think that's why they want to secure a bot lane that they're more comfortable with, rather than worrying about like Jarvan Nocturne. They can still take another slap at that jungle.
Corki is the ban. Good call on that, Dagda. Now Heretics looking towards their AD carry. Leave top lane for last pick. Get the counter for Tracing. Is usually what you'd expect in this situation, especially when you already know the enemy bot. Where will Heretics go? Ice. He does really love these hyper carries when he can get them.
Champs have basically
MF?
banned, at least that he's played from this.
MF, Nautilus,
split.
bot lane,
I'll have to show
Pantheon,
you something.
jungle?
It looks like he's going to go for the
okay.
MF. It's a strong lane bully, something that can gain control of the bot lane 2 versus 2 and synergizes fairly well with the Nautilus. But the problem is going to be that Nico. That double range matchup is always going to put a lot of pressure onto the bot lane 2 versus 2. G2 need to figure out what jungle they want to play into this right now. Decent amount of mobility on the side of Heretics. Solid front to back. So what are they thinking that pairs nicely with this? Xin would be the kind of default response, but with that unavailable, they're just going to lock in their top lane instead. K'Sante going to be a relatively safe blind. Gives Tracing the opportunity to find a counter pick of his own.
Where is he going to go in that top lane? Looks like G2 might be going for the Trundle jungle. Something we've seen a couple of times. You could... I was going to say you could go Ambessa, but that's already banned out by G2. Nah as well does work well into the K'Sante. It doesn't have that health stacking that can really be a struggle into the Trundle later on.
The G2 comp feels a bit awkward to me though, because when I'm looking at this, it's like, okay, well Orianna would like something to set her up, which doesn't really exist on G2 side unless Labrov is finding phenomenal flanks, but you're not like grouping people for an Orianna ult. You're relatively short range with the Kai'Sa as well, and she doesn't have something that enables her very easily to move around. Whereas you look on the opposite side for Heretics, you know, Azir, relatively long range. You've got an MF ultimate on the opposite side. You have ways to try and like control zones in fights that I think G2 are actually going to struggle with a little bit with what they're trying to achieve in a fight.
I think Heretics have got way more skirmishing power than they did in game 1.
Yeah.
This means that if Dragons is what they want to prioritize, they have a lot more tools to at the very least contest G2. Kai'Sa doesn't have the strongest one-item spike, which means that compared to an MF who's going to go some lethality item, it gives them a lot more agency to try and skirmish them as well. So I do like Heretics' tools in the early game. Ultimately, though, the biggest contrast that we saw between the two teams is how G2 kind of moved their pressure around the map and how they were consistently able to create numbers advantage and how they then snowballed a few early kills into so much map control. And Heretics need to find a way to slow that down, because if they give G2 that inch, they will effectively take a mile.
And the Heretics need to bounce back after a disappointing game one. The G2 just want to have more of the same. Also, I like the trundle into the engage tools that Heretics have. Hard for the shield vault to come in if you have a well-timed pillar. Similarly with the dredge line, the Azir can try and get onto your back line, but shifting sands can also be blocked out by that pillar. We saw Skewmon bring this out against FlyQuest last year at Worlds with Caps on the Aurora, and had a really good time in the early game, really dominating, controlling the map. G2 will use their pressure to get an early ward towards these Razor.
I think Heretics' composition becomes most suffering or smothering when they have control. They're the ones with tempo, and they can set up, and G2 have to try and move in towards them, because then you're moving in towards the Azir soldiers, you're moving into the MF ultimate, and it becomes a lot more difficult. And they, as Betty was already saying, they do have the tools to do that, right? So like, you have the MF with push on bot side, you have push for Nara on that top end. So I think this is where if Heretics can kind of play through these strong side lanes and get a lead, they should be in an okay spot. But I think if G2 end up where they're the ones in control, and they can kind of play for these shock waves or play for trundle pillars that enable the team to chase, I think that becomes a little bit more dangerous.
I mean, let's not forget that the last time we saw Caps in this matchup, he slaughtered the enemy Azir. Now, the analyst desk broke down for us at the start of the day how this wasn't a singular effort from Caps. There was a lot of involvement from both Skewmon and Labrov, but they have the resources and the tools to make that same process happen again. Orianna naturally wins out on these early skirmishes, and you can already see Caps trying to get in the face of Seren and trade as much as possible. But don't be surprised to see Labrov moving around the map and start helping Caps out to put even more pressure down in this middle lane.
Yeah, you can see his support proximity in the regular season, 18.3% at 14 minutes. Means that his support is spending a lot of their early game, almost a fifth of it, around that mid lane. But Caps, again, even though I think on an eye test, I'd say it's been a relatively quiet regular season for him. When he's dominated, he has really dominated.
Absolutely.
You think of the leader game, you think of the Azir into the Orianna into Azir game. He can absolutely pop off at any moment, and so far in playoffs, he continues to impress. His rise, Realm Warps in game one, really put Heretics on the back foot.
Yeah, I mean, he's second in KDA, first in kill participation, first in goal difference of 14, first in CS of 14, first in XP difference of 14, the second in damage per minute. Like, the man has just been an absolute behemoth for G2 and continues to impress, and I think that's what has kind of kept G2 together as they made their way into playoffs.
Yeah, I think that the inconsistencies of G2 as a whole and their results have basically taken away from how strong of a split the Caps has had overall. And he's been super consistent, and he's definitely in form right now. His game one performance, his roams on the rise were good. Let's see what he can do in this Orianna as Sheo makes his presence known in the bot lane. Hansam and Labrov with that ward will spot him out. And it looks like this is going to be a double scuttle crab for Skewmon. Quicker on the clear, gets that bot crab, secures it for himself, immediately paths up towards top, gets that one as well. And now he's got a healthy camp advantage over his jungle opponent.
Sure, looking for Caps in the mid lane here. Caps stepping forward, about half HP with the recall coming out from Sheo. I wonder if they'll just call off any possibility of a fight. They don't know where Trundle is right now. Skewmon has reset, got himself a Sheen, Aegis Assault for the movement speed from Sheo. Flash away from Caps, but the shield vault still finds the stun. Skewmon on his way, but only at the tier 1 right now, as Caps has no way out of this. Uses the command, protects Sheo, though, with a spear to his back. We'll get first blood for Heretics.
Great gang timing by Sheo. So moved into that bottom side, bypassed the ward that Caps had set up in that side brush. And you can see where Caps was positioned for so long up in the top of that lane that they just were about to call it off. But Caps just takes that step a bit too far towards the middle of the lane, and immediately Sheo collapses.
The caster curse should be studied.
It is.
He got given a graphic, we talked about him, sung his praises, and what happens? Death immediately.
Should we try it on a grander scale? Here we go. G2 never missed playoffs, and look at how many times they place really well. So rare that they do poorly in playoffs.
That's very true. Oh,
Wait a
hang on a
second.
minute.
Wait a second.
You are moving into the enemy jungle here. Seren looking for some damage himself. Does have his flash. Sheo was forced to flash away, but Skewmon falling low. Seren loses vision, puts a soldier in, gets the kill. Shield bolt out onto Caps, gets to somebody, gets one in response as Sheo falls. Seren needs to get out of here. Doesn't have that flash anymore. Caps still chases him. The counter curse needs to be studied, guys. Caps gets a double, gets himself a 400 gold lead.
I don't blame Heretics for taking that fight. Like, it started really well. Things were going very much in their favor. The level advantage for Skumon means that he should win out on this 1v1, but the arrival of Seren changes things. Skumon then says, screw it, I'm going all in. Flash traded for Flash. In the 2 versus 1, they're thinking, yeah, we can take this. So Seren saying, you know what, I'll commit to the enemy jungle. I'll get this kill. Caps does the same. And in the mid lane matchup, unfortunately for Seren, Caps just
He's low
health
HP.
advantage. He gets very close to finding the kill, but with the popped health pot and the health lead, Caps finds himself a double.
Yeah, the command attack just barely clipping onto Sheo as he went for that stun. I think if you got the stun, you get enough for a Comet Spear. Maybe that's the damage that you need to be able to finish off the kill. But now it's 2 kills for Caps, and we'll start off well for Heretics. Suddenly swings right back to even Steven.
Yeah, Skimon actually surviving for longer because the Razorbeaks dying there gives him the King's Tribute passive, which means he heals up a bunch as those small Razorbeaks die. Now looking down towards this bottom side, Tanglebarm's going to land onto Stend, who has to flash away early. He is running that Hex Flash, so we'll have at least half of a flash still at his disposal. Both the AD carries going for the culls early, as Hans Summer has 1 less stack on his right now and about 150 gold lead.
Still over and down this bottom side though. His cams are up on that top half and could hit level 6 off them. I'm curious what his plan is here.
Caps has no flash, so it's a possibility of just, hey, let's gank the immobile mid laner. Does have Shockwave now though, and Caps wisely backs away, realizing doesn't have vision control down towards that bottom side. Lebrov is opening up through mid lane, disguised as a troll, and should be able to clear out this control ward with the help of his mid lane.
Level up for Caps. Meanwhile, we haven't really spoken about it, but top lane, Tracing getting a bit of revenge compared to last game, where now with the winning matchup, he gets to get that small push in his favor. He's amassed a healthy gold lead, 400 after securing 2 plates. Means that he's in a pretty good position. We'll see if he can impact the rest of the map later on. Skumon, though, sets his sights on the enemy red buff, and he is looking to steal that one away rapidly.
Has the smite, and Sheo doesn't have one. So even if Sheo does check into this push, which he'll do with a Comet Spear, but doesn't connect, Skumon still able to smite away the red buff and get it. With Caps moving from mid, it would have been really hard for Sheo to take an elongated fight.
Even in the 1v1 with Skumon having the level 6, it basically makes it impossible now for Sheo to duel the Trundle. So he has to kind of cede control, and again, kind of G2 playing well off of their pushing lanes. This is what we were talking about in the last game as well.
Sheo set up for a Grand Starfall here if Lebrov does overstep. Still only level 5 on that Nico. Does look like 6 because he's embodying champions that have already got over to that level 6 mark.
You have to be a little careful as Hans Sam on this bottom side though. Didn't run cleanse, so if Pantheon ends up ulting in behind them as they push in this wave, and Ice hitting level 6, that can very quickly turn into a dead Kai'Sa. So I think that's why you can kind of see them, well, at least with the wave pushing in, but definitely being more cautious about where they're positioning themselves in this lane.
Seren and Caps in the mid lane here. Grand Starfall.
Flash.
From Caps away from the Ember's Divide. Meanwhile, a hook line onto Lebrov down towards the bottom side. Sten pretty deep here. Bullet time coming out. Not going to connect too much as Lebrov does fall low, but able to escape until the flash double.
Oh no.
Seren taken out by Skumon and Caps.
Action happening across the
Oh my god.
kill in mid. Heretics respond with a 2v2 kill in the bot lane. The stun was long enough to allow for Ice's bullet time to get the full duration off onto Lebrov, getting him low enough to allow Ice to secure that kill. He is the man that Heretics need to get ahead. He is their carry. As Sheo now losing a skirmish, but here comes Ice.
Skumon doesn't have flash, uses the Pillar of Ice for the slow onto Ice, and it will manage to keep him at bay. Sheo still looking for a little bit more here. With the frozen domain down, Skumon has that extra movement speed.
Yeah, nice job on the gank from Skumon as well there. Use the subjugate because it removes 40% of the armor and magic resist, which just has enough, but now Sten.
Yeah, Sten pushing forward a little bit here as Skumon and Hans Summer are there for the chase. Lebrov face checked, and Sten paid the price for it.
A silly mistake there from Stend. They should have information that Skumon is hovering around the river. The crab would be the priority for both junglers, and he walks up and just clears a ward, thinking that it's safe to do so, ends up losing his life. Nice pillar comes through from Skumon to cut off his escape, and with no flash, there was nowhere for him to go.
Yeah, G2 have done a really good job of protecting Caps in this mid lane, and then using the pressure that they got off that 2 kills that went to Caps early, to then find these small invade windows, find these small skirmishes, and what we thought might give tools to Heretics to actually play for these early skirmishes has actually been turned around with this Trundle pick.
Ice is still that player that I'm keeping my eyes on. His farm has been very good. That kill that he's able to get in the 2v2 has put him in a great position. going for the early Vamp Sept. I imagine the BF sword that you mentioned earlier, the BT, going to be that early pickup for the BF. Yeah, BF now going to be secured to the MF. Hitting a nice little item there, gives her a little bit more power, of course. Doesn't quite compare to the advantage Caps has in the middle lane, but definitely,
Oh, they see him.
definitely a potential win condition.
They saw him. They saw Pantheon.
Very much what they're looking for. First dragon of the game still not secured. 10 minutes in, relatively late compared to what we're used to here in the LEC. But you can see both junglers eyeing it up. Grubs, though, going to be started off by Sheo.
It's just super risky for either team to start the Drake.
Oh, absolutely.
There's so many flank opportunities. You've got Grand Starfall coming out from Sheo, Skumon getting onto your backline, using a subjugate on your tankier members as he tries to trade here with Sheo, takes one of the grubs away.
Wait, no. Oh, did he actually get the grub? No, he didn't get the grub. He missmited. I think
Skumon got both.
No, yeah, but it was Sheo who smited. Skumon still has his.
He smited the wrong
Sheo
one.
missmited,
Yes.
missed it, and now Skumon gets all three.
Yeah.
It's dire
Oh,
for
no.
Sheo.
Yeah, it was. I saw the smite, and I thought to myself, oh, you're trying to get both of them low. Maybe you do some sort of tech, but you're right. You just hit the wrong one.
Yeah.
And so it doesn't at least get one grub, and Skumon just tracking and trying to match Show ever on the map. But here's the ult.
Send on the Nico.
Turn onto him. The chase continues. The 7 able to dodge to the side and will be gifted over the kill. His second of the game gets him a little bit closer to Caps, but it's still 1,000 gold lead for the Oriana in mid.
And this time, Lobrov with the mistake, and it's Heretics that punish. Good ulti comes through from Sheo, catches the support isolated. Seren was also able to move down from mid, so there was no way for Lobrov to go. Shuffle
Oh my
by
god.
Seren, he's getting
Slow
ready to
kill?
go.
He goes back in.
Okay.
Who takes the tower? 7 outplays.
Oh.
Take him out in response. 1-for-1 the trade.
I mean, nice. I see the vision, Seren.
Captain Caps when the minions are around. Nicely done, but yeah, I mean, Seren got the trade, but honestly, the wave is still going to push in, so I think he's a little bit less thrilled that he ended up giving the kill over.
I mean, how do I break that down? Caps was just sitting underneath this tower with no flash, and Seren was like, I'm pretty sure he doesn't have flash. Let's put it to the test. Chucks him underneath the tower and says, yeah, he doesn't have flash. I'm kind of surprised Seren didn't use his own. I think there was maybe some more room for outplay potential there. Ultimately, though, Caps playing a little too cocky, and Seren gets the punish. 1-for-1 trade. Gold, though, difference between the two mid
net
lanes.
gain of 200 gold for Caps.
It looks like
That
it's still a win,
sequence.
yeah.
TP's back into mid and just pushes in for another plate. Now we'll see Heretic starting up the Drake with the push in the bot side. Sheo's going to pull it down towards this bot pixel bush because that's where they have the vision. Cap stepping across, no shockwave on him, still a quarter of the cooldown left on it. Thank you, paid chatter, very kind of you.
Oh, what's going on here? Hang on a second.
Caught out. Sorry. I PayPal you guys later. As Death caught out, the subjugate coming out. There's the pop blossom as well for the chase onto Ice.
I think Ice showed that by overextending.
You can start it up, but it's so easy for either team to collapse if the other is already on that Drake. Seren coming across here doesn't have that Emperor's Divide. Sheo's just going to walk back to the relative safety of his mid lane tower. Now G2 will be the ones to start up the Drake, with Caps having that push in bot, and with Hans Summer still in mid lane. It's very hard for Heretics to react.
Yeah, I mean, G2 again are just kind of moving around the map better. Managed to get the pick onto Ice, which is the perfect target, because if you come through that choke point and Ice is able to open up with the bullet time, you're having a miserable experience. But it doesn't really matter. It's now G2 getting that first dragon.
Ultimately, though, I mean, Heretics is still keeping the gold close. Like, if we compare this to last game, it was already dire straits, it felt like, for Heretics. They are skirmishing well. They are doing their best to trade kills where they can. And I'm looking at that gold lead for Caps, and it's scary, but Ice is building a similar advantages. This looks like a Pantheon ult to me.
Broken Blade going all out. Has the Zeke's convergence complete already. Grand Starfall in by Sheo, as you say, Eddie. And
Wait, is Zeke's convergence Cassandra?
That was a bit of an assist from Sheo, but
Oh, so he's planning to spam ults back to back.
That's just as sizable as that bottom lane. You're kind of saying these side lanes are where you can put that pressure. And for Tracer,
I thought they go Iceborne Gauntlet, you know, because Gnar is kind of like a mobile champ. I feel like Broken Blade should have gone Iceborne Gauntlet so that the passive can slow down Gnar. But it looks like he went Zeke's convergence. I don't know. Oh, he missed. Oh, Pekka is calling. Okay. Nice juke. Okay. Send it on Caps. Oh. Flash. Nice punish. Nice punish. Nice, nice, nice. Oh.
guys. So
Skewmond is coming.
I
The
mean,
Trundle.
starting to play with a bit of a
Oh,
blunder,
no,
but
man.
it turns into a massive win for Heretics. They find 2 kills.
I don't know about
The
Cassante
margins
mains, but do you go
really
6
away from
conversions?
well, so Hansa
Or is it
might get the top
situational?
of it, but it all starts with this play with Seren under the tower.
I thought people go Iceborne Gauntlet so that you get the Sheen damage plus armor against Gnar. Not only that, okay, yeah.
He knew the folks were on the way, so I think the idea from Saren was connect with that ultimate, hope that I can burn a
I mean, it's 2 for 1. Not bad. They got Caps. I think Caps had a shutdown, no?
Still have to make it work. So Sten doesn't get the hook, but actually kind of works out because it puts him under tower. He then gets the auto attack, which puts Labrov
It's a shutdown.
the ultimate as well.
Shutdown to the jungler. Oh,
Ice and Shale to stank up the rest of it.
Yeah, Show getting both the kills means that he's about 200 gold ahead. Nothing too consequential. It's a dagger in the
they're sending it again on Caps. He has no flash. Q. Okay, they got the kill. Oh my god. But was it worth it though? Yeah. Oh no, another ult. Oh. Oh, bro. Broken Blade is trying to abuse the Cassante ult thingy. But Ziggs convergence, really? I mean, you get a little of armor, like 25 armor and 25 magic resist, and some haste when you ultimate.
I feel like the momentum has swung back the way of G2. Heretics playing with a little bit too much confidence, but we found ourselves with a bit of a bloodbath here in game 2.
By the way, letting you all know, this game has already happened, so I'm kind of watching it while doing my assignment right now, so yeah.
Herald is alive, and it looks like a lot of players are setting their sights on the top side of the rift.
G2 been doing their research in terms of itemization as well. It's a Zeke's convergence first for Broken Blade for the ultimate ability haste and that slowing, damaging zone around you. And Bandle Pipe second from Skewmond, knowing that if you're landing those slows, getting the extra movement speed and the extra attack speed for your entire team can work out incredibly well. Skewmond's going to start up this Rift Herald with Caps in tow. Should be an easy enough secure for G2. Still only 1,000 gold lead for them, but for Heretics, you do want to... I mean, do you want to slow this game down? You have a great skirmish comp. You kind of want to find fights where you can.
I think it's not even just, they don't have a choice. At this stage, you kind of have to cross.
Right now, I'm just buying time until LCK starts. LCK starts in 1 hour, so in the meantime, I think I can watch the previous LCK games, which I did not watch. Gnar misses the ult. Nico is here. Can they get the tower? They can get 3 plates out of Herald. Oh yeah, G2 is disengaging. Yeah. Okay. Oh no, Shield. Okay, Pantheon trolled that. And they're gonna give away the shutdown? Oh, he doesn't have a shutdown because okay. Yeah, Pantheon overstayed trying to catch Orianna off-handed, but didn't realize Trundle and the Nico was there. Wait! No. Guys, what is that ult? Hold on. I'm sorry, I'm gonna need to play that again. What is that ult range? Hello? From here, guys. Does it make... Oh my god, does it make sense? Cassante ulted from here, mid of the lane. I know there's a terrain, because Cassante works whenever, like, works best whenever there's a terrain. So he kind of, like, push you all throughout the terrain. But he's in the middle of the terrain, he's the middle of the lane. The terrain is right here. This guy is no way close. What is the... What? He starts here. Brings him to Narnia. Until... Oh my god. Cassante champ, guys. That is Cassante. That messed me up a little bit.
Pulls BB towards the Crux, gives him a shield. He's able to get away from the Nara again. Trayson able to connect with the wallet either.
What?
Dashes away, holds on
That
to
range
it.
is crazy.
Now, Tracing, is he going to have to flash out himself? Because the collapse is beginning from Hansama and Lebrov. In the end, he just jumps across to the safety of his Azir.
G2 are playing this map spectacularly. There's a ward just off by Red Brush, which spotted the fact that Ice instead had shifted up towards that top side of the map, which is when they pulled off with Rift Herald. As Ice walked back across the ward going towards mid lane, they just re-wrap onto the top side play, get the pick, and then end up sticking around to get the top lane tower as Heretics try and make a play on the bottom side. Heretics just feel dizzy at the moment trying to keep pace with G2.
I feel like Heretics is trying so hard to force so many things. Like, this is a great example. Why are they here?
I mean, Cher's likely dead. Lebrov flashing in as Hansama dives in with the killing instinct as well.
Lebrov is dead. Nico down, Nico down. Nautilus down. Run, Azir. Oh, he has 6 conversions here. He might have another Cassant ult. Maybe.
Good double knockback from BB, but all they wanted was the jungler's life.
Damn.
Tried so hard to contest that dragon when they were way too late to the objective. I feel like Heretics is tunneling so much or trying to fight G2 at all these neutrals, and they are just getting outplayed. They are falling into this trap over and over again, and look, like, he is too late. His team is not there. Cher is split up. The shockwave connects onto 2. The pillar splits the team up. G2 just kind of systematically picked them apart one by one as Heretics desperately tried to get something back on the Rift when they're not even that far behind, but the more fights and skirmishes they keep trying to force, the greater the gap becomes.
Really good stuff there from LeBron, finding both Ice and Stand. Had a really good Bard game, having a good Nico game so far.
If they want to play, let's play.
That sums up your point, Benny.
Yeah, I mean,
That was cringe as fuck, but we'll take it.
One of those things, I'm sure, like in your head, sounds really cool, and then when you say it out loud, it's like, we are playing. Yes.
Yeah.
I disagree. I thought that was a good line.
thought it
It
was
just
cool.
sounds really cool.
Yeah.
I guess.
But if you want to bully broken,
Well, no,
that's
because
fine.
whenever
Yeah.
I say those sorts of things, I then
I see,
immediately
I
internally
see.
cringe. And maybe it's
I
just the
see.
British accent.
Right,
If you want to play, let's play. See, just
That
do
was
it.
really cool.
Yeah, you
That
sound like a bit
was-
of a villain. You know?
Oh,
Like, yeah.
princess, if you want to play, let's play.
That seemed a little...
That was not.
Where'd that come from?
That
Where
was
was
when we
from?
play Magic together.
I see,
Yeah.
I see. Okay.
Pretty princess.
That's,
Yeah.
again, brought that up again.
Yeah.
Unprompted,
Yeah.
I felt.
Oh,
You know,
yeah,
there
See,
was a
that
little...
would make me cringe.
Yeah,
That-
that
I do understand.
Now I'm a
that,
little
yeah.
uncomfortable.
See,
Now,
yeah.
I get it. I get it. My internal monologue should stay internal.
Yeah, a little bit.
What we're doing. So, G2, 4K ahead. One of you could have done this bit, by the way.
No, we're going to make
No,
it
no,
as
no,
comfortable
yeah,
as
yeah.
possible, I
Yeah.
think, actually.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Understandable.
Now, Baron.
And Chatter, do you still think Medic is handsome after that?
But-
Maybe you could watch the Twitch show, you know?
More handsome, perhaps.
All right, so G2 have set up 4-1. You can see that they've got 4 members pushing up through mid. They've left Caps isolated in a side lane with the Orianna, who has the TP. Skumon kind of covering the
Ice.
support, and it's now been caught.
Ice has to flash across the wall. Bullet time coming out,
Oh.
but there's the all-out from BB.
Let's watch again. What is that? What happened? Like, wait, what?
It's now been
Ice
caught.
has to flash across.
How do these terrains work? Cause, oh, does it just automatically, like, if you're, yeah,
The wall. Bullet time coming out, but there's the all-out from BB.
yeah,
Thinks
that's
he's
Cassandra champ, guys.
a bit isolated towards the backside, but he just dashes
Like
across the wall.
you're even like you're even halfway through away from the terrain. He also he just connects the terrain,
G2
bro.
will turn their eyes towards the Baron. Heretics once again lose their bot lane. I don't really think they have a way into this fight.
Do you think BB says something like, "Oh, it's bullet time"? No, it's killing time, as he took the misfortune. Right?
Yes, you see,
You want to play?
he went Iceborne Gauntlet.
Again,
I thought it was, but it's going this convergence first. Maybe that's the build. Maybe that's the meta. I don't know.
Baron going to be secured by G2, and I like how quick they were with it. Like, they literally just reset back onto the map. They went straight down mid lane. They don't waste any time. They see Ice's position. They're not afraid to dive.
The
down.
first game,
Don't go too deep.
Team Heretics trolled by picking Pyke. I don't think Pyke was good there. And this second game, I think it's just Cassandra diff, bro.
They know they can convert this
know.
into a Baron. Heretics have yet throughout the organization's history been able to
Kai'Sa did not have that much impact, but it was feel like the trundle was like everywhere.
13-0 is the current scoreline for G2 against Heretics, and they're looking to make it 14.
This is just a
Double
quick
performance here
G2
for
win and then
one
There
of
you
the
go.
reasons you talked about it at the start of game one, Betty. Like G2, when it comes to playoffs, they just tend to succeed. They just tend to do well, even if they do come in as the 7th seed.
What is? Why is Ice overstep? Oh my god.
And G2 can just march down mid like the
My
defense for
ADC.
Heretics is
My
Seren
ADC.
pushing the side lane, trying to get themselves an objective bounty, trying to get a little bit of gold. But their inhibitor tower in mid will fall. 23.5 minutes in, G2 are knocking on the Nexus.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how far are they gonna take this? Because Heretics have to reset, but BB soloing out.
Kasanta doing Kasanta things. Azir is running away from him. The Grump is a paid chatter.
We'll use the Hex Gates to get closer. Tracing knocked up with a pillar of ice. Sheo trying to get in there as well. TP
Yeah.
coming out from BB as he's going to join the fight. The first Nexus tower will fall. G2 continuing to advance. And there's the shockwave, and immediately they kill off Tracing. They'll dive onto Sheo underneath the tower as well, but Skumon still really healthy with that subjugate. Second Nexus tower down.
Jungle diff.
Respawned. Does have that bullet time, but the
Oh
Rumble
god.
will find him
GG's.
again. Ice goes in with a bullet time, a good pillar of ice to stop it. As G2 are just ripping through them. Heretics don't have a leg left to stand on as G2 will go 2-0.
24th.
Okay. I'm watching that because I didn't watch the LEC, which was kind of like a day ago yesterday. Spoiler shield. I don't know what this guy's on, but okay. Right now we have like 1 hour remaining. We can watch KC versus GX. Let's see if it's live already. Please. Was LCK. Not yet. Yeah, it's not yet live. How long is it going to take? 1 a.m. Okay, I'm gonna watch one more. AC versus GX, which one has more views? This one? How is this video? It's 10 minutes long. I think after Los Ratones games, I think the viewership just gone to bonkers. Like, people are not excited anymore, bro. Los Ratones 120k. Was another Los Ratones matchup. 192k Los Ratones, bro. Like, this 100. So you see the difference. If it's G2 versus Team Heretics, it's like 19k. Then Los Ratones even versus the Shifters. I don't think if the Shifters are, maybe they're in EU, they're pretty popular, but Los Ratones versus Team Heretics 123k. Los Ratones versus okay, maybe it was Giant X 69k. But since because Los Ratones is out, bro, oh my god, bro, we are hitting low numbers. And for some reason, people are not happy with that. You can watch this KC versus DX.
KC have banned out Vi and Yone to kick us off, and Besso and Azir will be banned out as well. So
This one takes like 38 minutes, and once it's end, then LCK will be up.
Taken away by KC.
In the meantime, I need to do this assignment, because goddamn.
Do you think Varus is strong enough just to have to ban every game? Because even though he got nerfed slightly, he still seems like a power pick.
I think it's still an OP pick for sure. Most people are picking Jhin into it, so it makes sense if they really want to force the Varus ban here.
If you do ban the Varus, though, which they don't actually, so going to give the Varus across, or do you have the higher priority on the Rumble? The only thing for KC is when they've taken the Varus, they look to get their hands on things like the Jace as well and run that kind of poke style composition. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that again here from KC.
So right now, after the Varus first pick, they will probably, try to all in the champ. Yeah, most likely.
Yeah.
Java and Oriana.
I mean, Jarvan Oriana very good at making immobile carries miserable. So, and then again, if you do want to end up going for the Jace as well here, I think then you've got good tools to at least give you multiple different targets that you can go for with this Jarvan Oriana. And I'm curious then what you want to try and respond to. It's not actually going to be the Jace, it's going to be the Xin Zhao instead. And there's that Galio.
Yeah, they're probably scared of going Jace into a Javan and a potential Bard on free. So for sure the Zin is more safe.
And then the Galio to add a little bit of protection onto the Varus if he does get dived on. Makes a lot of sense. Giant X looking towards their AD carry. Noah very comfortable on the Ezreal, and will lock that in. Gives himself a little bit of range to try and match Varus's range, but perhaps not quite as much damage as the Varus.
Yeah, not many people are actually going Ezreal into Varus. It's like known to be a Varus favorite, but maybe they have a plan to mega pressure the Varus in any phase.
I mean,
if it's just
you'd hope
1v1,
they have a plan, right?
yeah, I just hope, because if it's 1v1, 2v2, I expect Varus to just win it, like slowly.
What is it about the Varus into Ezreal matchup that is Varus favored in your eyes?
So when you get tier, or like even before, it's like very easy to poke an Ezreal. Ezreal just has to play for all-in. That's the only way when he gets level, like level 4, level 5. The only upside for Ezreal is to play on the first 3 waves because you should get power. So you should probably play for bot crab or stuff like that. But after that, it gets harder and harder, and mid wave as well.
Is there something you'd pick as a support as Giant X here to try and guarantee some of that early pressure?
Support. No, I think you don't have to like play a support champ that is really good level 1. I think you just have to play a support champ that just access the Varus, like a Bard. I don't know if you ban it or something like that.
Yeah, Bard's still up for now. Karma and Nautilus taken away by Giant X. Cassante removed by KC. Trying to get rid of some of the safety of Lot in the top lane, who I think it has been a point of weakness for Giant X, and with Kana on the other side of the rift, it's always a little concerning for Giant X when you're matching up into that.
And it's something that KC have done extensively throughout the split, is securing strong pushing bot lanes and then getting that counter pick for Kana in a position where he's just able to isolate the lane. They put a ton of tools then into trying to get this bot lane to a position where it's comfortable, but we can see for Giant X on the opposite side, there's that Bard that you were talking about, Hans.
Yeah, the bad were expected. I would expect them to ban it. I think maybe they have to play something. I mean, they have to play some sort of peel, but they can also go for the Nautilus, because
has been banned out by Giant X.
Oh, actually,
Yeah.
I didn't see.
We do that all the time.
Okay, so it's like even better bad game. But maybe they go Alistar.
Yeah,
they've been playing it like 4 times so far.
Yeah, would make sense. Abusier has had some really good Alistar performances. If you're looking for peel, you can also go to things like, I mean, the Braum does give you a little bit of peel, but it doesn't really have a good time into the Bard at all. Rumble picked for Kana in the top lane, so he's looking for something that can be lane dominant. When you have a Xin Shao and a Galio with the ability to back you up, it can be really tricky for the enemy top laner to survive through that barrage. Rakan,
okay,
it's an interesting pick. Can sometimes struggle into Bard because he has a little bit more range than you. And if you Cosmic Binding where the Rakan is jumping then you get that double stun. So there is the Ornn lock-in for Giant X to round out the comp.
But that Ornn pick is quite good, I would say.
Yeah.
That extra engage in order to like reach the Varus, because you don't want the champion to just poke you all the time in the setups of Dragon objectives.
I was talking with Odo about Ornn yesterday in the top side though, and he was saying that he doesn't always feel like he's in the best position just at the moment when it comes to the tanks. Obviously, Cassante and Sion are now gone, but because you have to use so much of your mana to combo the wave down, that you end up in this position where oftentimes these mana-less champions like Renekton and Rumble can continuously push the wave and put you in really awkward positions where you don't have the mana you need to try and combat that push. So oftentimes you just attack the mana pool of the Ornn and end up winning out the lane like that. So obviously it's a great composition, but I think Lot will struggle here against Kana in this matchup, just trying to protect himself.
Hans, if you're in this game and you're looking at it, you're like,
We're gonna watch this game 1 only of this game, and then we're gonna hop on LCK afterwards. Meanwhile, I'm just doing if I'm not considering the game, I'm just doing assignments.
I think
I'm just finishing up this assignment real quick.
really is happening that much. Ezreal should be on the winning side from GX side. In the
Same
lane, they
thing.
should just get push, right? I think the most important is just gonna be how the situation on mid is, because definitely Galio has a chance to.
And if you're curious, let me show you what I'm working on.
Play the lane slowly, like keep poking and stuff. I think I would expect more action around mid than bot lane.
See if Jun and Busio agree and head down towards the middle lane. So cleanse on Noah here on the Ezreal, trying to keep himself a little bit more safe as Yahoo and Yike poke their heads in, looking for that Razor Beak ward if they can get it. They are going to get forced out by Lot, Isma and Jackie's.
They're still trying to see what they can achieve, but not going to be too much. Everyone's just going to back away instead. So looks like it'll be all even Steven. Again, though, this is kind of what Reddy was talking about the last game. Like, you so
Last game it was Oriana versus Azir, Knights Oriana versus Galio.
It's kind of already getting some nice poke.
And top lane we have Rumble versus Ornn, Kalist, all of Watchers.
Often, especially in double range support matchups, the ability to control that push does give you a lot of pressure. You're stroking your chin there, Hans. You're allowed to. It's
Yeah.
fine. I'm just wondering what you're thinking about.
No, just I was trying to think what was the map state. A bit hard to see, but yeah, KC was trying to contest the first wave, but as expected,
Yes,
Ezreal
make.
wins the push. So we expect Javan to just play for bot crop soon.
He's gone for that press the
Maybe
attack.
one of them, if they play 2 aggro mid, maybe one of them can look for cheesy level 3 gank mid because there's also no wards.
So if you're Kalista and Busio in this sort of situation, what are those like windows of or timings that you're looking for where you can try and punish No and Jun?
So you just have to play sustain and poke like the whole time, and dodging Ezreal Q. Like Bard, like Rakan has a lot of sustain, so it's a lot of back and forth, and just playing off of that. And when they get level 4, they could potentially go for an all-in because they have more damage. But so far, level 1 and 2, they don't have that much damage. They just like look for short trade, a lot of short trade.
Yeah. Using the Khan Q just to top yourself back up, and then the battle dance for the shield. They are going to get pushed in a little bit for the start.
And assuming that's why you opt in towards the Arcane Commerce rather than the Halo Blades, right? Because it is just about this continuous poke.
Yeah, exactly. I think Comet is much better there. You don't really look for the all-in. Maybe if you have a Braum and you want to play, it makes more sense to play Halo Blade, so you can actually like maybe look to one-tap someone at level 3. But here makes more sense to go Comet.
Kana sneaking behind the wave here. Lot's going to have to try and dash out. Flashes out as well. Kana tanks the tower, but still gets the kill.
Rumble.
And forces Lot away.
Rumble gets a solo kill.
Kana running this ignite on the Rumble.
Oh, it's Ignite Rumble. Ew, bro. Come on, bro.
Into the matchup, and Kana punishing well with the Ignite. Even the first strike as well. He's going to get so much gold in this matchup.
Yeah, it's not a feels good moment for Giant X when your top laner dies in the 1v1. Lot 1 and 13
Okay.
on Ornn in his career, has won 1 game in the LEC and then lost 13 in
Oh no, that's another good one.
EMEA. And Kana, I mean,
He's sitting on a
him as one of the best top laners, if not the best top laner, as Jun's caught out after flash the magical journey. Talks about that all-in threat. If Jun's caught like that, you can put a lot of damage down as Kalista and Busio.
Yeah, with level, it becomes very hard usually for the lane to be good, like from Ezreal side. So they want to play fast, for sure. Also, they are I think KC bot lane is playing this matchup very good, because I think GX should be, I would expect them to push the first 3-4 waves and then basing first, getting tempo in the map, maybe impacting mid a bit more, but that didn't really happen.
Would you ever run teleport on Kalista? Say you were struggling in the lane, you were getting pushed in. Would you ever run teleport on the Varus just to be able to get back to the wave a little bit quicker, get yourself to the resets? Or do you think Ghost is
1
mandatory?
point.
I think teleport makes sense, but from like Kalista is playing against Java and Bard, so I would say that he prioritized the Ghost more for late game, mid game, late game survivability.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So I guess it scales more. TP is a bit better for lane, but I guess they don't need it this time.
Having a pretty good laning phase so far, relatively even with Noah and Jun. Both the bot laners will go back and get themselves longswords and tears. The only difference, a refillable potion for Kalist and a health potion for Noah. It's the early game going very much in KC's favor, mostly because Kana was able to get that solo kill in the top lane. Saw them placing some deep vision up towards the top side. Isma is down here. He's going for his Gromp before getting that extra treat, I believe. So won't hit that extra smite. Yike looking towards this bottom side, knowing that Jun doesn't have his flash.
He should be able to get in position here. Jun doesn't really have a way to get away. There's the Ghost from Kalist.
Yeah, Jun's going to try and use the heal for movement speed, but when comes Lightning and Yike's diving onto Jun, gets the knock-up, and Kalist secures the kill. Well played by Casey.
Yeah, the Cosmic Binding used just before that, so there was no way to try and get away from Yike. A nice pickup then on the bottom side. Kalista and Busio off to a good start.
Okay.
The ideal start, really, for the KC bot.
I am close.
Yeah, I think it's really
In finishing part
game-winning.
1.
These things that happen in the early game, now they just have to focus on Dragon with a stronger bot lane, having mid stable, looks like Galio is like just doing fine on mid, so it's great.
But I think this is something that
Did a
KC
good
have been
decision to
successful at is,
center
hey,
it
we get these
down.
pushing bot lanes. Let's put pressure on with Yike and even with creative pathing there from Yike to try and focus on that bottom side. But then isolating Kana into a really strong matchup with the way the draft has gone as well. Like, they banned away a lot of those tanks, guaranteeing that Kana would either have a good matchup on the Rumble or end up in some sort of carry matchup he'd be able to perform on. So I think for KC, this is something we've seen from the time again. And I think it's going to have to be on teams to find ways to exploit it or stop KC from achieving this.
Yeah, how do you fight back if you're Giant X? Your top lane is losing, your jungler is on top side of the map, enemy jungler is getting Drake, and you have push in bot. Like, if you were on the Giant X side of this, Hans, what would you be saying to your team? Like, what would your win conditions be?
I think you're gonna have to fight back the vision, because if you end up giving every vision for KC side, it's just gonna be hard to play the game slowly, because they're just gonna poke you out, move in between lanes, and you just have to contest the vision. Probably like for 3-3 mid, or maybe some sort of lane gank towards the virus, because you're playing Jarvan Bard, right? Like you can also force his flash.
You can see Casey with a slew of wards through that river. One just cleared out by Jun. Will want to try and team up with Isma as he steps forward. Still doesn't have that flash, so he's a little bit susceptible if he goes into the enemy jungle by himself. Spotted out again, but it's the vision play you were talking about, Hans, trying to clear as much through the spot side as possible.
Yeah, I think though, like, at least with Jun on his Bard, I've seen him make some absolute magic happen. And I think that's where I'm hoping that they can start making some plays, because this, for me, was the battle of the Bards between the two supports. And Jun got his hands on it in this series, but they've both been absolutely exceptional on the pick. And if Jun can try and make some plays, he's about to tick over to level 6. Maybe there's some windows where you can make picks on Kalist with Isma there in the Cataclysm, and it should be all good.
All right, well, Hans, we're
Oh,
about to say
it's
goodbye
back. Okay, hold on.
go off. Is there anything you...
Never mind. We are back. Look, LCK in English or LCK in Korean? Look at this screen. We are here. The stream is up. Let me just put it open. So, according to this draft, right now it's okay. This is on Saturday. Genji versus BFX. Today we're looking at the lower brackets, right? Whoever wins a DNS or DRX faces DK, and the winner of that faces T1. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's how it works. I think that's how it works. I think that's how it works. Let me see if they bring it up again. But that's so far. That's the context. But let me change my title. I'm like, yep, let's get Watch Party right now. Not a waiting room anymore. Okay. We have to wait 9 minutes, guys. 1 minute, 9 minutes, and then we are back. In the meantime, I'm gonna finish my assignment. Meantime, but whoever wins this faces DK, and then I don't know if I'm allowed to play that music, but let me play just my non-copyright because YouTube might be fast in turning my shit down. So that's how YouTube is. You play any DMCA, they're like, oops, you don't have to play it. So instead of they give you a warning afterwards, after the stream is over, whatever. They give you a warning. And I'm like, yo. My camera doesn't hide any sponsors.
Seems so crazy. Sometimes we pick up the pieces. You still puzzle my mind. But when you're lost in the dark, I will leave a light on. 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 It's hidden out of love for us, but I don't wanna give you up. So when the tides are getting rough, I will leave a light on.
Okay, an update. I've made this. That's the update so far. Nothing much, but I need to get everything right so that I submit this assignment.
I still hear those words like knives. Those cutthroat, we need to toe lines. I still shiver thinking of that night, begging lies. They say out of sight means out of mind, but how could I ever forget you? Ever forget you? Might be out of touch and out of trust, but my heart just won't budge, trying not to love you. And I want to. trick my brain. Tell myself that I don't miss your taste. Waking strangers where you lay. Don't fill the space. They say out of sight means out of mind, but how could I ever forget you? Ever forget you? Might be out of touch and out of trust, but my heart just won't budge.
2 minutes.
Trying not to love you, and I don't want to. When it gets dark at night, you'll find me by your side. When tears fall from your eyes, I'll try to make you smile. 'Cause to me you are the light that makes the darkness disappear. Every demon I will fight while I keep you close to me. Close to me. Close to me. While I keep you close to me. Close to me. While I keep you close to me.
Okay. We are live. It starts right now. Riot Games.
Weeks left here in the LCK Cup. All 6 teams still alive here in the playoffs, but we're going to eliminate one by the end of the day. Welcome everyone, Degon here alongside Wolf and Woodid to break down 2 more weeks of LCK Cup, y'all.
Very exciting stuff. We're going to find out who else is going to Hong Kong. The lower bracket is definitely where I have my focus. I'm excited to see if T1 will bounce back later on this week. And who's going to face them, right? Because we got DNS versus DRX. The winner plays against D+. DRX already almost beat D+, so they could do it again if they win today. Then there's that matchup against T1. Of course, we're going to also find out who goes directly to the finals on Saturday in that upper bracket round 3 match.
So when it comes to lower bracket, it's do or die situation for every single teams. And I feel like even though they lost the game and that's why they're in the lower bracket, I feel like they have some kind of momentum in themselves because we see DNS playing good, we see DRX playing good as well. Also DK, I think they all have some good momentum except Faker. I mean, the T1.
Yeah, again, T1, that was the big shock there, the loss to BNK FearX, which is that exciting upper side of the bracket. Gen G and BNK FearX already going to be in Hong Kong no matter what. They will finish top 3, no less than that. But again, we'll see who will be joining them in just a bit. Which leads us to a thing that we brought up at the beginning of the playoffs, which was our top 3 predictions, and our global desk bet coffee.
Looking
with
great on
Korean
Genji. Looking great on Genji. We got that one right. We did.
Well, just saying, you see the order as well.
Oh no!
I predicted T1 to win LCK Cup, by the way, and they're not guaranteed to go to Hong Kong right now. So I'm really concerned about this is the coffee bet, but also, I don't know. Like,
Don't worry. The coffee bet can be voided if D Plus win against whoever wins today and then beat T1 and go to Hong Kong. Then both teams go.
No,
This is a lot of ifs.
So if I have to choose between T1 and DK, I mean, I prefer T1 to have a better gamers, like better gamings, you know. But I
Yeah.
feel like, I don't know, it's just rough.
Again, Wadid and Wolf have to buy coffee for everyone on the production side for the Korean broadcast. So Wadid clearly doesn't care about how much that's going to cost. As we
And the talent, of course.
And the talent.
Deskers, everybody.
Yeah, just a little fun game between us. As we take a look at how things shook up in terms of some champs that had a lot of priority, it's the champs with global ultimates. They've done pretty well here.
So I think that's because of the downtime between the 3rd Drake and the 4th Drake, because I think after the Atakan is gone, there's nothing much to do because you cannot do the Nasher even though you're really far ahead. So that's why the global ulti champions making so many priority in the draft, because you can actually do something on the side lanes.
Yeah, I mean, the main target for these 2 picks of Pantheon and Nocturne specifically has often been the 80 carry with no mid-outer turret, trying to farm through that lull state right in the middle of the game, where the Rise has been incredibly impactful for other reasons outside of his global power. Notice Talia doesn't make this list, even though she has a global ultimate to impact size. We're just not seeing the performances required, and she's a little bit too slow right now to, I think, match the rotations of the Pantheon and the Nocturne, so she's not actually making that same global impact. But if you look at these numbers here, in Pantheon 3-0, 2-1 for the Nocturne, Rise undefeated at 4-0, these champions, I think, may even need to be pushed up to first ban phase, especially going into game 2 and beyond.
All right, well, what did you guys think of last week's kind of action? And we'll start with you.
So yeah, for me, I have a big concern about the Genji and T1 right now, because whenever we think about the teams who threw out the planes, DNS, DRX, like DK, they all have, they figured out what they want to do in game, and we see them like stomping the game as well. But for Genji and T1, maybe they're just too comfortable at the top, so they're not really like trying out. But also, I think the issue begins with their draft as well. Like, so in some games, they had literally no chance from the draft, and that makes really hard for the players to figure out what's happening. And I thought it's a more big shocking from T1. They actually got stoned by BNK. There's no executions, right? Like the in-game play, the draft, everything was kind of like gapped in that series. So I feel like they kind of have to figure out what they want to do in there.
It's interesting you mentioned that, because I want to talk about BNK's drafting and how they thought outside of the box. They did not find themselves constrained by what we consider meta. In this draft here, they have the winning bottom lane, right? In the Seraphine and the Ashe, a 1 lane no matter what, but they're able to deal with the Kennen here by flexing the Rise to the top lane, then pull out the Maokai, which we haven't seen at all here in LCK Cup, which completely shuts down every other solid aspect of the T1 draft. This is really creative. It was bold. Vikla calls it out. They make that swap into the top side. And then going into the 4th and final game of the series where they closed out, Lucian is left open. A big mistake by T1. They banned it every other game in the series. They think they have the answer to it. They pull out Lucian Milio, and they dominate the game playing through Diablo. I think being willing to even put Vikla on his 5th career game ever of TF to empower this composition, those types of risky choices, is what we're not seeing from a lot of our top teams right now. You really need to be able to know, A, you can think outside the box of what we consider the constraints of the meta, and B, to have the confidence to be able to play these compositions, know your team identity. Don't play like Gen G if you're not Gen G. You can't win with any draft. You can't win with any standard draft. Play to your win conditions. That's what I think we need to see these lower bracket teams start to adopt.
So I have 2 points on top of your point. First, I think on-stage experience is completely different. For example, when I had my experience, I had a Rek'Sai jungle being on the meta and Gragas. In scrims, Rek'Sai wins most of the time, but on stage, Gragas won most of the games. So I feel like you kind of need to figure out what champion is really good on stage. And also to figure out the draft, I feel like players need to be really confident enough to pull that off. Because I mean, you mentioned that the Vigla actually like brought up the idea about the matchup in the laning, and we normally like blame the coaching staff for like not doing the draft correctly, but actually the responsibility is on players, and now we see like Vigla like being really confident on it.
Yeah, let's take a look at the clip that we had with the interview with him.
I'm just watching enemy just comp.
Yeah?
Enemy are mid and top cannon. Top cannon rise good.
Oh
So
yeah.
I said, oh, this game Yone good. Enemy rise good. Cannon. Win.
Oh man, it's the big nut trap.
That's right. Again, Vikla was the one that called it, and he got to tell us here in the space in the post-game interview. And it just shows what confidence does, which is what both these teams that are playing today need. The DN Automotive Supers and, of course, DRX. They've had such high highs when it looks like they're having fun, when it looks like they're comfortable finding success.
So Dr. Peter, they knocked out KT. They're just getting every single priority in the bot lane, and also Reach. He gapped the top lane as well. We normally don't see those, we couldn't see those plays from Reach, but he pulled it off, and that's why they're here.
I'm concerned that I think Gio has had more consistent performances than Duckdom has had individually. And Andel versus Peter is kind of a toss-up, right? You also have to consider, though, on the other side, that Rich has been really good. He's massively improved. And yet still, even though he's a strong force in side lanes, he hasn't been able to turn that into consistent victories, even with the win in the laning phase. He often makes an error of judgment when he's pushing bottom side, for example, on the outer turret, trying to greed for that, trying to greed for one extra wave. I think if he can play it a little bit more carefully, just a little bit more cautiously, then this guy looks like he actually can potentially go toe-to-toe with Dudu. We're saying it's Dudu's year, right? This is going to be a really exciting top matchup for me.
All right, well, before we dive into predictions and specifically what's going to happen this DNS DRX series, it's time, everyone, for Digon's Fact of the Week. That's right, we have our competitors that you know and love. We'll start with competitor number 1. He's here, he's still a dad, he's still giving the smiles to the camera.
Hashtag not scared, Digon's Fact of the Week. You can't scare me with this, Digon. You've thrown so many at me. Why would I be nervous?
Because you should know this one. And on the opposite side, he's always fun. He's quite the racket because he plays tennis and paddleball all the time. It's Wadid.
Vamos! Vamos! Let's go, Carlos.
All right, let's get into this week's fact, which is about last week and also last year. Right? Last week's big story was the big...
Based on seeding, how many lower seed teams defeated the higher seed
I wanted
teams?
to know if you guys knew. Based on seeding, how many lower seed teams defeated higher seed teams in last year's LCK Cup 2025 playoff?
I think Hanwha was the higher seed, actually, when they beat
Three.
T1, if I'm not
3 teams.
mistaken.
I'll say 3 teams.
And I do remember us talking about this. I want to say 0, to be honest. I think none of them did. That's my gut reaction, that 0 of them did.
Same. I was thinking about the 0 as well.
That's crazy.
I say 3.
Well, except, I mean, in the finals...
6 times.
6 times, guys.
What?
Remember, Hanwha was the lowest seed in the playoffs. They were the lower seed. Do we have the stats there for you? I think we had it. So every win that Hanwha had was an upset.
Nongsham won against KT. Hamwa Life beat T1.
Thinking from their seed in terms of the
Oh.
LCK champions, so that threw me off. So that's why I was thinking it would have been
Hamwa Life defeated all the upper teams.
Crazy story. Gen G was like undefeated, untouched.
I do remember all the game 5s.
Right?
I remember Zeka,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Soldier game
Super
5.
Soldier story is there. So the reason we bring that up is because that's the thing that we love about playoffs. Any team can get hot at the right time. Also, some weird seeding. Who knows what will happen here? As here's our predictions for today's match. It's DNS and DRX. 3-2, 3-2, 3-0 by Wadid. We'll get to him in just a bit, but we have to on what we think are going to happen. And for me,
I feel like DRX.
I can't let go of the fact of how much the DN Automotive Supers, formerly known as the Freaks, have lost. And I feel like each loss, each missed call, the Elder Dragon steal into base push into...
I'm a fan of
they're
Beryl
closer
from
and closer to
DRX,
burning.
so I want DRX to win.
Each loss is closer
memes right.
Yes.
Okay, Andil is the hardest working support
He is.
in the LCK.
Yep.
Gotta trust in it. Yukao, he's the funny guy. Family. Everyone's down hard times, everybody's down. Yukao's gonna put a smile on your face. You gotta trust Jiu's family. You gotta trust this AD carry is gonna be set up for success and scale into the late game. I think Jiu is gonna have the stronger champion pool, the stronger power in this series, even though he's up against world finalist Duckdom.
Well,
bottom lane.
well, I'm sorry, Wolf. I don't trust family work. I trust DNS because I think all lane is gapped. I feel like just in general, like you can't win top, you can't win jungle, you can't win mid, and also the bot lane. I think DRX they had some lucky days, or just prove me wrong. I feel like DNS will just stomp them in 3-0.
All right, well, there you have it, our predictions and the reasons behind them. Was it a lucky day, or will it be DRX's day? We will find out and have it all broken down here after game 1 here in the space. DRX versus DNS. We'll see you after game number 1.
DNS 버스 화이팅! 다음 서대길 DNS 버스 화이팅! DRX 화이팅! DRX 화이팅! DRX 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCK Cup playoffs. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Aux for the AA cast, and we're here at the beautiful Chijijik Lol Park getting ready for this best of 5. We are in the lower bracket. Wolf and I were talking about backs being against walls.
Yeah.
We were talking about entering said walls, needing to be the Kool-Aid guy in order to get out of the walls. We are well and truly through the walls here.
Yeah.
It is do or die. Next level style.
I think I'm following.
Don't follow.
Okay.
You'll be in the wall. You don't want to be there.
Don't want to be in the
It's
wall.
not where you want to be.
Okay.
I remember in the Matrix, you know, when they find you in the walls, then you have to do all of that cool stuff in order to get out of the walls, and it's really, really difficult. Anyway, it is time to get into DNS versus DRX. Let's have a look at this one, as it's been a very, very long time since these two teams have faced each other in a best of 5.
Yeah, really has been. And we're like, you know, pulling up the match record over a long, long period of time, dating back to 2018. But it's been pretty close over
Yeah.
that period.
They've been very different teams as well over that period of time as well, as
Yeah.
it was definitely the DN Freaks at least, unless they were back to being a Freaker before that. As the top lane, going to be a really fun matchup. I think Dudu and Rich, both of them have shown massive amounts of improvement throughout this season. I think Rich, in my mind, has been almost a little bit more as far as the uptick is concerned. We know that it's the year of Dudu, but I think Rich has really been outperforming what we expected of him this year.
I feel like Dudu's just, that series that they had, it just all came down to Dudu just really
True.
1v9ing. So, you know, I think it's going to make an interesting matchup because I think Rich has obviously stepped up massively, but to me, Dudu has been the best player for this DNS lineup so far.
Yeah.
And I'm just hyped to see them go head-to-head.
Me too. And I kind of want to call out with Did just a little bit. He mentioned all lane gap. How can you have like a gap in the jungle when we don't know what side of the coin Pyoshik has thrown yet?
That's true.
It's kind of impossible. It's always a 50-50. Let's have a look at the predictions here as we have a bit of an idea, but a lot of DNS focus. Only Wolf and I over our side believing in DRX, and Pony and Helios on the other side have come through on that one.
I also believe in the DRX win.
Alongside with did the 2-3-0 predictors. And of course, Jonas Strong is well known for his 3-0 predictions. I just don't see it. I don't see it today. I think that we're going like all the way or to 4.
Yeah,
that's where I'm thinking.
I definitely agree with that. You know, I think this one was a hard one to predict, but I think a lot of people are going off the fact that both these teams did have close series, but DNS had a close series against B&K FearX, and B&K FearX obviously had a great performance against T1, so transitive properties, that's what people are going off, and obviously those don't always stand, right? Which is why I completely understandable people going in the other direction, but I think that's the logic most are following when they are putting DNS in the favor.
Let's go DRX.
Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting because I think matchups
Oh
between
my God.
the teams specifically is probably what we should be focusing on, because each team matches up very differently to one another. And I do really like transitive properties because it allows us to come up with very weird theories as to what's going to happen. Like, it looks like B&K FearX are the second best team in the league right now. And that's really cool based on transitive properties. We don't know whether that necessarily...
I'm watching for DRX. Let's go DRX, bro.
As we move further on in the tournament. But players have made their way out here into LoL Park, and we'll see exactly who's got out on the right side of the bed here today. One of the reasons why I predicted DRX, by the way, is Joker. I just feel like this team is so good at recognizing mistakes and weaknesses and correcting the next time around. And Joker has really demonstrated this with a lot of the interviews that he's had afterwards and things like this. As Calyx and Bulldog are here, that's very, very cool. Supporting and just hanging out, watching some LCK. You love to see it. Very, very cool stuff.
Very cute.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we are seeing, I did want to mention, we're seeing Peter again. So, you know, he's obviously been having a good run with the team. They are running with him, starting off once more. I think the support matchup is one, you know, I really see in current form, DRX actually having a big edge.
Me too.
Andel's been in phenomenal form. His Bard has been excellent, but also leading on other picks. We've seen
his Nautilus, man. His magnetic anchors.
Yeah. So we've talked about the importance of bot lane in their current meta. Winning bot, having priority, getting your quests online sooner, just the gold you get, cheating the economy as an AD carry right now. And I think Ando, if you can just enable your AD carry early, that's an investment you definitely want to be able to get online.
I really do like the economic vibe that you've got going on here. It stuck throughout the whole thing, and I really enjoyed it. It's absolutely fantastic. Yeah, I actually think that the bottom lane is kind of DRX favored, pretty considerably in my mind. I know Dr. and Peter are, you know, world's finalists from last year, but I don't think we've necessarily seen them dominate all that often. It's not consistent. Is my problem.
Last year, I think Dr. had some really good performances.
I mean, we know he's elite.
But in the most recent series, it was not it.
No.
It was not it. I think there was some definite flubs, and I think that's the thing. We need some more consistency. I think obviously Dr. and Peter, they've played on the biggest stage. We know what they are capable of, but they just haven't been consistently demonstrating that so far in the LCK Cup.
Yeah.
And there's been some good, you know, there's been some not so good. Hopefully they bring out the good today, because they're going to need to with who they're up against.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it with Dr. and Peter is about vibes.
Oh, yes.
We need to see what the vibes are like, because otherwise Peter can kind of fall flat on his face, or he can just hard carry, and you don't really know what you're going to get. We are starting to learn what we're going to get out of this guy, though. Jiu really has started to live up to the expectation that we had, like, what, 2 years ago for this guy. He's able to actually pick up the hyper carries and win games. And it's really impressive. They managed to take 2 games off a DK that slaughtered them in the previous series. The progression and the improvement is tangible here on DRX.
And it's huge because it's a meta where you have so much invested in your AD carry, you need them to be reliable. And I think so much of the rough points last year was you
Come on.
mistakes.
Oh, is that
kind of like, what are you
Vegeta?
doing in this moment?
Yeah.
Being more reliable now, really important, and channeling some energy.
That's a good drawing. Holy shit.
Say, like, we are well and truly Super Saiyan. That's got to be like Super Saiyan 2 at least in that particular drawing. And I think that that is what DRX is going to be looking for, because the last time we saw these two teams, DNS were able to pick up the win. It was a mess.
Yeah.
That was the game where
Joker
they almost lost with an 11k gold lead, or all that sort of stuff, rushing the base, all that sort of business, and it was kind of insane. That was a really
The reason why they cover their mouth is because whenever, let's say, they're talking about champs, whatever, they don't want the enemy team to catch up on them. On what are they talking about? Me as an English person, oh, never mind. I don't understand Korean, but they understand each other. Okay, where do we start?
That could be a thing that could happen here today, or at least the beginning of it, heading towards first stand. But of course,
Oh, they banned Bard.
the future. No one's heading to Brazil just yet.
Are they gonna ban Pantheon, Nocturne? Are they gonna focus on jungle, or are they gonna focus on support, like how DNF does it?
To scope out exactly how things develop.
Yep, right now we can see how the draft develops because
Okay,
right now.
Virus,
Bard being banned fits
cringe
with
ass
the
champ.
Supers, so they get a little bit more space to be targeted. Taking away Andal's Bard, I think is a great
Yunara.
Yunara away from Jiwoo as
So they're focusing on the bot lane right now.
Yeah, and I think just not too surprising. I expect a Rumble ban to come through from DRX. Nothing surprising in that regard. And then the question comes down to those mid laners.
Nico, okay. Looks like they're focusing on the bot lane.
Nico ban as well, which makes sense, right? Nico's been a great pick, but also Peter specifically has been phenomenal on it. Starts to make you wonder about mid laners. So do the DN Supers now look to ban one of those? Potentially look to try and get one of them uncontested, try and get Rumble uncontested.
The music is banging, by the way.
What is
Oh
the
my god.
play here?
I think ban Oriana and then force a Rumble ban because that's probably still going to be necessary.
Where they gonna Nocturne? I said it.
Or you take away the Nocturne to make the Oriana less scary because I think if you're having a look at these two mid laners, Closer clearly wants to play Azir and Yukao clearly wants to play Oriana. That's how it feels in my mind. The problem is Jarvan is still there, so it could still be picked alongside a pretty decent ball carrier as far as the Oriana is concerned.
Corky! Okay, looks like DRX are focusing on the bot lane compared to DNF doesn't want the classic Oriana Nocturne combo.
Obviously means that DRX can't take Oriana Nocturne together, which is, you know, I feel like
Ambessa.
to do that on
Okay.
the second pick side.
We got some Ambassi in the action.
I mean, DNS know how much that combo can threaten. They're a team who are very good at using it themselves.
But that's like a blind pick. We don't know if it's gonna be Ambessa jungle or is it gonna be Ambessa top.
Later in the series,
Yeah, that's a good point. The Ambessa going to be locked in here. I'd kind of like that to be a jungle pick. I actually quite like Rich on Ornn. I feel like he's done.
I feel like if it's gonna be a top pick, does Ambessa struggle against Rumble?
Towards the top side of the map.
I don't know, but I feel like it'll be.
So that might be an avenue of
Azir.
instead. Wow, this
So
is
Yukal took away Closer's Azir.
priority on the Azir instead of the Oriana.
Okay.
Especially when you can kind of public execution into the backline.
I think that's gonna be Ambessa jungle, unless it's something else.
Way to make things happen, but instead, the pigeon going to be locked in.
Pantheon, oh,
Pantheon to go to
that's a jungle for sure. I don't think that's. Oh, they took away the Oriana.
This exact lineup of picks, I think it was B&K that picked it into T1 and demolished with it.
yeah, the Pantheon Oriana, it's not.
But BNK took Maokai, and that Maokai pick messed T1's mental a little bit.
CC, and then just the shockwave to follow. This is a really strong top side for the DN Supers, and now
Oh,
DRX.
so it's gonna be Ambessa jungle, Ornn top.
Rumble, so a matchup
I don't think Korea play Ornn jungle.
Jiwoo managed to get,
I saw someone playing Ornn jungle, but I don't think Korea plays Ornn jungle.
But generally, just looking to scale up to that Kaenic
So that's
grid,
Ambessa
then
jungle.
survive the matchup, hit that late
Oh,
game scale.
Kaisa. Oh my god. DRX are focusing bot lane.
On the top side in terms of that early
Literally.
pressure, and looking just to try and survive a little bit until the later stages. And we just
Both
saw
teams
Kaenic carry that with
recognize the other
Kaisa
team's
and
bot
Lucian taking
duo.
away immediately here.
Like they will skill pretty hard.
In the DN
So,
Supers composition, but you can understand it. There is
apart
certainly
from
a
DNF,
Pantheon Kai'Sa
DRX focus all of their
well
champs.
together, and so getting rid of that one
Bot
will
lane.
allow Docdom to play it. What I want to see out of DRX is a lot of aggression in the bottom lane. I
And
wanna
Sivir.
see
And the
early
Sivir
game
ban.
power, I want to see lane dominance because elsewhere we are scaling all over the place, and we saw it didn't work when I keep going back to the last
They're
but teams
playing on
tried
patch
to get more
26.3
competition,
and not 26.4 where Zaya got a lot buffed.
and this is
If they could
might
play
be
this
very
patch,
similar, situation. It might have even been that game where
they could have target
Ariana.
ban Xayah
And
from the
it just
get-go.
started to do things a little bit faster. As Poppy going to
Poppy.
be taken away here. Let's see what Gio is going to be locking in. I wouldn't mind something like a Callista, you know? But there is still a lot on the table. Maybe it could be dangerous to run into a
Renata?
So risky, because if you go Calista, they can just go Ashe Seraphine.
That's a good point.
I feel like
If you go Ashe intending to go
DNF
Ashe Seraphine,
should lock in
you just
Renata.
go something, maybe like a
That's my
Lurk.
feeling.
That's a huge threat in this situation.
Oh, it's
If you
Ezreal.
go Ezreal, go
Ezreal
something
Karma.
that obviously can have that
Jhin.
game pressure. And it looks like I think Jhin fits with the DN Super's composition.
I don't like Jhin.
So no Renata?
Especially into an Ornn.
Yeah, I don't like it.
But this composition for the DN Supers, you are looking to sort of spike in the mid game, and it'll definitely be able to follow up on ults there. As long as the Ornn doesn't hit like super late game, it's not going to be too much of a problem. And you have a lot of damage in the composition in general, so.
Yep. I think DRX knew that they wanted to pick the Ezreal. Now the Kai'Sa ban makes all that much more sense. As I think they were just aiming for that from the beginning. As Jhin Alistar. Not exactly a awe-inspiring bottom lane. And let's see what Andal wants to do. Could just be the Karma if he would like to. I'd prefer
Karma,
something
Ezreal.
else,
Oh,
but
Nautilus.
is pretty free. Given the fact that there is an Alistar already there, I think that your lane prospects are still looking kind of okay up against the Jhin Alistar. And so he can go towards...
Okay, guys, place your bets right now.
Really dominating on.
I want DRX to win 3-2. I want a Game 5 series, because those are always bangers.
In this situation, but
I want
honestly,
DRX to
Supers
win
having
this.
Rumble Pantheon as such a strong top jungle, the Orianna as well, linking with that. And it feels like they just picked the Jhin Alistar just to kind of have, you know, the Alistar for the setup, the Jhin for the follow-up. Feels like they kind of got everything they wanted in this game one.
I would agree, and I think even if they picked,
Okay.
Team Zillion in the bottom lane, it would have still been fine because that
Team of
is
Zillion.
so
Oh my god.
incredibly powerful. I feel like Zillion's fine. I don't
Odin
know why
versus
it's
Joker.
a bad bottom lane, but stuff with Teemo is just generally not going to work out.
I think Teemo Zillion doesn't sound too competitive.
It doesn't sound too good. I just feel
You
like
can't speed him up and
Yeah.
just blind people.
Yeah,
You know?
see?
He can
You'd
run around
really
upon
be
his
able to
mushroom.
guarantee the blind. Is this Calyx? Here on the DRX side, I'm pretty sure. So I think we are there as well. As Bulldog, of course, formerly of the DN Supers.
Bro in the back is eating that hot dog. Holy shit, bro.
But obviously supporting them.
Is it called a
Who is
Blizzy?
going to be happy after this one? As a lot of scaling over on the side of DRX.
Okay.
And the DN Supers with that awe-inspiring top side.
Oh,
of
Pool Party Oriana.
then some pretty solid bottom
They normally go Dark Star Oriana skin.
one of this lower bracket best of 5.
I feel like Azir's base skin is really good. But people like to play the Worlds one in Galactic or the Warring Kingdoms. I haven't seen the lawyer. Azir as a lawyer. Oh.
As we get further on, DRX like a well-oiled machine. Let's see whether that is going to be represented on the Rift as well. Because we know fan chants have very, very high impact in the outcome of the game.
Yeah,
And that fan chant was a bit messy on the DNS side. That command attack, though, seemed fine. So maybe Closer not suffering from it just yet.
So interestingly, both supports opting to go Aftershock. I think it completely makes sense on the Nautilus. He is quite squishy. Those extra resistances go a long way. But seeing on the Alistar as well, I feel like a pick that we've seen a lot more spellbook on.
Yeah.
Really valuing that extra tankiness, particularly in the early game, before you have that.
Rumble first strike.
And Andal going the Ignite,
Okay.
so wanting
Lethal,
that extra-
double lethal tempo on Ezra and Azir. Okay.
We can calibrate.
Nautilus hits the hook on my window.
Bit of a sidestep, I guess, playing a part. But you can see right now, a bit of biffo here towards bottom side of the map. No one throwing out any tempo spells just yet. As heal into Ignite
Oh.
feels good for DRX. See whether they can play around it.
I think as well with it being a Jhin into an Ezreal, with the lethal tempo Ezreal, you get it stacked up, you get your passive stacked up, you have so much sustained damage in comparison to
Peter is defending the ward.
reload.
0 damage on Nautilus.
I do really feel like Jhin is reloading most of the time. I know he gets 4 bullets and then it's a reload, but it really feels like he's reloading between every bullet.
Time spent reloading is
It's just significantly high, you know?
yeah.
All right, Andal, he's looking
Yeah.
for gonna start this one up.
Level 2.
Does have the pulverize there for
Oh,
Peter, but
got
he
Jhin,
look
but
onto Dr. And
forgot his name.
Alistar, you know,
Alistar knocks Ezreal off.
Peter into his opposition, not really finding too much more other than that. DRX with control of the wave for the moment, as the cannon is going to get pulled underneath.
Fourth
his
shot.
At least Dr.
Boom.
Be able to use that 4th shot in order to take that one down. Wasn't reloading
Top lane Island. Both junglers are playing for the ADCs. Both of them path from top to bot. So they're pinging. DRX knows about this. Okay. Peter also sniffs it out. Does Willa get the... Oh. Both... Oh no, DNS gets... Ambessa flashes.
And then just does Ambessa things in order to be absolutely all right. Looks like Pioshik going to be able to grab the Scuttle Crab, and DRX did not lose first blood to a Scuttle fight.
Yeah. Compared to LCS, like LCS, I saw the Fly game. Griffin was like, I think overall he dies on the Scuttle fights. Like they value Scuttle Crabs a lot. Okay. Alistar is kind of low. Oh.
Good accuracy on those mystic shots from Jiu.
Yeah, good trades, and also Peter burned his heel in that early skirmish, so...
For some reason, Azir wins this matchup.
Sums there, puts him in a really fragile position.
Ooh, managed to get the cannon arrows. A little bit worried.
If Andal connects...
Fourth shot.
It could just be kill threat. If Jiu lands all his skills, the potential is there. They have to play really on the defensive in this position. Should be a plate potentially in this situation too now.
Nice poke from the Ezreal.
Yeah, mystic shots connecting.
Oof. Oh, yo. Oh, no.
Only a couple more, and then he could be in lethal range. Like
oh, no. He missed his E.
Is going to be, I guess, all right.
Yeah, you need to base after that, bro.
Null magic mantle for himself, which is helping with these flame spitters. But Dudu having a very good time and is actually ahead by an entire wave right now. There's a teleport back from Rich, but there's no cannon in this wave, so they actually miss a couple of melees as he turtle ports his way up there. And it's so interesting seeing Yukal on the Azir side of this matchup. I swear every single time there's the trade of Orianna Azir, he is on the Orianna. Zandil thinking about going for something, but doesn't have his flash. Level 6 there for Yukal.
He seems to be doing pretty okay so far, though. So
yeah, sort of like it's all calm on Summoner's Rift for the moment. I'm expecting this game to turn silly at some point.
Yeah, waiting for it.
Now, it might happen right now as Pioshik dives in. Willer is in the vicinity, though. Only level 5, so doesn't have that public execution as now Gio and Doctarm are fighting for the moment. I imagine Gio does have a bit...
Alistar dead? No. Pioshik overextends. Okay, no summoner spells lost apart from heal. No. Nautilus ignited someone.
Yeah, a lot of cooldowns from DNS just dumped into the Nautilus, and it gave Willis so much free reign there in that fight. Ambessa able to get a lot of damage down in return, made things a little...
I think Andal Nautilus used ignite on someone. I think he used it on either the Pantheon.
Going to go back home, see whether he can collect himself a Sheen or something like that on this particular back.
Level 6 going to come in soon for Pioshik here, so once that ult's available, you know, it's not just the fact that you have all that global pressure, you also get the free armor pen with it. He's going to be pretty scary to deal with.
Andal is now Willa's support.
Yeah.
Is what it looks like.
I mean, you have an Ezreal, why not?
Yep. Let's park him down there. Does have a wave to deal with now. Arcane shifted, I believe, to pick up one of the minions that was falling down, if judging by the minimap has anything to do with it. DNS moving up to about a 200 gold lead just based on how these lanes are doing, and I imagine that is almost all Dudu, who is, doing the money printer thing, but is also ahead by about a wave. But Rich, obviously, is just happy wearing a cape and building stuff and all that sort of stuff here towards the top side.
He's getting pressured out a good amount, though, so Grub's up in about a minute 15. Rich is pretty low on mana, getting chunked out, and he doesn't have TP. So unless he can find a reset, he's just not going to be of any real use if they try and set up for the Grubs. Might have to give that over if DNS opt to contest it.
Yep, Gio and Andal back to it here towards the bottom side as Andal has decided to join his other AD carry that isn't Ambessa. First rate going to be a mountain, so that is not going to be the soul. How are we feeling about the Chemtech scenario here? Orcs, do you think that you'll be able to pay enough attention to guarantee that we do not get a Chemtech soul, or is it doomed?
I'll do my best.
All right. I'm going to try my very best to get us a Cloud Soul. That's what I'm going to do.
I'd like a Cloud.
Is your ult for funny? For some fun stuff?
Not a whole lot of Cloud Soul value, I guess. Like, there's
like that.
It's just like the flat movement speed. It's okay.
It does
it's
just
not great.
feel good
Yeah.
to walk faster.
I do think obviously
7 minutes in, nothing, like no fight. Like it's gonna be a boring series at this point, bro.
not the worst Ocean game. It's honestly not
We
the
need to
worst
see some tomfoolery, guys.
like the
Silver
DRX
scrapes
comp
or whatever they call it, bro.
base are on.
It's a good point, actually. Maybe Chemtech would actually be the dream. Maybe we need to.
Okay, let's not go that
for
far.
a Chemtech Drake.
Let's not go that far.
I'm almost ready to go that far. Maybe it's time for justice for Chemtech Soul.
No, I don't think so.
It's not. Okay.
No.
Well, I always need to test to make sure that we're not getting there. That's all right. Rich, pretty happy as he's made his way back up there. He is still 10 CS behind, but now it's 8, so he's moving up. And if this game continues on like this keel, DRX are extraordinarily happy. We have to, point out that DNS's comp doesn't scale badly or anything like that, but it's Ornazir and Ezreal.
Mountain.
To go later on.
Mountain Drake.
Tons of CC.
DNS starts the fight.
And so DNS very happy.
Looks like
they can pick up this first
DRX want the grubs.
really important for this composition
Oh.
to keep themselves in control.
Yeah. So opting to go for the Drake instead of going for the grubs. I mean, Rich did get that recall off, so he was healthy anyway.
Orn went and warded enemy jungles
And then see the Hex Tech after.
red buff and the
In terms of the souls, you might
Krugs.
it just doesn't feel too positive.
It means that Chemtech or Cloud
Okay.
are both available.
Pantheon is pinging that he's going for his Krugs. Who's going to rotate off of that?
I'm so enthusiastic about the Chemtech angle.
They see him.
Maybe I've been playing too much Zorn.
He doesn't sweep off the ward.
I've just got that sort of like Chemtech vibe. I don't know. Anyway,
He doesn't. Pantheon doesn't know that they see him.
lane that we really want to be watching for
So Ambessa is pathing top.
tell you at what point in the game we're at. We're at the bro and brew
It's nice.
side of things.
You at least get to see the first strike proc, and you get the nice little noise it makes when he gets the gold cash.
Bro, they're warding their jungles, bro. I did not see this, but DNS also warded Ambessa's jungle.
Peter taking a bit of damage.
So they know the jungle's pathing.
True shot barrage. A lot of value here as Peter may actually have to ult, and he does. But
Peter, are you dead?
Blast used
No,
their
he's not
ult
dead.
at
He's
the same
alive.
time as Andal and Gio are
Oh,
doing a whole lot of work.
but that's
Gio tanks up one of them. Let's see whether they can get the sidestep off as he holds.
Oh no, he sidestepped all 4 of them.
Ezreal. So Dr.
I think they only hit with 1.
Joy, but he is looking very healthy. Just Peter a little worse for wear.
Yeah, and I think DRX feeling pretty good about that.
Okay, so Ambessa
Barrier and
took
heal.
care of the wards in her jungle.
Good
Cheeky stop.
pressure here.
But there's one pink right here.
Do you see that ward that's outside the?
I think when Pantheon bases and goes for the red buff, if the red buff
Getting a lot of work.
is up when he bases, he will see. If he doesn't pass through here, he won't see the ward.
Gio's gonna clear.
Scarra would be so proud of that ward. He would be so
Okay, it's
proud.
gone. At least it's gone. Okay, it never happened.
It's just sitting in Jew's wallet now, and it's a little keepsake.
Yeah.
This silly little ward that did nothing. Oh dear. Well, UCal here just clearing waves in the mid lane. 3 minutes on any sort of neutral objective turning up, so there is no.
Bro, this is a boring game, bro. No fights. It's just farm up and scaling, bro.
Scuttle team fight.
Okay,
On the hook, connecting
team
somehow.
fight.
That was a weird.
Question mark?
As Pioshik dashing in, but Willer is on his way out there, so buffers it to
Bro.
avoid any sort of misposition.
I'm going to fall asleep at this
And
rate.
will back away, as do DRX. So things
We need to see some
just
fights, guys.
completely even, and I'm just waiting for some stuff to happen. I think if like Double Dragon comes through for DNS, then maybe we could talk about them actually having a real advantage. But so far, nothing for either side has really put anyone in.
The
a lead.
supports are fighting.
Peter might be out of position. Remember, does have his ultimate.
Peter is a lower health.
But that's
Oh,
Empress
they
Lock.
get Pantheon.
Situation there from Will is
Yukal survives, but Ambessa gets. This is trade 1 for 1. Peter dies. Question mark. Orn is here. Flashes Jin's W. Doodoo just. Oh my god. DRX wasted 2 flashes. DNS wasted 1, 2. 2 flashes as well. Oh, it's 2 for 2 flashes.
I want you to kind of look at what they use on the.
Was it 2 for 2? Yeah, because Pantheon died, Azir died, Ornn died, and who else? Alistar? No, Alistar survives this. Alistar survived this.
He pops all his cooldowns but has no follow-up, and look how healthy Dudu Closer and Docdam are. So, honestly, the only thing I'll say about this is Docdam, his ult just came up a little bit late. If his ult was up sooner, if he had mana sooner, that could have been a lot worse for DRX. That was way too many tools blown on that Pantheon. They were getting antsy. I think we could tell. Yeah.
So Ornn and Azir dead
Pulling the trigger, it
to their
was
Pantheon.
3 different people pulling the trigger at the same time.
Okay.
Overkill, I think.
Yo, what's up, Nori?
Definitely. So
I think if UCal had have actually survived, got out of that shockwave, and not just died at the very beginning of the fight, could have been a different story. There's a lot of
For the first time ever, I'm above 5 people watching concurrently. I think I'll just continue farming up LCK, bro. Watch parties, bro. I think that's the move. And it's been a pretty boring series, bro. Like 10 minutes in, 3 deaths, bro. Like, come on. Where's the degeneracy, guys? They're playing too overcautious. Dude is. Yeah, he's doing 0 damage.
So a big spike for him, but it's so hard to really have pressure in this match. I mean, you'll push him in, you'll have that sort of pressure, but it's hard to really permanently just break through that shield again and again at this point.
Kill threat is a more difficult one to get towards, as Pureshik gonna look to try and get Willer out of here, but Banana Brush is going to be under DRX's control. Rich gets himself out of there. And now we're starting
Hextech. Hextech Drake.
you have all of DNS in the vicinity.
Oh, he got the ult. What? Oriana's flash. This is bad. Yuka just pass. Oh my god. Azir got caught. Oh no. Oh no. This is the degeneracy I wanted. This is the degeneracy I wanted. Alistar just. Oh god. DRX trolled that, bro. The Azir's positioning, bro, was kind of like. Didn't expect Oriana to flash. Tried to chase it, but overstayed. Wanted to path there. What should I? Yeah, he was confused, bro. Mina Ornn top is just chilling, bro. That was a bad fight. Azir's positioning was bad. He was kind of lost. I think he panicked a little bit.
And they immediately punished them. Managed to pick up the dragon. It's an Ocean Soul.
Not the best, but not great, not the worst. As now looking for a Rift Herald as well. DNS really starting to run away with this game now.
Yeah, DNS.
Where DNS wanted to be at this point in the game, the early game was slower. It took a bit more time for them to get online, but
Took them 15 minutes, by the way. Andil. Oh. Okay, but oh my god, they're low HP. Ornn is here to save. Okay. He did not. Didn't he use it? I think it was on cooldown.
he even tried to flash over the wall to finish them off and kind of failed the flash. So I assume it was on cooldown.
It was 5 seconds. So unfortunately, available from the death chamber.
I think what feels even worse about this is Pantheon's nowhere near for this play. If Pantheon was in ult range, think how badly this would have gone for DRX.
Yeah, because Andil and Mbessa were low.
The initial part of this play good, right? Blocks the shuffle and then goes for the flash, but gets caught in the Azir wall.
2 ults.
Randall and Willa was like, that's 2 free kills for me right now. And ended up kind of flubbing it and it backfiring. Really unfortunate there.
Suboptimal. We're about to head towards, 2-item spike territory though.
What are these Ezreal's ults, bro? They don't even hit the minions.
We have the first
I think if I was Joker and I was doing a coach comms that they love to do, he'd call up and he'd say, guys, just hold on, okay? We've got it in the late game. As we often say, if we're trying to be the optimistic one in solo queue.
Yeah.
As now closer, could be Emperor's Divided, does actually.
How short is that Azir's cooldown? What the fuck?
Just once again dead. That was an odd decision to make.
That was pretty odd.
To say, well, Pigeon Man, you are dead.
Is it like 1 minute and it's up?
Shuffles from Yukal just haven't gone well.
Yeah, it's just there we go.
Ooh, nice dodge by Jin.
Beautiful.
Doesn't get caught.
Was confident in his mechanics. He
And
just
also
said, I can do
didn't
this.
have Swifties. So many Jins have Swifties, so that becomes even easier, but doesn't even have that.
Yeah, the Ghost Blade coming in clutch there for the movement speed.
True.
But just, I love the confidence, right? He has the summoner. He's like, no, I dodged those.
Yeah, absolutely did.
Yeah, so well played there. Here, Yukal again.
That was the weird.
Onto closer, but doesn't
Oh, he thought Wheeler. I thought his teammates are gonna come. He did not expect Peter to push Ambessa out.
play onto the Rumble. Pantheon wasn't there to clean up. Ended up going DRX favored, even though it took a bit of time. Here, though, they try and make a play topside. Pantheon's there, immediately shuts it down. Kind of puts in a context. We were talking about this in the pre-show. These global picks, the impact they're having. Why the Pantheon is 100% win rate in playoffs so far, the LCK Cup. It's doing pretty good.
Yep, it's just pretty exceptional right now. And it works with so many things. Like the Pantheon Rumble I've seen just be so dominant in the early stages of the game. The combination of early damage is just so high, and then later on, you can really pick out a single target and eliminate them. And then if they turn to actually try and kill you, Aegis is so broken.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, old school Pantheon, before the rework, I was
Oh,
used to
they
the
see
Rumble
him.
champion who's just so useless in the late game.
Yeah.
But he does so much damage now, and there's so much...
Ambessa's ult is up in 5 seconds, so they wanted to punish Orianna.
And the damage mitigation means that he's
Oh my god, Andy, why are we engaging?
going in. I'm just not sure whether
Why
it's
are
a
we?
good idea, as
That's
decent little shield keeps himself alive for a while, and
okay.
turned up, does
Question mark. They got the Orianna.
the knock up onto the Orianna. Now Will is trying to get
Ambessa.
dealing with Dudu, who's silenced himself.
G-
Looking a bit worse for wear. As Gio trying to get that damage down now onto Dudu. Willa makes it out to safety, and Rich is just
1 for 1.
over the head with his
Oh, okay, he's out. Oh, that was a good one.
as he shifts the sands, and Rich is
Oh
able
no.
to get himself out of there. The curtains have been called though, and the
Ooh.
Yukal just outranges it. I'm not
Bro,
sure.
DRX are surviving this. Oh, he gets.
Definitely good on him.
Charge it up again.
That was crazy. Yeah, outranging. That bullet was going to hit Yukal if
Oh, 100%.
a little bit closer.
It was underground, the good old underground, so you have no idea where the curtain call's range ends.
This was a pretty manic start to the fight. So again, going for that proactive play from DRX, and they managed to...
So Andel sacrifices himself
Not much you
so
can
that Ambessa gets a clean out of Orianna.
just doesn't quite have the damage to finish off Willa in this situation, and it feels like a little bit of split focus from DNS. They're just not able to finish off the targets very well, which makes sense. You know, Jiwoo and Yukal both quite mobile.
Oh, another fight.
It seems.
Pantheon ult.
Into another fight. Yukal in a bit of trouble.
Yukal gets caught again,
This game
bro.
is now Heba pulverized onto Andal, and he should be set up on a silver platter for a double kill from Doctom. And if I was to
Yeah, the mid lane Azir and support,
Yukal, that's probably
they're not having fun.
in this one. He's been out of position, and that should be soul point going over to DNS as Gio looks to try and get some scraps here in this mid lane. It isn't quite able to do so. Rich is starting to become that brick wall that we expect of him, but if they fall too far behind, it will not matter about the scaling composition. Conversation.
They can just kind of ignore him and then deal with him at the end of the fight, right? The CC is a big problem, of course, but if
Okay,
everyone else dies,
DNS right now they're on soul point. Which soul is it gonna be? Is it gonna be Ocean Drake,
always be dying at the start of the fight.
Yeah.
Ocean Soul, Mountain Soul?
Yeah.
It's another surprise Pantheon scenario.
I think it's one of these situations where you're playing as Z, you feel so safe because you have that mobility, but the combo from Peter interrupts his dash, and then, okay, game over.
Yep. Well, let's see whether Yukal can avoid death for the 5th time in this series. The first 4, we'll give them to him. They can be a freebie. And now we'll see whether...
Oh, -1.
Rich is going to miss that cannon. Suboptimal there. And has hit level 14. Can start doling out some of these ornaments to his teammates, which is going to be important. Very close to level 15 as well. And so
Oh, he's lethal tempo Ezreal. That's why his attack speed was kind of fast. I was like, okay, how can
It's Trinity Fusion or something like that, isn't it? The
Actually, it's just Trinity Force brackets masterwork brackets now.
Oh no, it's not. I disagree. I know that that's what they did. That's because they did not want to consult me or I guess LS because we were the ones that were talking about ornaments way too much back in the day. They didn't want to consult us on all of the names, and so therefore they just decided not to actually put the official names down. They still exist. They're just not written in the game.
Okay.
Because I think maybe we missed the email was in junk or something like that. We just get it out.
Nautilus caught again? Oh, Andel, bro.
Potentially, I mean, he's very caught out of position. The curtains are called on Endel's life.
Yeah. Hey, Rich is still strong, right?
There you go.
That's relevant.
The Baron is probably gone.
Okay. Well, they're gonna TP.
Protoplasm
Yeah, True Shot Barrage also gets a lot
Ornn.
of value.
I mean, Baron takes a long time.
I think Protoplasm gives you tenacity, and when you're below 30% oh, no Rumble ult, no Pantheon ult, they're sending it. Geo flashed. Oh,
Decent position there, but unfortunately the orb makes its way over the wall, and there is a dead 80 carry. This could be another opportunity for a Baron.
Azir gets a Shadow Flame, but it's upgraded. Yeah.
Just don't think that's going to quite help when Gio is taking a bit of a dirt nap.
Okay, well, hit me with it. What's the upgraded Shadow Flame called?
It's Shadow Inferno.
Oh.
It's also the name of my first pop punk album. Pretty sure. Or my magic show.
Is that lost media? I would love to listen to it.
Yeah. Shadow Inferno. I really like it. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what the next master. What's the Spear of Sochin going to be? I have absolutely no idea. I don't think LS and I really figured that one out.
That's beyond me.
Yeah.
You're the expert on this.
Yeah. I'll get back to it. We were
You've
just
got some time.
So DNS have around soul points right now. If they get the next Drake, they're gonna get a soul. I think it's a Hoshin Soul, which gives you, which heals you 3% of your maximum health while you're out of combat or something.
Will it taken out his Gromp though, and it's a 5,000 gold lead, and the soul point is there for DNS.
Yeah.
They are in so much control of this game. This is going to be a real tough one for DRX to find an angle on, and maybe they'll just have to talk to themselves about, oh, but our ornaments are mitigating so much of this gold advantage because they represent so much money's worth of stats. Haha. And I just don't know whether that's going to work if DRX continue to have their members be out of position at the beginning of these team fights. Like,
As long as Azir and Nautilus don't get caught, bro, we are fine.
back to front, you know? That's what you gotta do.
How much gold value do you lose if your Azir just dies at the start of every fight? You know, you have to factor that in when you're calculating these things. It's like, oh, plus 1,000 for each ornament, minus, 9,000, 10. How much is it? Like 11,000 maybe at this point for Yukal being dead? Maybe not even that. He doesn't have that many items. So.
Oh, by the way, from chat, what's an upgraded Bandle Pipes? A Bandle Symphony.
Oh, okay. He cooked with that one.
Honestly, I'm kind of sad Peter's not on the team with the Ornn now.
I know.
He's already a Bandle Piper.
Where is the Bandle Pipes? Ugh. And Rich was our OG Bandle Piper, was he not? He was. He was the first one to. I know it was on his Cassandra.
Okay, they're gonna cut.
Now Duda could be
Rumble altered.
equalizer down, and now the Ram comes on through. Rich seeing what he can get done.
Sending onto the Rumble. They're doing 0 damage. Oh no. Oh no, Pantheon ult. GG's, bro. DNS wins this, bro. It's an Ocean Soul. DNS. DNS wins this, bro. That was a good, like, they send it on the Rumble and then... But then Orianna came by, then Azir missed his shuffle ult, bro. Wanted to go for the Jhin, but Jhin ulted. Then Pantheon ulted to secure Jhin's targets, and then they just finished them off. Pause. Ornn survives, but he's 1-1-1-1. He has no bounty.
It's not
The Azir now he could have taken Oriana.
This Jin is really working,
Yeah.
which is confusing and upsetting me.
Well, I think
it
part of
often
it
does.
is he didn't build rapid fire second.
Oh, I mean, he's going to build it fourth.
Yeah, but he has more damage items before that.
That's a good point.
He got Yomu's first, Storm Razor second, and then LDR third.
The biggest deal is that he's hitting almost all of his curtain call shots in team fights, and that's working out very
Almost.
effectively.
Yep.
I think he missed like 3 in the first curtain call.
He bought that chain vest. That helps a lot.
Yeah.
So
Okay, Piosik Pantheon is 2 levels up.
Speaking of which,
Oh,
that was
no.
beautiful. He may still die, but he's got an unbreakable will.
Oh, another card.
Keep him
Oh.
alive, finds a double pulverize there as well.
GG's, guys. Like, oh my god. Rumble is frying them, bro.
Crave for you, Cal. Does next to nothing. The shockwave, so good. Out of closer, and DRX just lose 3 in the blue.
Oh no, Pantheon ult.
For even more.
Kill the Ezreal.
And is that going to be the ace? They save Rich till last because he takes the longest time. And Dew has an endless hunger, but unfortunately, I think
DRX, come on, bro.
as he may not even get out of the
Did they
Nexus
jinx them,
before the
low
Nexus
key?
explodes. DNS looking to break
Missing that DRX wins this 3-2. Did I jinx it?
game looks pretty doomed.
Is this the streamer's curse they're talking about?
Ocean Soul in pocket as well, pushing with the Baron.
Oh no, what did I do?
The game ends, but I'm not sure they can really do too much to prevent it.
Well,
DNS look to try and finish now or back off and play it safe. Looks like they'll just push in.
Is there an Andal
game 1 goes to DNS.
That's what we've got to see. But I don't think so. As UCal has respawn, Hook is going to connect there.
Yeah.
But they're focusing down the next.
Guys, focus on the Nexus. Don't hit the Vlad.
Trying to deal with these minions as best he can. As now Peter just wandering towards the fountain and doesn't seem too worried. Another shockwave going to connect. The pigeon dies on the fountain. The cow goes down as well, but it does not matter. The Nexus will fall. And DNS move up 1-0.
This has been a stomp. This.
Plays in this game were aggressive plays from DRX when honestly they didn't need to be, but also UCal on the Azir was not it. Fortunately, he is fearless. We won't have to see him on that again. And Andal not really having a good game when he's been one of the star players for this DRX lineup. So rough from them, but DNS not missing a beat, right? Draft, I think, had a lot of strengths to it. Duty on the Rumble, doing a million damage, but Piosik on the Pantheon, leading the charge. This is the pick with a 100% win rate in the LCK Cup playoffs. It is maintaining that win rate, and you can see why he is piloting it extremely well, and demonstrating the pick strength completely.
Yeah, and I feel like DRX kind of fell into the same trap that we've seen in the past.
Every day in another fight, while I keep you close to me.
Oh, daily challenge. We have New York City. We have New York City. Let's play this shit. I don't know how it's gonna be bad. No motorways are offered. Less hour and a half the number of hotels each week. What? Why are you doing this to me, bro? So I have to create a compacted because it's New York City. Oh my god, bro. Oh, the classic. Me. Close to me. You see what I mean? Why? Okay, that's the beginning. I won't add anything to that because I'm limited on the roads. It's like there'll be half of tiles and there are no motorways. So whatever I do, I need to work on the intersections and things like that. This is gonna be complicated as fuck. I have no idea how to do this. We have 3 minutes till the next game, so in the meantime, I'm playing this game. For some reason, we're low on the orders. Traffic lights, roundabouts, 10 roadtails. Do I need traffic lights? I don't know how roundabouts work. I think traffic lights is the best. Okay. Hold up. There is a pink here. I'm limited on the number of rods, so I need to make something that's compacted, bro, as possible, bro. And just hope something works. Okay, this pink will go here, so it's gonna be pink, green, and orange. So I think traffic lights look good here. Oh, it goes. Okay, hold up. Since. Okay, here's the vision. Here's the vision. Since this orange can go from here into this one can go from here to this one. I don't need this one to come through here at all. So this one will serve as green. I need to make a decision fast. We need this road for the green. This one. Which one's the closest? I can just leave it as it is. Or I can delete the traffic light and then build a road so that this orange feeds off here, this purple feeds off here. All they do is just gonna interchange over there and then gonna go back. So I do not need this. Okay, smart or dumb, I do not know. What if the green just goes with this and feeds off here? There'll be some congestion, but right now let's see how it goes. $15 road tiles, ultra traffic light. I need more road tiles just in case. Okay, we have a pink right here. You can just only click that. Looks simple enough. Oh, there.
Playoff match. Digon here alongside Wolf and Wadid. And in the pre-show, we talked about, you know, maybe like a certain champion that might be pretty strong and have a pretty high win rate that might be highlighted in that box right there.
So if you are Pantheon, you're pretty much semi-global. You have a really long engage range. You can appear on the map. Ambessa, with her ultimate, little bit shorter. Missed Ambessa ultimates, very short. Actually, doesn't really go globally at all.
No.
I kind of have
This one got
this draft here
upgraded,
for DRX because
so I
while
can
it had a
just
lot of scaling
delete
elements,
this
they went for the
one.
Ambessa early, but they couldn't decide if they were going to go for a scaling
Connect
play
that
it
one.
slow draft or if they were going to go for a hard engage draft with the front and the end of this
This
draft
one
being the
got
Ambessa and the
upgraded.
Nautilus.
I mean, for me, if you're on the blue side, you have the advantage that you can pick the first, and then the red side, the second pick should pick up something else than that, because I feel like DNS, they just got everything. Like, they got Rumble for the first pick, and then follow up with the Pantheon Oriana. That's kind of illegal. So I thought DRX just couldn't really do much after the draft.
You know, I think the fear, though, was that Undle got his hands on the Nautilus, and he has played really well with it in recent history, but even though we're showing this one at 11 minutes, they tried to flip the game at 3 minutes at the first Scuttle Crab. Then here, they tried to take 2 fights in the river.
I mean, I think this is great because they have the bot priority with the Ezreal and Nautilus, but the issue is, why do you ever have to use Ambessa ulti like this? And I think
he missed it also.
Yeah, I mean, he also missed it. And I think that's the issue afterwards because you cannot fight back.
It seems the obvious way they wanted to play this composition was just pick, even though it's Azir. They don't have to play it that way. They saw the one target that was picked by UCal, and they went for it. But Wheeler could have also just dashed towards him and not used his ultimate, and used his ultimate to turn. And the Rich shows up late to this fight and commits further while the rest of his team is already leaving. It was super disjointed. No pun intended.
Yeah, and this is the next one as well, but you ulted Pantheon, and Nautilus cannot even follow up.
Watch Wheeler's health.
Yeah, he's
Ult
nice.
Pantheon and lose 2/3 of your health bar.
Great flash by Closer right there as well. Like, even UCal tried to look up for the target, but they cannot target down. And after that, like, it's just so much easier for DNS right here.
Yeah, a lot of reaching, which kind of felt like what you guys brought up. It's not what the comp wants, and it goes back to the Ambessa pick. It's like, you know, like if you're too far back, if it's front to back, it's a lot easier in terms of what you want to play.
I mean, they just straight up set up the engage for DNS in these highlights, you know? They
So far so
overextended,
good.
gave the
There's
Oriana
no more
position
Toys,
advantage,
so
like,
I
it
need
was
to
just
be
a
careful
freebie.
with that.
Yeah, and you got to see how strong Pantheon was in those fights. He's 16 and 10. A lot of those losses came earlier in the season while people were trying to figure things out. Now on a 6-game win streak.
I have 2
here
bridges,
in
roundabout
4-0
or
in the
bridge.
playoffs.
I mean, Dan and I talked about how broken is Pantheon. He's strong early. He's really strong in the mid game because of his global ulti. But also, it's really easy to play. All you need to do is click the button and the target is down.
And I think a lot of teams are not utilizing Azir correctly right now in this meta. It was also sitting at 0 and 5 here on 26.3. I do think that the Azir pick is strong in sides if they have something to set it up. Or scale with it
Okay,
and play slow.
we have
do
a
slow
problem.
damage and look for peel for your AD carry. You don't have to be the engaged tool. I think UCal in this case, eyes too big for his stomach.
Yeah, the game then stalled out for a little bit, stayed at about a 5,000 gold lead. This was pretty far behind for DRX, but again, you can just show how they weren't quite on the same page here with it.
I was kind of wondering why Wheeler backed out and tried to use the ulti on Alista, because I thought they could just one-shot Rumble. And at this point, as we mentioned, this game was kind of over, so you have to fully commit. But here, he was not really like all-in, just like UCal. Like, look at him.
Fishing, man.
Yeah, look at him. He's like fully committing because he knows that it's do or die here. But now, again, like, they couldn't really one-shot Rumble. They couldn't really see the target. And it's just literally the game over.
To be fair, like, I think this type of fight is almost always going to be a zero-sum type of fight. Like, you're not in a winning position. But they found the angle. They went super deep. But again, they're playing this comp like a pick comp. If you're going to play that, run a completely different style of draft. Don't play the Ezreal and the Azir to try to look for this type of play. And also, then you got to play the Ambessa better.
Yeah. So there it is. Game 1 in the books. And a lot of reviewing here for DRX. They will get first pick. So they decided to go with first pick. We've been looking a lot of stats globally. Second pick has found a
DRX
lot
the first
more
pick.
success. But DRX going with first pick here. What do you want to see out of them?
So yeah, I mean, this is what I exactly expected from
More
today's
road
series.
tiles.
That's
I
why
know it'll be
predicted
limited with
3-0.
road tiles. That's why I'm going
As I
for the road
mentioned,
tiles.
It's just all lane gapped. You know, like at some point you're gonna see how you want to do it as a team. Because I talked to Pony
So
before
far,
the
so
game, and
good.
he
So
said,
far, so good.
I agree with you, Wadid, but I think DRX, the only way they can win against DNS is when they actually work as a team. I don't see them winning one by one. I just think they are just so much better when they work together and when they are being on the same page. So I think that should be the point for them.
Just slow it down.
This one got
Slow it
upgraded.
down a little bit. DRX. Play for team fights. Play slow.
So
play
there's
for
two
Dio.
of these.
Put him on a pick where he can sit back and do that.
Should
damage.
I be
Where's the Sigma
worried?
pick? Where's the Zeri, right? Where's the Yunara if it's left available? These are the types of picks. And Willer, we got to see a little bit of a step up here. This was a pretty rough first game. He actually had a winning win rate on the Ambessa.
Let me see how it goes.
3 times he was 2-1. Now he's 2-2 on this pick, but almost looked like first time Ambessa in this first game, if we're being honest. And I think they were just a little bit too jumpy, so to speak, in this first game. And the draft identity, I think, was the issue when how we saw those breakdowns between what UCal was trying to do, what Willer's trying to do, what Andil's trying to do, Rich coming in late. So I think they'll bounce back here. And as a DRX predictor, I really
For
hope
some
so.
reason,
I mean,
there's a
on the other
green.
side,
Oh my
I actually
God.
met Pyoshik in the makeup room, and
Okay.
I said, I predicted 3-0 for you, and I feel really confident about your early game. And he says, well, I'm not sure. Do you trust me? I'm like, sure, I trust you. Trust me that I trust you. That's what I said. And I think he's going to bring it once again.
What did with the behind-the-scenes insights there? Do you
Okay, are we
trust
starting?
a 3-0 DNS like we did? Let's send it on over to the casters for the answer.
No. That's what I'm gonna go with. How about you, Ox?
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, this is based on
Game is supposed to start.
you know, and sometimes it's not necessarily that we don't trust Pyoshik to do Pyoshik things on the Rift. I 100% trust that. But what trusting Pyoshik means is accepting variance.
Yeah.
And we may get a very different version of him here in our second game. Or it's about the day. And Pyoshik is just popping off today. We'll just have to see exactly what that's going to mean, because game 1,
DRX our
even
first
though
pick.
he did have a little bit of a helping hand with a
So
phenomenal
far in
draft,
global champions, we have
also
Rise
some
and
great play,
Nocturne
you know,
remaining.
getting the ultis in the
Pantheon
right
is
positions,
out.
making sure
So
that
are they
he's
gonna
ready to
ban
back up his
Rise?
teammates. And let's see whether he can do that again as we dive into Champion Select for game number 2. DNS this time will be on the blue side with second pick. And
Are they gonna
DRX,
ban
as mentioned by
Nocturne?
the
Are they
space,
gonna
will
ban
be picking
Rise?
first. Let's see what they're going to be taking away.
Yeah, and I think just a big aspect of it was like securing
Vi,
those huge
okay.
picks, the draft advantage. You know, I hope DRX, obviously it was gameplay, it was also draft. If they can adjust a lot in this game too, hopefully
Bard.
come out and look to equalize the series.
Looks like
Team Supers
Andil's
once again
Bard
banning away
was
the
pretty
Bard,
good.
But they are in second pick in this situation
I
where you
never paid
just don't
attention to
have
the
as much
last
freedom.
series.
Yeah. And we don't need to worry about, you know, Azir
Gwen.
Oriana's, things like
So
that
they're gonna go
anymore as far as these
tank.
bans are concerned. Has opened
Is
the floor
Rich
a little.
in DRX
as
gonna play
Gwen
tank
be taken
top?
away as well. I wonder what that necessarily
We know that
means.
Ornn is out, so he's gonna play
For
Sion.
Rich's pick here towards the top side. Might be a
Okay,
Renekton
Yunari's
angle or
out.
something like that that we're looking for. Just have to see. Unless he wants to play Sion. Oh god, it means he wants to play Sion, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Mm.
when
I
Gwen
think that's
is
what
banned, I
Gwen's
think
seen a
it's
lot of Gwen
Sion.
bans, you know, just in general, the pick is pretty frustrating to deal with and scales very well. And it looks like DNS are kind of locked into what they're banning.
Yeah.
Like, we don't want you to play these champs irrespective. Something to have in mind is that Varus hasn't had Varus is presumably the third ban, right? That's our assumption.
Nocturne, okay, with a Nocturne,
Nocturne would be
are they
taken
gonna
away
ban
by
Rise?
DRX.
Oh, they banned Rise, okay.
Oh.
Varus not looked at. Rise
So
instead
all
taken
champions
away,
that have
so
global,
presumably DRX
not all
is
champions,
first
but
pick
these
for
three
Varus
main
in this
champions,
situation.
Nocturne,
Um,
Pantheon,
and
and
Nico
Rise
also
are banned.
I think that's
Pantheon
why
is
it
out
was
of
a big
this
deal for
rest of the
DRX to
series,
ban
but
the
right now
Nocturne.
Nocturne and
Nocturne's been a
Rise
great
banned.
pick for Pyoshik, but Nocturne, Nico, very scary to play into, especially
So
if
who are they
DRX
gonna
do
first pick?
secure
They're gonna
this
first pick
Varus
Sion?
pick, you wouldn't want to play
Top?
on Nocturne, Nico.
Oh,
Jin
Zinzao. Wait,
Zhao.
Go for Zinzao instead.
yeah, they can pick Varus Nico now, though. And once again, the DN Supers are off to a ridiculous start.
Varus Nico is a pretty tough bot lane to play into.
That
Varus,
doesn't sound like
okay.
a whole lot of fun.
Also,
This
I
part of
mean,
it
Cringe
makes
champ.
a lot of
Is it gonna be
sense.
Varus
Nico
top?
for
though?
Peter is great.
Yeah.
I don't think it's gonna be Varus
That
top.
pick he is, for a lot of last year, was one of our better Nikos.
I mean,
There was a
Blue
period
Blitz.
of time where they were really
Oh,
struggling.
Ari.
Looks like they're not going to immediately snap it up now, though. Going for the Ari
Damn.
instead
Ari
for
mid.
closer.
The blind Ari, knowing that the Talia is probably what UCal wants to play, they're just going to preemptively go for the theoretical counter pick.
I feel like the Ari does better in this matchup. I feel like a lot of players are happy to take the Ari.
Oh yeah, they always pick into it. It's very true. I don't know whether I
Talia
feel
Sivir,
like Ari
okay.
should do worse into
Jiu got the
I feel
Sivir.
like you can just circumvent the Unraveled Earth, and you can always like set up the longer range charms. I think it's pretty fine. I think DRX could take like Aurora in this situation. They are just going to go for the Sivir for now. Sivir into Varus is one of the better 80 carries into it. You can kind of neutralize a lot of his poke. You can just wave clear, match that in the lane. So if you are going to let the Varus open, you do want to make sure you get that Sivir in hand, which they do secure. And overall, if you're going to have a composition into Varus, Xin Zhao Sivir does a pretty good job, right? In terms of limiting the impact
Aurora.
of what the
Is
Varus
Aurora
can
top
do
or
with
mid?
sort of bursting people out. Looks like it will be that Aurora coming through as well. Presumably for UCal, but there is that flexibility option into the top lane if they really want to.
Yep.
And now for the DN Supers, are you going to commit to that Nico for Peter? That is what we expect.
Peter.
Or do you really want to make sure you secure
the
a
Nico in the
jungler
bag.
here
Yeah,
from the Max's in Zhao?
not entirely sure. You could just go for a Jarvan or
Oh,
Wukong,
Wukong.
which is what Pyoshik does want to do. A little bit more team fight presence, a bit more extra
So you don't know
damage
if
with
it's
that cycle.
Aurora mid or top.
And so we're going to be taking that
We don't know if it's
scaling up
Varus
towards level 6
bot
and
or
Open looking pretty
top.
chuffed about his first
Mid
3
jungle,
picks.
jungle,
And let's get
bot.
into some bans, see what's going to be taken away. Top lane is probably what we're looking at, but
Oh,
it's
the
a bit
band
difficult
Poppy.
with the flexibility of the Aurora.
Or
And
the
now we're
engage
probably
of
gonna see,
Ari and Wukong. It's kind of pretty annoying.
Maybe support's banned away. I think maybe a Nico. Yeah, Nico just going to hit the
Nico
deck
gets
immediately.
banned,
I think Nico's a good
so
one. You could
Peter
also get rid of Rakan,
missed the chance of
instead like,
locking it in.
The Wukong Rakan combination being a little bit of concern. Karma,
Karma.
I think is good. Sivir Karma, really strong combo. The double movement speed, you can especially buff up the Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao plus Enchanters has always been really threatening. Karma feels really good about rushing early Mikhails, and Mikhails has insane value into this DN Supers composition.
Yes. Mikhail's against Varus
We'll
ult
see if
is
they end up
pretty good.
going, actually going for
Cassante.
Dusante in the situation. The Dusante going to be denied here.
But what if it's
Definitely a
Varus
worthwhile
top
ban,
though?
but does open the floor for
What if
something
Dudu
like
just
Rakan, I
decided to be
guess.
cringe and just play
Yeah.
Varus top?
I mean, they have
PTA
counter pick and can
Varus.
decide themselves whether they want it for top
Varus.
lane or support. I think you could just go something like the Rakan, play it safe, have that
Rakan
team fighting
support.
power, the synergy with the Wukong, which they are going to do,
Yeah.
and keep Dudu and give him the
DRX.
counter pick into Rich. A lot of top laners, I mean, I say a lot, you know, it's Cassante, it's Gwen, a couple of top laners already taken away.
DRX,
Will
who are
he
you
just
gonna
play
pick?
Sion? That's my question. Kind of hoping not. Will mean that it'd be straight
Leona?
into
Okay.
a Rek'Sai most likely. But let's see what Rich is going to be playing here, whether it will be the Aurora, whether
Oh,
it
it's-
will be
okay,
something
Kennen
else.
top,
And
okay.
Kennen is getting some nods out of Rich right now. An interesting blind pick. We don't see this blinded all that often, but Aurora is often picked into it, and Ryze is another option into it, as we heard Vikla talking about.
But
in
Ryze was
pre-show.
banned. Ryze
and
was
so
banned.
a little bit of a
Yorick,
better
oh
option
my
here is now
god,
Dudu thinking
cringe,
about
bro.
Yorick.
Come on, bro.
Wow, I did forget about Yorick Mori. I'm sorry about that one. And it is
Dudu
going to be
with
locked away.
Yorick.
So going for a little bit of that split push angle. Certainly a lot of sustain to try and help you through the lane up against the cannon, but doesn't exactly feel like the most ultimate pick into Kenny.
Yeah, I think in the side lane, Cannon's not going to have a fun time. You know, you are just going to lose out in that matchup. Getting trapped in the cage, if that does happen, feels really uncomfortable, takes you a while to kill it. And obviously, you know, you don't have a dash. You do kind of have to use your mobility to avoid the cage. If you get trapped in it, you have to kill the cage or flash out. But you're going to offer a lot more in team fights in general than the Yorick does.
Yep.
There is a lot of engaged potential from the side of the DN Supers, but you are dealing with a Sivir who can obviously has that spell shield available, and you're playing into Kennen Aurora, which is a lot of threat in general, with those big AoE circle-based ultimates.
The power of the circles is quite high, not to mention getting Andal into position, right, with On the Hunt. I think On the Hunt is going to be very valuable. Kennen and Leona both absolutely love added movement speed, and so that is certainly going to work out. Not to mention the Xin Zhao, who also wants to be sticky onto his targets. So I think DRX feeling a lot better with how this draft works. However, the play is going to have to match that, because there were certainly some questionable moments in game number 1 as well. Hopefully, Joker has given them the right feedback and they can get back onto the horse here to allow us to have a series that goes the distance. Let's go to the Rift for game 2.
Faker's Ari skin. Is this
All right,
gonna
here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 2. And let us see.
Rakan easily spots the
going
ward
to be
and,
coming out on top. For this one,
easily
already
clears
just
it.
start getting a bit of information here. Yukal spots the monkey. There you go. Beautifully done.
Oh,
And Peter is going to potentially
Peter,
face
Peter,
check.
Peter, 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 Peter,
And may have to press
Peter.
some buttons to avoid
Oh, never
death,
mind.
things like that.
But he's
Instead,
Virus.
yeah, he's
so
fine.
yeah, he just Qs.
He's okay.
And
He's
then
fine.
Dr. did some damage in return, and it's okay. Again, Andal going for the aftershock on Leona, another champion who doesn't strictly need this, and we've seen a lot of spellbook on Leona, but one of that extra survivability, one of that extra tankiness, and it does synergize really well with
But say
her,
your chops.
W's
Kennen
Eclipse.
is in the
But
field.
Peter going for the spellbook, I do feel like it makes a lot of sense on Rakan, because otherwise you'd go Guardian, which is kind of as a rune.
Yeah. One of the good things here for DRX is the fact that they did
Ari
get
got
Leona
buffed
into Rakan,
this back.
which
Oh,
has been a pretty decent matchup. Having a look here, though,
The bunny
Closer
versus
has
the
always been a bit of a
fox.
fan
Swoons.
playing Ari at any opportunity. And so we'll see whether he can have the impact that he wants to. I think Ari does really like to get ahead to feel valuable. So we'll see whether it is going to be one of these no damage Aris or whether it's going to be the hard carry version. Of course, you just have to watch some of the Showmaker games to understand what an Ari can really do if given a lot of leeway.
Yeah, Aurora also, though, a pick that we've seen do some crazy amounts of damage if he can get ahead. And Yukal also go and Ignite on the Aurora, so really looking to try and snowball on this pick.
The old Ignite Electrocute for as much damage as possible earlier on in the game.
We got the
as he was
cannon.
going to be able to pick up
Varus
that
is
cannon, but
poking
he
Leona,
missed one of
but
those
he's
passes.
low on
Not
mana.
super happy about that
He
one.
quick casted his Q to get
Jhin
his
does need
to
be a
get the
little
cannon.
careful, but he'll be
Oh,
all right,
oh,
because
oh.
now Yukal will throw down that Ignite that we were talking about, but loses out on the trade as
Okay.
the Zenith played in. Turret
Peter,
shot is taken here by
Peter,
Andal,
you
but does
dead?
have the
No, he's
aftershock
alive.
to
He's
help that
cute.
health bar. It's only level 2, so I believe Eclipse not actually leveled just yet.
Mid no
Trader
ignite.
heals there, but it is
But
teleport
Ari
knockdown
doesn't have
barrier
ignite.
for Jiwoo, so extra combat summoner there. But it doesn't really matter if the damage is focused on the supports.
And that's got to feel bad as the Gleaming Quill heal comes through, as Jiu steps past the minion wave, looks to try and do
Varus
stuff, and
has
then all of that stuff
oh,
gets kind of
Jin Zhao level 4
Maybe
gang.
setting up for a dive
gonna happen.
here.
No, it's
Is
impossible.
that optimistic?
No,
This could be
no,
really
no, no,
dangerous,
no.
because I think
On
Doctor might try and
Rakan,
teleport
yes,
back.
but
Well, Willer is going to try and turn the wind into lightning, and does do so. Let's see whether
Oh,
this is
this
going
looks
to work out. It's
sketchy.
all on Andal,
This looks
whether he can
sketchy.
connect that Zenith blade.
This looks
Instead, he
sketchy.
just walks up and tries to take down Doctom.
Oh, they
Survives as
extended.
well, as now Peter in some trouble. Jiu doesn't pick up the turret aggro, and Willer is looking to make his way back. There's the flash out, and yeah, just sacrifices himself in order to pick up the double
That
for
looked
Jiu. This is
sketchy as
exactly what
fuck,
DRX wanted to
low-key.
start with.
I mean, here's the thing.
Oh,
Dr.
Varus has
no cleanse,
TP.
has teleport instead, doesn't even get a chance to flash. And the redive, such a good play, ends up giving a second kill over to Jiwoo. The recall stop from Willer here, and I think Peter does everything he can. Gets the double
Undo.
knock here, but Doctam just gets locked up and blown up. And in this situation, they make the call. They're like, we're going to sacrifice a jungler to make this play happen. He goes down, and Jiwoo ends up picking up the kill, even gets a blue buff as well. 2 kills now for this Sivir, a great start for DRX.
And this was going to be a point of power for DNS, is the laning phase of the
Sivir
Varus
gets a
is just
Sheen
so
in
dangerous.
base while Varus
It
gets
should
a
be
tier.
not too much of an issue here for Jiu now, with a couple of kills under his belt, now with a Sheen. And we'll just look to try and clear out waves as much as possible. This is the problem
Ooh,
with Sivir
minus-
getting ahead,
minus
is that
3?
She
Question
just
mark?
makes the lane
I mean, that
non-interactive.
even in
You just wipe
CS,
out
so
waves over
doesn't
and over
matter.
again. You don't need to worry about it. It's not necessarily a thing just yet, but it will be as that Essence Reaver has certainly been fast-tracked for right now.
Especially when you get Essence Reaver. I mean, Essence Reaver Navori is really where you feel frustrating because you have infinite mana and infinite cooldowns. But to already have a blue buff on a Sivir, I mean, one of the problems with Sivir is you're gated early by your mana, and you have a blue buff, so that's
Yorick is
not
not having fun against Kennen.
Not
But
so
also,
fun of a
it's
matchup
Yorick, bro.
now for this bot lane 2v2. And you can see
He doesn't deserve to have fun.
Back, having to try and farm with the arrows and not really succeeding.
Yeah, at least the wave is pushing towards
I saw
them, so
Zeus
that is
playing
good news.
PT Little Tempo Kennen, and he rushed Kraken Slayer.
Like pressing W.
He was 1v9.
All right,
Okay.
Willa will be starting off this first Cloud Dragon, so a little bit sad. Am I? So we don't get a Cloud Soul, but that's okay.
I feel Kennen's gonna run Gunblade since he has life steal.
Speed and slow resistance, going to be feeling all right about that one. Zenith Blade does go wide. Boomerang Blade does hit once onto Doctor.
Oh, are this getting the
Looks like the
Drake?
Drake is going to be foregone for now, as Pyoshik was rotating down. Level 5 for both of our junglers, very close to level 6 for Pyoshik in particular.
Yeah, Pyoshik helps to push mid.
Jiu needs to be
both
careful.
move
He
down
might
first, and I think the
spell
Phantom
shield
level 6 Ahri was
Rakan's
just a bit too
engage.
much. Didn't want to
So-
sort of engage in what could end up being a lot of
And
resets
Varus
for the
is no
Ahri,
way
so
close to level 6
understandably they
yet.
end up backing away.
So
Right,
they're even in XP.
This is our mandated look towards top lane.
Yeah,
Oh no.
sometimes you just have to do it.
And he
even
gets
if it's
6
not all that
gold out of
interesting.
killing that.
Currently things
but
very,
he
very
needs
even
to-
between the two. A little bit of a Mist of Pandaria theme for that particular Yorick skin. Bit of a fan.
Which one is this?
I don't actually know what it's called, but it looks like what is it, the Shah, I think.
Oh yeah.
Andil
Anyway,
over
we
engaging.
do have the grand
Tries
entrance
to
coming on
over.
through, and there's a great charm on
Okay, he's
Andil. He
dead.
gets
Leona's
exhausted, and
dead.
he's going to go down. That is going to be just a free
Andil's
kill for
engages
DNS,
either
as
he
Yukal does offer a fair
his
bit of
team
damage back towards
abandons
Closer, who
him the
does have the
last
ulti now on
moment.
cooldown, but
Ooh,
finds the
got a
charm as
charm.
well, and Yukal just kind of
Yukal
caught napping,
flashes
does
away.
avoid the true damage on that Orbit Deception. And now Doctarm also getting aggressive
Jiu.
against Jiu. Let's see whether Jiu can actually stand his ground. It looks like they are going to agree to back away and just go back home.
Yeah, some heavy trading. Jiu even using the barrier there.
That's Empyrean
in
Varus
that
skin.
trade, and still it being about even in the end.
Varus
Not
doesn't have
killing the
TP,
ult,
so he
though.
cannot TP into lane.
What were we looking for here, DRX?
Andil, I do not know.
Who knows?
Andil,
Had the
bro.
inside track, and so it was never really going to be a good idea.
Yeah, also into Ahri, Rakan, Wukong specifically. Very hard to catch them, very easy for them to catch you. As you see in this moment as well, Yukal not respecting the remaining ult stacks that Closer had.
Did get the cannon though, so
that's something. But yeah, this trio, I mean, that DNS clearly prioritized a lot, the Rakan, Ahri, Wukong. It's so hard to set up on them. All of them have a ton of dashes. All of them can sort of, you know, the Rakan can dash to either the Wukong or the Ahri. They can go in, they can go out so easily. It's kind of like they choose to fight. If they see a favorable situation, they will go in. If they don't, they will back off.
Okay, with one combo.
It does mean it's hard to find these skirmishes. You kind of want to be looking for more for a setup where you can get onto, say, in a mobile Varus. Is much easier to find a fight on.
yeah. Let's see whether they can figure things out a little bit better as we move further forward. Because it hasn't looked like the DRX well-oiled machine
Ahri has a
we have
magic
seen in
resist.
some of their series so far this season. But certainly looking better than game number 1. There's a nice little stun there from Rich. But he gets put into the ghoulie cage, and he may just die.
He won't die, he won't die, he won't die. Kill the wife, kill the wife
And the maiden,
in game.
oh no! Okay, so the maiden falls. Dudu will have another one, I guess.
Just let it go.
In a while, but he just didn't really seem to care.
Yeah, that seemed very...
I'm a bit sad.
Yeah, I just seem to not be too concerned. Does get the plate though. He'll take that.
Rich does manage to get the stun, but there's another goalie wall, and the flash is just not going to do
That
anything
was
at all.
clean
so
by
that's a solo
Dudu.
there from Dudu.
Yeah, did not need to stick around for that.
No.
Did
That was
stick around
clean.
for
He
that.
immediately flashed because he knew that his
And paid for
minions
it. And
would kill
also,
him.
look at Dudu's items.
Yeah.
He didn't have much damage. Just make treads. It's not going to get better.
It's not looking like it, especially not with plays like that. So Rich getting punished just a little bit here. As Pyoshik looking for this dragon. Willer is going to make his way in. Let's see whether he can actually get there. It is Pyoshik that secures the dragon, but can they actually win the fight? As in goes Yukal, finds between worlds, and down will go the Leona first. Does manage to get the fade away onto
Yukal gets
Pyoshik.
the
He's unable
Wukong.
to escape as now Jiu getting aggressive. Great spell shield. The
for
Wow.
Yukal as now Closer is taking matters into his own hands, and Yukal is trying to get out of those hands as quickly as possible. There's the Orbit Deception, the flash forward, but it's not enough.
Doesn't
And
kill
Closer, in
him.
fact, almost dies to the Q fadeaway from Yukal. Man, that was close.
Both mid laners coming up huge in that fight. The target selection from them is excellent. Oh, we'll get a replay of this.
Oh no.
Yeah, he just doesn't even have much damage, so he doesn't just kill him with that first Q.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, big
Gotta feel
agree.
rough.
That's
Big
frustrating.
agree on that one.
So in this fight, Yoshik nearly actually survives, which is crazy. He gets engaged onto, he gets jumped, gets the ult off and kills Andal. And then he gets over the wall, but Yukal manages to snipe him on the back end. And then they start cleaning up. Yukal moves in, helps Jiwoo secure this kill onto Dokdam. And then it's Closer getting the reset. So both mid laners are last to survive, getting a lot of value here.
It's a lot of money for the Ari.
So close.
Oh, man. If it was Closer that got the red buff, he would have probably got the kill.
He would have.
Unfortunately, Yukal got that one. He got the blue.
Aurora has
And
Rocket
now,
Build, Ari has
As it
Malignant.
stands, almost 1,000 gold.
Both
for DNS,
junglers
as far as their
have
lead
no
is concerned.
items.
They also have the first dragon as well.
So I feel like Wukong is gonna
So
go
it actually works out
Triforce, that's
just
his
fine.
usual build,
Spell shield just
and
for a comment there.
Jinza's gonna go
At
Sunlight
least you
Scar.
always get a consolation prize if
Yeah.
you spell shield late against a Varus.
Just look at the health back,
Sivir
right?
has
There you
Essence
go.
River, Varus
Little bit
doesn't
of
have an item yet, but according to his
But it's a lead again for
components,
DNS.
I feel it's gonna go Yomu's
which
Ghost
doesn't-
Blade.
It's alright, Nimbus Strike.
Leon and
Okay,
Rakan have no
we're good.
items though.
Yeah, it's a lead again for DNS, which doesn't feel too good. It's Bandle Pipes already.
Why does
Oh,
Yorick is
Yeah,
Yorick going
yeah.
Triforce as well?
I thought we'd see a lot
'Cause
less
I know
Bandle
Kennen goes
Pipes with
Gunblade.
the fact they increased the
With the
cost.
lifesteal and the
But
Hextech
Peter's fully
feeling,
committed
whatever,
to the Bandle
I
Pipes.
think it's gonna go
he's just a
Gunblade.
musician, man.
Yeah, at heart.
And he bought a curl.
So, fair play.
Yep. One of the issues here for DNS this time around is that it's a Sivir who has an advantage. DRX with money in the right spot. And they are now going to try and feed him. So
Andale is over-engaging for some reason.
But that's a very wide ulti out of Dokdam, and so Chains of Corruption not hitting means
Andale
DNS going to have to
engages
back
like-
away. Willow looking to make his way in, finds the wind becomes lightning, but Peter is still looking for more, especially after that piercing arrow does connect. Is now Rich looking for an angle
Okay,
here.
Rich is looking for a back of
just
the
want to kill the
1v1.
minions. And no,
Walk the
don't.
maiden away.
Just, yeah, please. Oh, 50 gold
50
over to
gold.
Rich. Dude needs way better maiden management.
It's just... He's just so uncaring, honestly.
It really is. It's distressing.
You know, Valentine's Day wasn't that long ago.
No, it was only a few days ago. Oh, man. Well, Dudu, certainly some feedback for him as we
Contest for the
move
red buff.
past this game, but we do have to get through it first. Match point on the line as Pioshik just steals away the red buff. That might be a hint as to where he is on the coin flip. Looking pretty good at the moment with about a 400 gold advantage over his opposition. As Yukal, nice little avoidance there.
Aurora dive blew that to escape.
As Rich is
RSW as
looking
well.
like he's feeling a little bit better here in this lane.
He has the Gunblade completed, and I do think the fact that this is an item does make Kennen do a fair bit better into some of these trickier matchups. The
Spell
sort of
shield versus
side lane
E.
split pushes, you have the sustain of the item, bit of AD as well.
Yep.
Okay, Varus has completed his
He also
Yomu's Ghost
has
Blade.
a cull ticking up, and so that'll help him mitigate the advantage just a little.
But Sivir has
Doctor,
boots.
You've been spotted.
Varus has 50. Oh,
He does.
He knows,
spot that
he's
there is
sneaky
someone
though.
there. Comet going to give that one away, but it does mean that he's zoned away from this turret for now. We do have DRX all moving through this jungle. Andal spots that control ward, so they can move out of the way of that if they would like to as well, as Pioshik on a ward.
he doesn't
This is
know.
a lot of DRX territory here, but at least Dokdam was able to make it to the wave. Be able to pick that one away, as Willa gets lit on fire here preemptively. Hail of Arrows does come down to try and slow him on. Chains of Corruption max range, as they do throw a lot of their damage into the Crescent Guard, but Willa is still going to go down. Andal trying to escape, and DNS team fighting beautifully once again. Jiu trying his very best to kite this one out, and
Jiu,
down
oh my
will go
God,
the
Jiu is doing-
Rakan. Pioshik does take out Andal though, and Jiu is looking real worse for wear at the end of that play.
Oh, Kennen coming on the flank, though.
Yeah, closer.
And to capture
He's
the
looking to be
Ari.
his option. Yeah, he's just going to get shot with a gun and a blade. Cut with the blade, shot with a gun, and all
Let's
with the
get the
same item.
wave.
Closer is just dead. That is going to be the kill going over to Rich. A little bit of money back in his pocket, and that hull still hasn't cashed in.
tower likely dead.
This
There's
Yorick
no
is gonna get
TPs
monstrous,
on the rest
bro.
of the team, so
Why does the Maiden keep coming back? It knows that Dudu doesn't care. Wow.
because she loves him.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
Love is a weird thing. Anyway, we do have DRX now back out onto the map. 8-7, a little bit more bloody is this game, close to a kill a minute.
Last
Actually,
game they had like
we
3
are
deaths,
exactly a kill a
having
minute.
3 kills in
Feels pretty
15 minutes. Right now it's 15.
And this Drake, likely to even things
5
out here.
times.
A lot of ults on cooldown for this.
Oh, we're going between the worlds.
Oh.
Stockdown could be in a little bit of
Aurora
trouble.
is sending
The
it.
angle and does find it. There's the solo bolo. Just
Solo
leaving him a little
bolo.
bit on his lonesome as Dudu makes his way over. Yukal, I
Why
think, might be dead.
WP
Yeah, solo
Yukal,
flare not going to help
bro?
out. And that is just a Q thwack to the head with a shovel. They do
What
trade it for a
visions are
dragon,
getting
though.
dragon?
As 1-for-1 in that trade. And oh my goodness, it's a Hextech Soul.
Oh,
That's a
good one.
scary one.
He did use literally everything to kill Dogdam, so it makes sense he just immediately die afterwards with a chase down.
All right, Yorick and the Maiden are walking back towards the top lane, so I imagine DNS not wanting to fight this one too much.
I do think Dudu's got the right idea, though. You know, we have so many Yoriks who just keep trying to team fight, and he
Yeah, no,
knows.
don't do that.
This is my
He doesn't
hope
even
in
want
the
the
side lane.
Maiden with him.
Yeah,
He wants to be as alone as possible.
maybe that was a misinterpretation, right? It was like you need to be alone in the side lane, and that's what he. That was the confusion.
I get it. Completely makes sense.
Okay, Dogdam oversteps here a bit. Yukal slides in with the rocket belt and even flashes in.
The
for
range of
kill.
Aurora's is kind of
Does get the reset on the W, but Peter catches him with a knockup, and then yeah, you're just dead.
Yeah.
So goodbye.
I actually feel like Dudu's rotations have been really, really effective, though. Comes in, tidies up a kill or two, and then focuses back on the side lane immediately. DNS going to use their power in the Yorick in order to try and take down this Rift Herald, and that will be secured by Pioshik. They do just make their way out. So, swift little take. DRX within touching distance, absolutely. I think this should even out the gold almost entirely as Rich takes down this turret. It's going to be second of the game, first for DRX.
Ooh, he wants
Not
to
getting that
delay the
first turret blood
cannon.
gold or anything
But
like
Ari
that, so
got the
maybe not
cannon.
going to give them that much of a gold injection. As now Willer is looking to try and take down Dudu. Man, that Ghoulie wall actually working out very effectively as Yukal comes over, wants to get that damage through. 2 versus 1, and Dudu just wants out. Pioshik's making his way in though, so maybe he wants back in again. As the
Oh,
Ghouls
how
get
many
mad, and
minions?
down goes Willer. This
Those are
Yorick
like
is
6
a
or
big
7.
problem
Ignore
here
the
for
pun
DRX,
intended,
as there's
but
the quickness, and
those
gonna
are like,
get
how
chopped
many?
up and destroyed. It's
How
a
many
double for
bro.
Pioshik, whose coin seems to have 2 heads on it today.
Good response from DNS
That's
moving up, but
a
dude,
lot.
you saw the flock of ghouls jump on
Yeah,
a
what do
Willer,
they call it?
and then
Ghouls? I
immediately
call
you're
them
like, oh
ghouls.
man.
Is that the
Uh,
collective noun of ghouls? A flock?
I don't think so.
I didn't know they were avian. It's interesting. I don't know what the actual.
I don't know what the
collective noun of
actual.
ghouls is.
I don't know what it is.
Wait, maybe I could. If I just Google it, maybe I can figure it out.
Maybe we should
What
know. This is a learning
is
opportunity.
The collective noun of ghouls. Ghouls. Maybe there is one. I'm not
Okay.
entirely sure. While there is no single official collective noun for ghouls,
Oh.
The
ones
sending
used
is on
commonly
the
in fantasy and horror contexts are a rot of ghouls.
A rot of ghouls.
A rot of ghouls. I like that one a lot. I'm
There
gonna
we
call it
go.
a rot of ghouls.
Yeah.
Because it also sounds like I have a speech impediment while I'm saying that there's lots of ghouls. Oh, that's a rot of ghouls.
It's a really strong accent.
Yeah. Yes, maybe it's not even a speech impediment. Maybe I've just decided to have an accent when I'm talking about ghouls. And that makes me feel fancy. Okay, back on track. Sorry, everyone. We are going to see whether DRX can find a way back in here, as Docdam does get hit by a double tap of the boomerangs, and they do manage to take themselves a plate. And DNS's gold lead is not exactly substantial. I think we're going to see a real change in this game in about a minute and a half.
It still feels pretty close, but I think Dudu's an issue in the side lane, and I just think the Wukong Ari is so strong. But it's Jiwoo. It's can Jiwoo survive the initial engage from the other side? That's the question mark. But it's going to come down to that dragon fight, as you said. So Hextech Soul obviously puts a lot of emphasis on it. We have a lot of team fighting tools. We have a lot of explosive power.
And it's 2 items on to this Yorick as well, as Closer doesn't have quite as many. Does have to use the ulti to get himself out of there, as Pioshik once again in position. Great
The
orb
chunk
reception
is-
there to make
oh
sure
my
that
God.
UCal takes
Where
as
he
much
needs to
damage
be.
as possible. Yep.
Oh, he's building Leandries. That's why.
I think
Ari
it
with the
certainly is a
Leandries.
fair bit of flipping heads. Man, that's a rock of ghouls. I
really
love
is.
it, man. I love
Aurora
it.
hasn't
This-
finished her
this is my
Shadow
favorite
Flame yet,
collective now.
and Ari
what's
hasn't
really
finished
sad?
her
What's
Leandries.
really sad?
A lot of people have really talked about the pros of Fearless, but you're only going to be able to use Erotic Ghouls once this series.
But
Oh,
Bundle
no.
Pipes Rakan only
Yeah.
works. Is gonna only
Oh,
proc
why did you have to
Virus.
say it?
I'm
I had to
sorry.
say it for this
But
whole
get the
game.
most out of it in this game,
Huh.
is what I'm saying.
I mean, if you've you have the most experience with
Is
this
Jin Zhao
level,
building
you know
Shojin?
that I'll get the most out of it.
Oh, I know.
When there is a new thing to say,
Those look like Shojin
I'll be saying
components.
it.
I'm
All
sure
right.
you'll bring it up in the later games as
Yeah, I
well.
will.
You'll be like, wow, this reminds me of last game when we had a Rod of Ghouls.
Exactly.
Kennen
Do
needs
you know
the
what
Shadow
they could
Flame.
use? They could
Looks like
definitely use a Rock
Kennen
of
and
Ghouls right
Aurora
now.
wants Shadow Flame.
That's all right. Chains of Corruption comes
Oh
down
no,
after the
she's
spell
got a huge
shield,
bounty.
and
Oh,
Gio,
G
he
was
flashes,
down.
but he's
Raid
still
boss
very
down.
dead. Peter likely to be the trade, but that is not
Ooh.
fair.
Yeah,
And
that's not fair.
DRX not going to be feeling very happy about that one.
Andal?
I'm
Andal,
not sure about that one,
bro.
buddy. That was sometimes
solidarity.
you press E because you want to.
Closer's not even there.
Yeah.
They don't even have the Ari there.
Andal's engages, bro.
Into the fight, both teams had a lot of tools available, but one team killed the enemy's Fed Sivir, and the other team
One has
well,
Sork
they
shoes,
stuck.
another one has
So,
Merc
yeah,
Threads.
definitely felt like one
That's
team
why
hit
Ari
the
has a
mark better
shield.
than the other.
Oh dear. Gully
Oh,
Wall goes
no.
down, but Dudu is just focusing on trying to take away this blue buff.
Yeah, Willett does have Smite though, so I think he's better equipped to secure that. That is,
Yeah.
we'll put that in the positive column for DRX. In the
Does
column.
it does distract Willer enough for that Drake to be completely free. Let's have a look at this one more time though.
Yeah, spell shielding the Rain of Arrows, not the best play.
No.
And if
So you
are
can
gonna do that,
spell
then you
shield
need to flash the
Varus
Chains
ult.
of Corruption.
Okay. Double Lift say asked this on his
And then
stream.
Yeah, look, we didn't need to
Yeah,
to
that-
focus on
just
the,
because you
Zenith.
can doesn't mean you should.
Yes. I think that's what we learned.
Yeah, and Andal's been having a rough series, which feels
That
bad
is true.
because he's been so good
Yeah.
in the LCK Cup.
Well, Rich is trying not to die underneath this turret. Doesn't have an arm guard. Does have to flash. As UCal looking to make his way in. Oh, God. Again!
Maiden
The Maiden is turned into 50 gold for the enemy team.
plus 150
Dudu
gold
is really, he just wants to be alone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rich
because he
did kinda
killed the
just go
maiden
in,
3
get
times
Ghoulie
times
walled and
50.
just-
That's 150.
Yeah, have to flash out. Kennen Flash being down. It will be down for Dragon as well. Not ideal.
Yeah, that's going to be up in 4 minutes' time, and that will be Soul Point for DNS, and it's Hextech Soul Point as well. And they have a lot of poke with this Varus, so that Hextech Soul will get a lot of value. Willa does now have the Black Cleaver completed. That is going to feel good.
Oh, that was Black Cleaver, not
But
Shojin.
DRX, once it feels like they're circling the drain, even though this game hasn't neared its conclusion just yet.
Go on, Max, say it.
It's feeling a little bit dire.
It feels like the tempo vibes.
It
are in
really
DNS's
does, man.
Favor, yeah.
Oh dear. I appreciate you. Thank you for
If
being the one to
DNS
say the
3
tempo
0
vibes
DRX,
for me.
bro,
So I
I
don't
would
know
be
how
wanted to
surprised
say it.
because
Yeah.
Andal
He
has
didn't
been
want me to
having a
first bring
rough
it
game.
up, so-
Okay.
Oh, dude, you're just the best, dogs.
And
All right, well,
Piosik has been
let's see whether
smurfing.
DRX can do anything to mitigate the overwhelming presence
They
of
do.
the DNS tempo vibes.
They do have big, cool circle-based ultimates, right?
Yeah.
So there is that they have going for them, but it's just feels like they haven't been able to really have those circles overlap, you know, at the same time in a team fight together.
And if you make a whole bunch of circles, then that feels like a Beyblade arena, and then that feels exactly like what you need in order for Sivir to succeed, right?
-1.
And,
Yeah.
So that's what DRX need to try and do.
That's what we're going for.
I just don't see this Yorick as being something that they can do anything about at this point in time.
Yeah.
Dudu is just getting very large. Look at this crystalline overgrowth. It is about to pop. He's decided not to press the button, wants to eliminate as many of these minions as possible. As, yeah, Rich, he knows that there are people in there, but because there are people in there, he cannot make it towards the turret. So that one definitely goes down, takes a bunch of his minions with it. As DRX looking for a cross map, but there is no one really presenting themselves, and there is a lot of vision here for DNS, so they still have a lot of information as to what's going on here. And Gio is going to get interrupted. They now know that that ward is there.
I think one of the things of playing split pushers is, you know, when you're putting so much pressure on the side lane like this, the response typically is stop Baron, right? But this season, Baron's so hard to kill.
Oh no, that's
Yukal
him.
is not looking that hard to kill.
No, I think he's good.
He got exhausted. Oh
Dude
no.
comes up, and that is going to be Doc Down delivered the kill.
Avengers assemble.
Yeah,
Baron
Baron's
call
so hard
right
to
now.
kill that just
We're not to Baron.
DRX, even with both Solan is pushing in, they were like just
Yeah,
not
that's a
even
Baron
putting
call.
any sort of pressure towards the Baron. DNS eventually go fine, whatever. We'll teleport in, kill Yukal. Now they're starting the Baron.
Yeah, DRX
Maiden
just
has the
gets
DPS
mid
as
tower,
well.
bro. Oh,
DRX
DRX
are looking
wants
to contest,
this.
though.
Trying to get in. There's the flash forward. Decent stun there. And Peter is going to go down before really doing too much of anything at all. Andil looking a little worse for wear right in the mixer and will get taken down. The rest of DRX trying to do some work. And Gio spell shield now on cooldown.
Guys.
Flash out from Gio, but he walks into the goalie wall. What was that? Oh no, now flash out from Willa, but he is still going to die. And DNS put them all on the ground.
Sorry, Yukal, bro.
They literally did, and Dudu, finding the team fight power of the Yorick, apparently catches the Sivir.
I feel like Andrew got
with the
PayPal,
Gully
bro.
Wall
Cause oh my
somehow.
god, the way
Dudu
he
not-
plays,
Was there a
bro.
little muffin in the middle or something like that?
Maybe a
Oh,
cupcake.
Oh my god, is this DNS 3-0,
so
bro?
this actually initially I think started off pretty fine for DRX. The fact that they mitigated Peter's engage. He gets
Yeah.
stunned by Andal, gets stunned again by Rich, and dies before really connecting. Yes, Andal goes down in return, but a 1-for-1 trade and stopping the Baron.
But
This is
right
okay.
here,
They're on the wrong side of the map though, so they're a bit uncomfortable.
Gio
Gio
just
spell shields at the wrong time, flashes
walks out.
out, runs into the ghoulie wall. Just completely misplays that entire passage.
There wasn't a lot of redeeming that.
No, no other way to spin it. It's
No.
Everything wrong.
At least you get to just pick up the whole lot of that team fight and put it straight into the comms column.
Yeah.
You know, you don't need to worry about sorting it. No, we know where it all
don't
goes.
do that. Don't do that.
Yeah, bro.
and
It's GG's
now
at this point, bro.
DNS pick up. They've already got the Baron.
I feel
They've
bad for
already
the
got a huge
Sivir and
gold lead. They have
Aurora,
third
bro, because they're having a
dragon
good
as well.
game. It's just
8,000 gold.
Piosik was bullying Jin Zhao.
It's just crazy that his flash was burned.
Yorick
by, like,
is
a
just
flash
Giga Chat.
blob
He has
from Yorick.
oh my
And then he gets
god.
caught
He has
by
Jack Show.
a ghoulie wall.
Triforce
The team
Shojin
fight-
into
No,
Jack
Get
Show, bro.
caught by it. He wandered into it. Oh dear.
Andil's
Well, now
engage,
DNS
the
are
Leona
bearing
engage
down
has been
on
really
the
suspicious,
structures
bro.
of DRX.
Look, if
I
you
don't
have
know,
a trap
bro.
with a little bit of cheese in and it catches a mouse, you still
Even when he
say
played
caught the
Nautilus,
mouse,
bro.
even though the mouse wandered into it.
Oh, that is a good point.
That's
But
what
there
I'm
was
trying to
no
get at.
cheese. There was no cheese.
Rich
we
is
saw,
Rich is
you know.
building void stuff.
Ah, okay. The hidden cheese. Deadliest. As Ju's trying his very best to clear out these minions. He is Sivir, so he can at least do that relatively effectively. Problem is, this crystalline overgrowth
Yeah,
is
just
going to get popped. Dudu comes
GG's
on over.
gone
Man,
next,
that
guys.
shovel is very
Team
powerful.
diff, jungle diff,
And
mid
Maiden
diff, bro.
Just going to help take this one down. Pioshik looking for an angle here, but it looks like DRX will play
Pioshik has been
defensively enough.
on
Not going to
form
die for an inner
low-key,
turret
though.
right now. But this inhibitor turret is likely to fall. The siege capability of this composition is actually quite high, especially with the 1-4 that they do have available. It's very, very strong. As DRX
Never give you call as why did he use the hex plate? Okay, Kennen is dead. Andil used the hex. You see what I mean?
And Andil is now just looking very uncomfortable on the wrong side of the fight.
Oh, did he miss?
Help me, Ox.
Oh my.
They just blew up Rich. No chance of engaging with the cannon gone. Looks like this game is pretty much over.
It's over,
Yeah,
bro.
Gio and Yukal can try. Yukal still has ult.
Well, he is going to use it now. Presses that button. It is
Okay.
closer that goes down, but the Sivir is already
Ari
very
is
dead.
dead.
Now Yukal is very
I-
alone. He'll get taken out. Pioshik is able to lock that one up as Andil finally gets to the fight. But the Nexus is now bare. There's no one left
Yeah.
alive. And DNS will be moving.
Hold on. Let me check on someone's Reddit. So I'm looking at Kjo's Reddit, bro. Andil. This should have been an email, bro. This series should have been an email. Just email to me like DNS is gonna 3-0, please, because this, oh my god, it's terrible. Alright, let's go back to this game. My motorway. My roads. Okay. can't go through there. I have to go through here, there, there. Oh. Bam, bam, bam. I can connect over here. Oh. This should have been an email, guys. It's been a stomp. DNS is just winning. I can't go through here. Let's see how that works. But okay, just dash it in. So far, good flow. So far, good flow. Nothing is being added yet. So yeah. Right now we're chilling. DNS wins. 2-0 is on the lead. Okay, we got the blue one right there. So are we gonna merge right here? I'm trying to save as many roads as possible, bro. Here. Okay, we got 2 of them, but this one is a single one. It doesn't need that much. So easier. Oh, so them. A bridge. Should I need a bridge in this game? Yes, I need a bridge. Only have 3 bridges I haven't used, so it should be fine. So okay, I'll go all in on roads. This is New York City, by the way. This is reference on New York City. We got 2 right here, but it goes long, so I'll leave it as that. I won't use any of my bridges unless I really have to. Okay, I'm going to delete this. Let me just use my bridges. It doesn't go through here. Okay, boom. I just use my bridges. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. I should have done that. Hit it, boom, boom, boom. Hit it, boom, boom, boom. Okay. For some reason, we also have a pink right here. So we're just gonna add this shit right over here. Connect this right over here. Or remove this right here. Connect this right over here. Then no. Connect this right over here. Boom. Okay. Smart move. All I want is just smoother transportation. There's no motorways, so all I have to do is just create a lot of roads. Okay, there's a green right here. Yeah. Right over here. There's 2 right here. I can remove this one. So it'll be easy for the green to come through here and the pink to go through here. If there's any trouble, I'm gonna add this in, but orange. So far so good. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. There's a green right here. I can connect this one over here. Okay, this is the type of bullshit. Looks like they're forcing me to destroy this too. I can just leave it as it is. Then it's connected. But there. This one's connected. Here. No, I can do that. Old setup. I don't have any more roads. I have to cut some roads. Okay, what useless roads? This one has what is the next move? Green. I don't have any roads. Any more roads? Don't have roads. Pink is good here. Green is coming from here to here. Could they just grid this? So but it just feeds this one and that one at the same time. I'm a greedy guy. Go with that. I still have one? What the fuck? Fuck. This one is further. I'll use all roads available and then our roads are back. Or so far so good. Oh my god, there's a red one right here. Yeah, across the map. This is going to be a problem. Should I invest? This is going to be a problem. I know. Okay, we are back. It could be the showmakers.
It'd be really rough to go like this because it's hard not to focus on and remember most the series you played last. And if you leave in a 3-0 manner, it's gonna really put a dampener on.
Okay, on this one, should I just connect?
That happened for DRX in the LCK Cup. So, you know, even if they aren't able to pull off the reverse sweep in this series, getting a game or a couple of games or just putting some fight into this series would make a big difference. So we'll see what they can do in the draft if that can help them out, do them any favors. Yep, but they need to bounce back.
And they have counterpick this time around in theory. Hopefully that means that Rich gets a better matchup. Hopefully it means that Andal's going to be feeling a little bit more comfortable here. Maybe that's going to be an option that they can go towards. Of course, Andal did manage to get counterpick in the last game, but the game wasn't really about him in the end.
I give up.
I'd like to see them just slam Ashe. You know, just let you
I
play
give up.
Ashe.
This one's
Just have
gonna
a
kill
lane
me.
that is probably going to win. If you do then augment the lane with a Seraphine.
I think the problem is just playing it
Hold
into
up,
the
I
job
got a
is
vision.
risky.
It's a Nico instead.
The Nico is a denial away from Peter, but the problem is Nico into Jarvan is honestly a bit of an uncomfortable matchup because you can just cage you and then the Rocket Belt doesn't offer anything. I've seen a lot of times playing Nico into Jarvan just isn't a fun time. We'll see what DN Supers end up going here. It is into a Vi, it is into a Nico. Ezreal's gone. Xayah can make some sense.
Xayah Rel, I guess? Maybe?
Might be a rough time in lane.
Elise would be an interesting choice.
Yeah, the Karma Ban makes sense with them having the Nico. Elise has a lot of burst potential. Lulu, you can sync the wild growth with the engage, but you are going to get poked out a decent amount. You have the shielding there. Kai'Sa Nico does sync well with the composition, the dive potential.
And this is the handshake that we've seen a whole lot of. The Xayah into Kai'Sa situation dates back to 2017, as you guys will remember.
I think it ends up working out pretty okay for DRX. You know, it's a AD carry who isn't too concerned about the threat of the Jarvan.
Why
You
do
have
you
ways
have a
to get
red
out of
over
that,
here?
ways to mitigate
You
it.
need the reds.
It's very much a dive-focused composition for DRX.
Okay, I'm going to.
You know, it's pretty
How many reds
straightforward
do I
what you
have?
want to do. Yes, it's
Okay,
not the
I'm
easiest
going to
task
invest.
because you are dealing with like a Lulu peel, a Xayah has self peel, Ryze is a little bulky. But if you get that early momentum, right, you should be in a good spot. You also have a Nico to bridge the lane for
I
the
don't have
Kai'Sa.
bridges.
My main concern is, obviously DNS have been on an absolute tear this series, but also this Ryze and the power that represents. But I think they have some decent tools. That's how I feel about them coming out of this draft. It's just whether they can execute is a big question.
Yeah, we'll just have to see. And I, for one, just want a little bit more League of Legends today. Feel a little bit cheated that we haven't had very much of it. I was expecting
There's
that
a
this
blue
was going
right
to
here,
be
but the
a pretty
blue-
long one. As man, she has got a lot of tickets.
Yeah, this is GG's, bro.
to go and see DRX, and let's see whether she can be rewarded here with some extra time at the Chijijik Lol Park.
Xayah.
As Lulu Xayah, not a lane that we've seen all that much
Same.
of since
I haven't
when
seen
it
Lulu
was very,
Xayah.
very popular
Bye,
in the Arden
Talia.
Sensor meta. And
Nico.
we'll just have to see whether once again Dr. and Peter are going to have a great time here on the Rift. Let's get onto it here. Match point for DNS
Match
as we
point.
load up into game 3.
Okay, DNS just win, bro. You deserve it, bro. Andal is trolling my games. My support. Oh, he's gonna be mad.
All right, here we are onto the Rift for the third game of this series, possibly the last. As DRX if they decide to show up now, maybe,
Just get a
you know,
3-0 and go
maybe
to
we can
sleep,
get some
bro.
silver scrapes queued up,
Literally.
you know? Maybe that's the angle that we're going to go towards. I was very adamant that it was going to be a long day today, and I feel cheated that it's not. So,
Well, you don't know yet.
that's true. I was sorry,
Late
preemptively
closer to
counting
get the
chickens is
rice.
never something that we like to do here in the LCK. I apologize. That's all right.
You are trying to curse it, though. You're doing a pretty good job. You are setting that up.
My friend Chronicler said that curses aren't real.
And we fired him for it, so...
Oh, yeah, true, we did. I forgot about that. All right, well, that was a pretty speedy response, and I feel put in my place. I'll try to stop with the curses. I've gotten so used to it, though. I feel like I do it all the time. That Blooming Burst got a lot of value. Nicely done there for Andil.
Yeah, Peter and Dr. have done a decent
If
job
you
of trading
hit
so
your
far in the
Q's
lane.
2 times, if you hit your Q and then you auto
Looking all
attack
right.
2
Now Peter
times, you
looking
can
to
slow
follow
them
up,
by
as we can see.
70%.
Not going to connect there
If
out
I'm
of
not
Dr.
mistaken.
Honestly, it's a lot of Dr.
From
trading
Lulu.
with these feathers and just getting
You
some
Q
chip
with,
damage in.
Lulu's Q.
These recalls are actually working out quite effectively. As obviously in the early stages, the Kaiser is not having the most fun time. As Rich with Meganar charging up is likely to be all right. You mentioned it already. I believe it was Keen that was quoted saying that he really likes the Jax into this matchup, but not a lot of people do. And the Gnar can do okay. I think a lot of it depends on how the
AD
game
Jax,
sort of
ew,
shakes
bro.
out. Right now, Dudu is doing just fine, as we can see. Get that wave shoved in as 6 wins in a row here for this Rise.
Will he break the
Yeah,
curse?
and the thing is, Talia's win rate is really not great in
It's-
general.
Yeah, pretty
A lot of the time we've seen Talia traded, you know, we've had the Azir Orianna trades, we've had a lot of Rise Talia trades. So when you see Rise's win rate being good, Talia's been on the other end.
Yeah.
Hasn't been so good.
Even if she's into other stuff, it also hasn't looked very good.
Yeah.
As we've seen, like, Talia into Ari and things like this.
I think this is a sort of composition where she can function pretty okay. You know, everything's pretty short ranged. There's a decent amount of champions like the Jax and the Jarvan. The Unraveled Earth is good value into.
Yep.
Phase Rush.
You also have the Vi for setup, the Nico for setup.
That's Hextech Jarvan skin.
But yeah,
You should
not
play the Fnatic one, the
largest amount of
best
confidence
skin.
in this pick. I feel like there's a lot of picks going around in the meta at the moment that we don't have overwhelming amounts of confidence in.
Yeah, I'm also a little bit worried about this Kaiser in the lane right now. It's not necessarily functioning the greatest. Zandil has made his way back to
Nice
it.
poke from the Nico.
Let's find a decent snare onto Peter. It also gets the 3 at passive. Nicely done. Fair bit of poke damage down. And does still have the heal available, as does Peter. A very even game as far as the some of the spells are concerned. And now looking for a little bit as Andal's in a lot of trouble. Does manage to throw down a
Andal has
burst
been
there, but
having a rough
Peter very
series,
happy
low-key.
to tank one shot of that.
And Anno might just be recalling again.
Nice
Does help,
support.
I assume, had refillable running. But decides, nope, I need to go back. Yeah, lane not going too hot. So I was talking about how the Nico can obviously help Kaiser get through potentially some trickier lane spots, but not really working out. And now Jiwoo, you're getting dove.
Yeah, he does have barrier. He's going to use it, but closes here as well, and just comes past, picks up first blood, and leaves.
I just blinked. What the fuck
Yeah,
was
I think
that?
before Closer got there, the chances of Jiwoo surviving were maybe like, you know, 3 to 5%.
Yep.
Closer turns up straight to 0.
Yeah, I'd say that that's the 100% death chances. Oh,
Yeah.
that feels bad.
You know, actually,
puts
there
his
was
barrier on cooldown.
the chance of survival was minus 3% with a 3% margin for error.
Aha.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're still going to put that in the comms column. As Closer does get knocked around just a little bit here. And Dudu just giving a good old thumbs up to Rich. Trying to rub it in as best he can. The mental warfare pretty strong here for Dudu right now. Level 6 for Yukal. Got to stick around in the lane. But Weave as well, not exactly going to be employed off cooldown.
Well, Closer getting that early kill feels really good. 2
Yeah.
Dark Seal stacks as well on the Rise already. I mean, getting a roam off before you even have ult on the Rise. You'll take it.
That's pretty absurd. Did use his Ghost in order to make that happen. DRX are able to come on over and grab themselves this first Cloud Dragon. And so Willa able to help lock that one down as Piochik now looking towards the top side of the map. Not a whole lot of camps there, but there is a Gnar that's very pushed up. So that might be an option. Decides instead that he's going to scry and gets a control ward in to make sure that he knows exactly what's going on. Going to settle for this crab. And so DNS still with a decent gold advantage after that first blood, but the Dragon going over to DRX is certainly better than what we've seen from them in the prior games.
I wanna go to sleep,
It's
bro.
a little bit of a
Let me get this
demonstration as
video
to how
on
things
Discord.
have been
Let me go to
going so
sleep.
far in this series. DRX haven't quite managed to make
We get
it
a flash
work.
out of
Now
Talia.
UCal may have to use the flash as there's a Cataclysm. There is that flash we were
He's
talking
waiting for the
about,
Jarvan
as
ult.
that feather recall was ridiculous.
Jeez,
Giu
homeless.
taking so much damage, has to flash. He's on like, what, 1 health? Peter flashes on in to
Peter.
pick up the kill. And DNS, it's feeling like a repeat of the last couple of games.
Feeling really good for DNS. You know, Yoshik goes mid, instantly ults as soon as he gets it, trades that cooldown for the flash, big pickup, and then bot lane, Dogdam out trading Jiwoo constantly in this lane, manages to find the feather call, and then Peter, it feels even better because you're trading summoners. You know, Jiwoo's flash goes down, you trade your support flash, you get the kill secured. Just in a great spot already, and that bounce back from DRX just doesn't seem to be coming through.
It's not there yet. And I wouldn't hold your breath, ladies and gentlemen, if that's what you're looking for. As DNS once again just looking in fine form. Rich hopping around just a little bit there as Counter-Strike just try and mitigate. There's the flash in as we got the zoom from Jonas Strong as well. Rich does have that Mega Nart charging up, and Dudu is not going to party underneath the turret, and so it is going to be DRX making their way out. So Flash is traded here in this top lane. But Dudu, I think, won the mental battle.
I think every top laner feels like that playing into a Gnar eventually. Just wants to flash in him and blow him. Oh, the slow, that call from Peter set it up, actually.
Yeah.
And then Dogdam pushes in, and the call there was clearly made. Peter's like, I can get it. I got this.
Flashes on in. We've got another fight that looks very similar. Now the Vi comes forward. Cease and desist, and down goes the Xayah. No option to use that Featherstorm at all. And now Closer is in the back of this pit, has to flash, and doesn't waste any time doing so. We'll get the ping out on that control ward as well. So DRX back on the board.
Good flash there from Willa. Had to make sure the CC was layered, otherwise Dogdam would have gone into the air, and not sure the kill would have been able to come through. But able to just catch him off guard.
Yep, did so before the Wild Growth was available as well, as Peter just hits level 6 immediately afterwards.
He flashed?
Dogdam flashed for this.
Yeah, they were trying to set up play, gone aggressive. And the thing is, they had vision initially on Willa. They did sweep though, so...
No Vi ult. What?
Maybe didn't have the exact
No
timing of when he was
Talia's
going to come
ult.
in. Made it hard
Word.
to flash it.
Yep.
And
I mean,
Willa able
they
just
got
to
mid
get in.
flash.
Good read
Mid
from
flash
him.
and
Finds
ADC
the angle,
flash with
able
2
to punish
ults.
that aggressive play from DNS's bot lane.
Beautifully done. Closer then has to put his flash on cooldown as well, so that might be an avenue of attack here for Willa next time around, as now Pioshik,
Yes, ult
arcing
up.
himself, looking for a kill onto Rich, who's holding this minion wave away from the turret, but Closer's moving in as well. Oh, that's a very dead Gnar, isn't it? Yep, Closer's going to come on through and just take another freebie.
Closer just, every time, he just walks over, picks up a kill.
Willer
See you
gets
later.
his camps.
Yep, going back to mid lane.
Yep.
Gets his chickens.
This game is just feeling like feed the rise here for DNS.
It just doesn't even look difficult. It's not, he's not even using the Realm Warp to like make these plays. You know, the one he did in the bot lane, we didn't get a kill for that. He actually just flashed out.
Yep, just wandered on in. Well, now UCal is having to deal with this Fed Rise, who doesn't have damage built just yet, but that is going to be coming shortly.
Well, he has mana, and mana translates to damage.
That is true. That is very true. The Rod of Ages not quite done.
But he has mana.
Probably has money for it,
He
scarily
has
enough.
Doran's ring.
As DRX just trying to pick up the pieces as best they can. Slight gold advantage somehow for Giu here on this bottom side. So that's good news for DRX, but
yeah,
looking at how things are going, you'd say that it's not good news for DRX.
Yeah, he got the kill credit earlier, so that helped him out, but plates coming in will put Dogdam back in control. And I feel like I've seen Andal recall like 7 times in this game already. Every time I look bot, he's just recalling or not there.
I'm surprised he's level 6, actually.
Yeah. There's a little bit behind in XP compared to Peter.
Yeah, very, very close to 7 here for the Lulu. UCal does have his Seraphs now done, but the Rod of Ages immediately comes through for Closer. And he does have that 500 gold advantage.
No
it's not a massive lead, right? It's still only 700. The problem is, every game this series has felt kind of like this at the beginning. However, the Dragons have not been unanimously taken by DRX in the early game at all. And this time might be a difference, as Pioshik is coming on over. Spotted on that ward, is now Closer looking to face check. Does
Is
see
it
a
a-
bunch of rocks coming at him. Gets a control ward down, but that dies immediately. As Peter here to help back up Pioshik. Let's see whether the Jarvan can get in or whether DNS are going to give this one up. Gio moves over. That is the dragon secured, and that's an infernal soul for DRX as well if they can continue taking these dragons down.
Yeah, pretty good one. Especially you see Cloud, Hextech, thinking maybe what if we end up getting unlucky? Chemtech would have felt really bad, or an Ocean, but it's an Infernal Soul.
We thank you for your attention to this matter, Orcs.
Doing my best.
Really
DRX,
do appreciate it.
high rolling there. That's the win con. You know, the dragon stacking, the aggressive composition they have, especially with the Kai'Sa as well, the long range poke feels really good with Infernal Soul. But they do need to, I mean, they're not really that far behind yet, but it's just these mistakes in the mid game.
Yeah.
They've really started to bleed out and just making sure they don't fall into that trap again.
Oh, Andal is here in position.
Andal?
Dudu does have the counter-strike now, but just gets a bit of movement speed and is now
Oh,
looking
they
for
turn it
immediate
back?
angles. Pioshik's going to turn up. There's a Cataclysm onto Rich. Pop Blossom does not a whole lot of anything at all. And
is
the Nara
dead.
is just dead. Spiked by the flagpole. And Pioshik going to grab yet another one. 1-0-3 now for this guy. And it's looking like a Pioshik palm angle as this coin is looking rigged here today.
Just feels like the set plays from DNS so often. They'll go for this proactive play, and it's like there are 4 members there every time. And it's like DRX, like, you know, okay, Andal try and make the gank up the top. Oh, there's 4 members of DNS there every time. I mean, even that play they made on the bot side where Closer was there. Did they need Closer? Probably not, but they brought him in to just make sure it happens. And it's similar here. The whole team is moving, collapsing. You see the Talia's a bit late, Willer's a bit late. It's just not as coordinated for DRX. It's just everyone's on a bit of a different page.
Yeah.
And they end up getting caught off guard.
And Gio is in the bottom lane, right? This is one of those things where DNS just read them like a book. Let's see whether it's going to continue that way. As gold lead, 1.5. Not a big deal as Peter in the river. I'm not sure about this one. The snare does go wide though, as Gio does manage to proc the passive, and that is a lot of damage. Not looking for a
Kraken
killer instinct
Slayer.
or anything like that though with Wild Growth yet available. Do get the heal cooldown, so I guess there is that. As Rich just continuing to push up here in this lane, as Dudu with Counter-Strike. Not feeling all that killable, as there is a Nara to throw him against the wall. Wallop comes down as well, and that Counter-Strike did not a whole lot of anything at all.
Dudu
There is the
didn't
cease and
die.
desist.
Ooh.
Sandal was tanking up that turret for way too
Yeah, and a
long,
good pick
and
out
he is
for
just
sure.
going to die now. Dudu, it gets sniped by the Void Seeker, but I have a feeling that Willer is not going to make it out, and Dr. Arm is going to seal his fate. So 2 for 1 in favor of DNS.
Still favorable for DNS,
And
even with the
he's
snipe
having
Q.
a
It
rough
makes you think
series.
if that Void
I'll say
Seeker
it
had been
again,
blocked
bro.
and connected,
Like, I'm
would have
tired
been
right
even
now.
worse.
I just
Now
want
Pioshik
them to get a
won't
3-0, bro.
find
Yeah, not the
Rich.
greatest of blast cone angles.
But the bot tower going to go down, some camps going to get stolen, and it's just going from bad to worse.
Yeah, the respite that we were hoping for DRX to try to finally find is just not quite getting there.
Well, there is some respite.
I mean, they haven't lost the game yet.
Well, I was going to say, you know, if they lose this game, they won't be able to lose anymore after that.
Hey, that's a really good point. Man, your cup is always so half full, Ox.
Just trying to stay positive.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, they tend to play around up Pioshik just to try and disengage. Dudu's super low. You know, they don't see the Void Seeker coming. Maybe if it'd been blocked, would have been really bad for DRX if Dudu didn't even go down. But yeah, ends up not working out. Again, it's DRX trying to make a proactive play. DNS answering, always having the people
I mean,
in reserve
Kai'Sa
to tune up
can scale
to
well,
counteract.
but
When they make the plays, they
Andal
have enough
is
members, they have
so-
the coordination, they make it happen. For DRX, it just feels like it often takes too much time, or someone
Yeah.
responds. Or even when it works, it's like, well, they got it, but how long did it take?
Feels
You
like he's
know,
having
and
a
there's something
great
being answered.
series.
The set plays, I
Close
think, have
is
really
having a great
dictated this
series.
series. And it's been Pioshik who's been at the head of most of them.
Yeah, he's just kind of figured it out. He is in tune with the game here today. As Peter going to shield up Dr. Arm, but that Void Seeker did not find. And so, DRX, there is a dragon up in 45 seconds. Pioshik is focusing on the Herald right now, which does have vision on it here. So DRX kind of know they have the ability to go down and set up around that dragon, which is going to be very important for them. Soul Point would really help alleviate a lot of the pressure here that DNS does have. As now Dudu and Rich going to be fighting. Nah comes on down. House is going to connect as Rich decides to go in. Wallop avoided though beautifully, and the
Who wins
Grandmaster's
this?
Might from Dudu is going to make things so difficult. Cinders and a flash will get Rich out of there.
lucky guy,
But
bro. He
I'm
survived
feeling
that.
like this Jax is working out. It's far as the counter pick option here for Dudu.
Some just exciting plays, honestly, in that one. Dudu dodging the stun with the leap strike as well. Both of them on the Trifle spike. Pretty intense one. Rich having to back away, losing the Mega as well at the end of the fight. And again, DRX there late though, not able to pick up the kill on the way out. They are looking towards the Dragon now, but DNS are in the vicinity, and I don't think should be letting them get this.
No, I don't think so. Teleport back for the Jax. So that means that Dudu is on the map, and Doctarm and Peter are very scary right now. 2-1 and 3 on the Xayah, as now they're going to try and collapse onto Dudu. The wall is going to be set up, and Dudu is going to try and buy as much time as possible as the Realm Warp is delivering the rest of the team in. But they couldn't get close enough, and down goes the Jax.
Run!
Just bring all your friends. That's the way to deal with it. Is that's a Rift Herald just thrown down. Pioshik immediately mounts. And Shelly is going to try and do what she can. Looks for another knock-up here, but he's just going to take the river exit. As, yeah, Pioshik will get a charge, but may give up this frag.
Nice.
That was a weird maneuver.
Yeah, trying to use it for the team fight, Herald, but they just don't really find an angle in. Losing the Jax a big hit before the fight, and DRX, the Dragon Wincon, really coming online.
Yeah, so that is Infernal Soul Point. All three of them going their way, and now Closer is so far up. Okay, well, Cease and Desist going to come down. Talia Vi working out here, but does flash, and Closer has the Ghost now running, and so will be able to get himself out.
Yep,
yeah, Closer almost falling for the same trap Dudu just died to, but
surely they don't do it again, you know?
Maybe DRX just found their winning strategy. Whoever shows up bot, just kill them.
That's a good strategy. That'll get you some gold, you know?
And maybe a 4th dragon? The gold lead's not that crazy in this game. As much as DNS have had that lead and do still have that lead, right? You have 2 items on the Kai'Sa, it's a big spike. You have those 3 dragons in pocket. It's a winnable game. It hasn't felt super good. This game hasn't felt like DRX suddenly have
tempo vibes are not in DRX's favor.
Yeah, but the 3 dragons in pocket gives them a win con. It's going to come down to that 4th dragon fight. Make or break for the series, if we're being honest.
Oh no, Yukal is doing the 0 damage build.
Oh no.
I heavily dislike this build. Heavily.
What is he building?
Yeah.
Is he building Seraphs into...
Just, it feels so sad. You do at least slow them a little bit when you hit them with a rock.
You have a lot of slows in your kit already though.
I never said it was a good thing. Oh well. Handel gonna try and use his decoy in order to block some damage here, but this turret is just gone. Doctarm there with a bunch of autos. We'll be able to deal with it. Rich being a little bit frustrating now, as after that kill feels like it's added a bit of gusto to this now.
If DK wins against DNS, then it's DK versus T1.
Kind of ridiculous.
It was inevitable. And then Genji wins
Trying to
against
take matters into his own hands.
and it's Genji versus T1 in the finals.
Cavalry is arriving.
The script
will be able to get that
is written.
back under their control.
You need to just follow the script,
Rich
guys.
just desperately trying to take this turret down. As Pioshik on vision here, gets his flag down, spots that Andil is
DNS
still in the
wins
vicinity.
this, they face off DK.
Rich
DK wins that, they face off T1. T1 wins that, face off Genji, who will win against
I mean, DNS are moving to defend,
That's the
but
script.
Doctarm in trouble.
Yeah, that Featherstorm timing, fantastic, but now it's on cooldown as the wall comes in. And Doctarm, there's the flash forward. Cease and Desist comes down, and Chiyu should be able to lock this one up. And that is the kill.
Where's the 2 ults, though?
Blossom used very defensively, but means Pioshik can't get too much done. As now Closer is thrown out of the fight as well. Rich just trying to be frustrating. Pioshik gets out, but now he's not able to help with the rest of this battle. It is just Doctarm on the floor, but DRX finally finding something that actually works.
And Doctarm opting to go back in after he used his ultimate. I was like, oh, he ults, he stays alive, he gets out, and then he's like, you know what? I still have it in me. I'm like, I think you should just leave.
Yeah, the just leave angle would have been a really good one.
So you can tell this ult is just on reflex because he ults in the complete wrong direction. But it's like, cool. You're out, the wall comes in. I'm like, you need to start moving. But it's like, hey, I'm going to try and position. I want to save my flash. He gets ulted by Vi.
Yeah. Maybe they thought that he could bait, and so Pioshik could then get the wrap around. They bide their time so that Dudu can teleport in, and he can, I don't know.
I'm going to tell you, no, they can't do that.
Yeah.
As was demonstrated. But he did save his flash. I think there's something to be said for that. It will be up for the Dragon fight in a minute 30. I think that was the right call. Willa's flash is down, though, so the Vi not going to have that tool available. Everything really, I think, comes down in this Dragon fight. But the pressure is a bit more on DNS within this game specifically, in that they not only have to win the fight, but also secure that dragon to deny the soul. Pressure's very heavily on DRX because, you know,
Isa
they're
is
2-0 down in the
scaling.
series. Yeah,
Yes,
but in this
Krakenstein
game
richly.
specifically, they're starting to pull into a bit of a better spot.
Yeah, I mean, that's a gold lead now. 1 minute until the Infernal Soul point can be
Zion needs to
cashed
get
in on.
IE.
And that will be so much
Right
extra
now.
damage. And Yukal definitely needs that. Because he's got the no damage build. Maybe he just knew, oh, I'm going to get Infernal Soul. That's fine. You know, this adaptive force will help my 0 damage build do a damage.
There you go. You know, and then
perfect.
with my Rylai's, I can pretend I have Hextech Soul. By
Yeah! Gorgeous. You love to see it. It's just a way of counteracting the Cinders. As Rich and Minina, not exactly too psyched, but man, that Boomerang proccing the Hyper, able to answer back that trade quite nicely as Willa realizing that he's not having a very good time. The Weaver's Wall to get Yukal out. And now, Andal's also surfing over. Looking for that Pop Blossom angle, finds one. Featherstorm now down as well. Cease and Desist comes in though, and in goes Gio. It's a big Gnar as well, but Cataclysm is fantastic. Pyoshik immediately punished for it though, and Closer goes down. It's a double for Gio, and this is the comeback that we've been looking for. Peter, oh, the little Lulu that could, fighting against Andal, who misses the snare, and
Peter
so he
survives
just walks out, I guess.
DNS trying for the fight, but DRX instantly respond, find the answer, and Dokdam on this side just not able to function, not able to survive. Soul now for DRX and a gold lead.
All right.
And for the first time in the series, it feels like they finally arrived.
Can you do a
DNS, I
hands
need you
check?
guys
What's
to
on your
lock
hands?
in and just.
Do you see it?
I see it.
Oh, it's starting to appear. There is game. I'm starting to see it. All right, well, Yukal managing to wall out, so the Realm Warp does nothing at all. And then Andal finds the angle.
The TP coming in as well. You know, they go to Dokdam, who uses his ult to dodge the Nika World. The follow-up's there. Rich comes in with Mega. Perfect timing to get into the fight. The Cataclysm just traps them as well. It doesn't help.
And Peter
and
survives
Peter,
this.
like, the wild growth timing was actually great. It actually caught Gio on the approach.
So they got
picked
Drake,
themselves up the
and they're
Infernal
getting
Soul, and now
Baron.
they're looking for Baron.
Yeah, Gio also has Dusk and Dawn. This 3-item spike on the Kaiser is insane.
Yeah, gigantic.
Oh
let's see
no,
what
DNS
Yoshiki
is a
does.
bad fight.
He can't get in
DNS, no.
As Weaver's Wall to get Yukal out, but he gets immediately put into the rune prison. Now Willer is going to try and mitigate it. Oh my god, where did Closer go? Pop Blossom now as well as DRX are looking to add winning to winning. As Dudu, I don't think he's going to be able to get enough done. There is that Dusk and Dawn you were talking about. And Gio is going ballistic. That is the least one kill, but the incredible seismic shove is looking real good here. The flag from Yukal to take down the Zaya, and that is the ace for DRX.
was
And
like,
finally,
oh
they're
my
looking
God.
good in the series.
Dokdam trying to make the hero play there is shut down by Yukal.
That's a lot of damage by
We see the
Dokdam
Baron
though,
gets
here
secured,
though.
and then Yukal tries to make this wall happen. It's just immediately
DNS
denied by Closer. But the team just go, okay, well, we'll just kill the Rise immediately. Carry
Sleep,
down.
bro.
Some of the
There's
engage
3 over them,
is
I don't
from
know.
DRX,
DRX
but
just.
scuffed. Rich doesn't connect immediately. But the front line gets decimated. Pyoshik down, Judu down. Dokdam tries for the hero play, takes down the animated carry.
Man,
Just
so
whiffs
close.
the blade slightly, but here he's still going. Peter Wild goes in with his last breath, but Yukal just launches a boulder at his head and says goodbye. Good night.
Yeah, beautifully played, and that means 4-0-6 for Yukal. All right, he's continued down the I don't need damage from my items route as he's completed Azonia's as item number 3. It's not likely that he'll die, and he might be able to hold on to these Dark Seal stacks that he's built up as well. Let's hope it's a Magi's. Maybe the Magi's angle is going to get there. You go full defensive, make sure that you stay alive so you can
Preserve the
protect
stacks, yes.
your stacks. There it is. I figured it out. So is Gio. His plan is go in and just kill whoever my team engages on, and he's been pressing that R button relentlessly. Now he's got an arm guard as well, so it's going to feel a whole lot better. Flash Cataclysm for Pyoshik here, but where's the follow-up? He does drag his way out as the Pop Blossom is actually baited quite nicely. As Willow with the flash forward, there's the cease and desist, and no Featherstorm for Dokdam. No way to press any buttons at all, and now the rest of DRX are bearing down on DNS. Twitch is going to die, but he takes closer
Vi
with
has
him,
been just
and now the
aiming
two big
for
carries are
Zaya,
dead,
only
and they should be
Zaya.
able to push in.
And Willa has just consistently found Knockdown on this Zaya, not giving him a chance to use the Featherstorm,
We're
either
going to
waiting
game
for it to
4,
be
guys.
down or just buffering his Q with a flash.
I swear
So
to
he
God,
doesn't
if
even
this
get
is
a
a
chance
game
to
5
press his
series, I'll
button.
be pissed.
It's been working so well so far. This composition, this engaged dive comp, is being paying dividends for DRX. 6,000 gold lead.
Do you know what? I actually feel kind of frustrated though. I feel like blind Nah should never be rewarded. But right now, DRX, they're making it work. As the pop loss and mitigation was quite nice here from Pyoshik. But look at Willa. He sees the angle, flashes onto his target, and Jiu right there immediately presses the R button and kills it.
And Yukal's always there as well to follow with the seismic shoves after the knockbacks. Closer does get the trade kill, but, you know, the blind Nah, he's done his job.
Yeah, the blind Nah does not see death. Oh dear. I mean, the game isn't over just yet, but it's a 6,000 gold lead. It's Infernal Soul. The Baron did a bunch of work in knocking down that bottom inhibitor turret.
Andil, I'm gonna PayPal Andil
Yeah,
so
both
that
of
he
DRX
just trolls the
carries
last
have,
fight and then
Zhonya's as
DNS
well.
just wins
Pocket
this, bro.
makes it really hard to deal with.
Please.
It's just a tricky spot to be in.
I would say tricky
I'm
certainly
tired of
does.
sleep.
Fit
I'm
the bill.
gonna sleep.
As closer, looking for an angle once again, as there is another flag drag and the Cataclysm, but Pyoshik is now in an awkward spot, goes down immediately. They do take out the Nico as the wild growth is decent once again, but unfortunately, there is no follow-up. And DNS, they realize that what they need is a Hail Mary, and unfortunately, they span around on the spot and fell over. And DRX will just wipe them out.
Wall blocks some of the team of DRX, but it doesn't really matter at this point. Jiu and Yukal should just be able to close out the game at this point with long death timers. Wave coming up mid. DRX have found themselves a game in this series.
Yep, and now all of a sudden, Jonas Strong and Widit's predictions die, but we are gifted with a series, ladies and gentlemen. The beginnings of the DRX reverse sweep start now.
You know what? I love Jonas Strong, but God bless DRX for shutting down what did. That needed to happen. Needed to happen.
That smug jerk, am I right? Oh my goodness, it was really getting frustrating.
And I'm glad they could bounce back. You know, the composition, straightforward, right?
Yeah.
See target, kill target, but again, into things like Isaiah, not always the easiest to pull off. And I think Willa having a fantastic game, really just making Knockdown feel uncomfortable and challenging him. Yukal as well, bouncing back on the Talia, but we all know the real hero, the blind Nah.
Absolutely.
You
Rich.
just take that Nah and you do it with style and confidence.
And also, it looked so much like a tilt lock as well. And he does that and then wins the game. That is exactly what you want to see. And maybe that will give DRX what they need to pull back the tempo vibes in this series. I want to apologize to Udit. He's not a jerk. He was actually quite humble in his almost victory of his prediction as well. But it's time for us to take a short break. When we get back, ladies and gentlemen, the space is going to break down that game, and then we'll have the potential beginnings of a reverse sweep. We'll see you soon.
Bro.
짧아. 이번에 쏘리가 뭐? 텔 있어. 보여줘 여기 살짝 볼게. 걸겠다, 야 걸겠다. 그럼 가능한데 이번에. 뭉쳐있지 마, 뭉쳐있지 마봐. 야 봐줘. 앞으로 끌게. 앞라인. 나 라이즈 볼게. 얘들아, 차야 그거 누구야? 차야 누구?
나 뒤에 다 잡았어.
스포다. 넥 잡으면 끝나?
안 잡아도 끝나 그냥. 끝났다.
이리로 가자.
This has to be top priority. Legends now.
I'm gonna get copyright strike and sorry about that.
Us against the world, yeah. Muted by the times you told me no. The bruises and the cracks still show. Walking past our house, feel your eyes roll. It's what you wanted. Every time you hung me out to dry.
I'm playing some drum and bass because I don't want to get copyright strike from the music because I'm streaming on YouTube. YouTube doesn't give a YouTube will strike me down.
Was it ever what we thought? Or was it ever more than torn by you? No love to show no more. These feelings are about us too.
Bruh.
Who won the war? I don't think it's me and you. Who won the war? How's it me against you?
even though they had the great moment at the end, I feel like still DNS had the insane early game. We gotta like bring that up because I think they should be able to finish the game with that early lead. But point is they couldn't able to like get the Drakes early on, so that's why they were kind of struggling to find a way to set up the objective correctly. And I think in this meta, if you want to be ahead, you have to get the Drakes on top of that. Otherwise, you can't really finish the game.
They got their lead through playing through the bottom side, but not at the right timings to take the Dragon. And we'll take a look at, one of our first highlights here to take a closer look at what happens when they were the ones getting caught before Dragon, right? So this is a setup here with the TP coming through, and this is a really important moment, but unfortunately the top side here for DNS cannot actually come down here and help Dudu, who pushes up a little bit too far, thinking he's really safe here on this Jax, doesn't have flash. Now he buys a lot of time here, but this pick alone is enough here to allow DRX to kind of just slowly push towards Dragon and take things away, despite Pioshik, for some reason, looking for some shenanigans.
So here, it was their third Drake, potentially a sole point for DRX right here. And I think pushing the bot lane and getting the wave of the mid lane together was kind of greedy, you know? Yeah, sure, you're winning the series right now, you're 2-0, and you're kind of ahead in the early game, but I guess they were kind of like just slacking a little bit, you know, right there. I think this is the point where you could actually lose the game, and I think it was really huge from DRX right here.
And right after this, which we don't have in highlight, but it's important to mention, is when Duckdom gets caught, uses his ultimate reflex there to obviously ult the Q from the Vi, but then goes back in and dies. They lose all their momentum on the top side. Rich suddenly becomes relevant on the Gnar, and you only have one chance left if you're DNS in this situation, because they already have 3 Drakes. You have to win the sole fight.
Yeah, and again, like we were talking about earlier, we wanted to see them play as a team. I think them kind of sticking around, making these 5-man plays, made it difficult to contest those early Drakes. And we see it yet again here, the 5-man play. This time, DRX able to escape the early play from DNS.
Yeah, and also I want to point out that Duckdom had the barrier this game, but I think if you're playing against Nico and Vi at the same time, then I think you need the cleans to clean out the Nico ult and then use your ultimate to dodge the Vi ulti, but you have no cleans or Mikael here, so you have to use your ultimate for the Nico ult, and now you have no chance against Vi.
They made it just really simple, right? They layer the CC, they look for their prio target. Even though Xayah is inherently safe, like you mentioned, there's too many different forms of CC here. And positioning-wise, since the Talia's Weaver's wall was already down, I think you just, even though you're very low in range, you have to play a little bit safer here if you're Duckdom. It's the second critical positioning error he made this game. And this time, when you lose it here, you lose Infernal Soul. And every other miraculous fight you're trying to make, I mean, the incredible performance from him on the Baron fight was not enough. They're playing into Infernal Soul. They're at this point too far behind.
I mean, quick reminder, it was all about being on the same page and play as a team. I think DRX all started from the bottom play, even though it looked kind of silly. They all committed as a 5-man on the bot lane, and I think that was the key. And try to make Jiu happy. That's the key.
And that's my question to you here, Wolf. When you see a performance like this is what you expected when you predict a DRX win compared to the games 1 and 2, where they look so out of sorts and nothing like what we've seen throughout play-ins and playoffs.
I think that you need to play through your comfort, your identity. I wouldn't even be upset if it's an early Zeri pick in the draft for Jiu or a Smolder pick. If you can back it up with a strong top side for Rich, there's a way to play through this game in Jiu's style. He had a great performance here in this one. I think don't trust your mid jungle. Don't trust your mid jungle. Plays the bottom side only. Willer, you are now a babysitter.
I mean, in my opinion, I think it will all down to like Mundo's Ashe Seraphine combo, or do you want to do aggressive Lucian Sona or like Lucian Braum combo on the bot lane? So I feel like those will be like deciding in the game 4 right now.
Especially when we have a priority pick in the jungle that I think both junglers are good at, but Pioshik has now kind of made his name for. It's that Lee Sin that's been there for a while. He's been the dictator of a lot of those wins.
He's gonna get banned.
That goes against what Wolf's saying of like, Willer, you're on babysitting duty. But he has played a good Lee Sin. I feel like that's going to be another big talking point here, as it is DNS on the second side pick. So they will have counter pick here, and we know how important that can be.
Absolutely. I think, again, play through bottom side. Do not prioritize a jungle pick here. Try to lean on the stability of Jiu.
What did the 3-0 day is over, and the cast has been calling you Smug Wadid. Do you still feel smug? Did you feel smug throughout the day, or was that just a thing, a mischaracterization?
I don't know. At this point, I don't really care. I just want to have a better quality of the game.
I don't really care sounds a little smug. Let's leave it to the casters to decide if that was smug or not if we get into game number 4.
I agree with you, Digon, 100% detected smugness. But that's okay, it's Wadid, he's lovely, he can get away with it. He's allowed to be a little bit smug every now and again. Let's see whether the smugness is gonna move over to Wolf as the reverse sweep continues, or whether it's all just lights out and it's a 3-1 for DNS. And it's what the majority of people predict.
Will DNS troll this again? Will they win this, please?
That's, we can just exchange
I swear to God,
smugness
if
towards
it's
the other
game
side.
5, I need to go
Let's get into the
some
draft here.
food.
Second pick for the DN Supers. And DRX, first pick on the blue side this time around.
Yeah, we've seen so many of the power picks thinned out, I feel.
I think they've been Nocturne.
We're still kind of maintaining this DN Supers.
Bard ban.
Bard, presumably Unara, going to be the ban here. Pioshik being targeted heavily.
Yeah.
Again,
Nocturne
Lee
ban,
Sin
we saw that.
and Nocturne being taken away. But it's just really clamping down his pool, and more jungles are being thinned out with it being Fearless. So he will have his pool tested more and more. There's still definitely picks he can lean on. You know, the Hecarim and the Kindred.
Hey, yeah, true. Certainly some pocket picks for Pioshik, as we know. As Nami also going to be
Bro, that's the band support, bro. Ando's gonna
maybe
troll
just targeting
anyways,
some
bro.
sort of Corki first pick angle or something like that to make sure that isn't as scary. But a weird one, to say the least,
Cassante.
as the Dusante going to be
Did
taken
it?
away here. I feel like that kind of hurts Rich as well. I feel like Rich has looked fantastic on the Cassante when he's picked it up. I believe still undefeated on the champion as well.
Banning supports DNS. Ando is still
It was
getting
open in
paid
game
out,
1, but that was when Rumble had come through, right? But Gwen left open
Okay,
for the
Gwen.
first time. Since then, going to be banned by the DN Supers. Yunara open and available. It has been banned out by the DN Supers for the whole series so far.
Okay, Yunara.
And DRX is just going to lock it in. And we're talking
Oh
eggs in
boy,
carry
game
basket.
5. I'm smelling game 5.
That is
I'm
eggs
smelling
in the
game
jewel basket
5.
right there.
Yep, that'll do it.
Yunara did not get
Also,
banned, bro.
Renekton's
He just focused
stocks
on Ando.
through the roof because Kennen and Gnar, two of the picks you would typically pick into Renekton, are
Renekton,
gone.
the
Yeah,
crocodile.
and now the Corki available
Corki.
as well. We've seen this picked into Yunara many times. Peter won't be able to go the Nami route because they banned it themselves. Kind of interesting there.
Yeah, maybe they were worried. They were like, we wanted to potentially go the Corki, we're scared they might, so we banned the Nami. But interesting adaptation. There is no Lulu to pair with the Yunara, so the ideal pairings, I guess, that these AD carries want to go with, the supports they want to go with, aren't on the cards. Mundo being toyed with. Obviously a pick we've seen, not the most early impact, but can just farm up a storm, be kind of unkillable later. Great
Wherever
smiting
Mundo
Elder Dragon.
goes,
Yeah.
he goes very, very
As we
pieces.
found out, Jace going to be the lock-in here as well for Rich. That is his answer to the Renekton. I feel like that can go horribly wrong.
That certainly can. Would you be crazy enough to go something like
lane Jace?
But I'm thinking for jungle for Pioshik, would you just kill the Jace over and over? You could go Sejuani, you could go Nidalee.
Oh god, yeah, you could.
I'm not.
You
Nidalee
go
feels.
Kindred.
Nidalee feels crazy. I'm not sure, but I mean,
Poppy ban.
who knows really at this point what you'd go? But definitely, if I'm thinking if I have a
So they're
Renekton
gonna ban
and I just go a jungle where you just
engaging
farm the Jace, that's a
jungle?
viable strategy.
Question mark?
It absolutely is. And
Let's
also,
say they banned Poppy.
Rich has been targeted already in this series and is not feeling fantastic. Maybe he's the weak link that they could try to take down. Already, I'm a little bit worried for DRX and what this composition looks like, as the Yone is going to be banned away. We are getting towards the bottom of the barrel as far as mid lane is concerned as well. All of these picks that you can see here are the sort of top of the tier list. Haven't had any weird ones come out just yet.
Yeah,
Oh,
this is the next
wrong.
one. Galio is open and available.
That feels nice.
Galio is
Still like
open, bro.
Akali as an option. Syndra are some of the higher prior ones that are on the cards. Zoe is also one.
It's Closer, he's always been a bit of a Zoe fan.
Yeah.
Don't know whether this necessarily gives away what's going to be picked here by DRX.
question is, do you secure a mid now? Are you like, there's something we really want here? And do you save the
Guys,
jungle to
let's
last?
pray for
Because if they do
DNF.
that, then I'm thinking it might
Someone
be something
PayPal
interesting.
and
You
the
know the jungle
control
matchup
again, bro.
already.
Pyoshik
I don't go
counterpick
to sleep.
is a thing that we have seen.
This series was
as
the
that is a
quickest 3
doggo.
or none to, man.
Okay.
I wanted to
Pyoshik thinking
DRX
about
to
the
win, but
Neferi.
after they threw the first
Not a lot of
game.
time left, so that will be
on the-
locked in.
Neferi.
Interesting because we have seen a little bit
Okay,
of Neferi, but you know we saw some last year. We saw one game
I'm
this year.
locked in.
And
Okay,
he's into Vi,
Neferi.
though.
Yeah.
It's like the classic Vi answer.
You know, if it saw that last game,
Yeah.
I could have understood it. But
Is it Neferi jungle or
it
Neferi
does
mid?
have that point and click ultimate.
Twisted
If you are trying to
fate.
farm top lane, you know it can do that. Toying with the idea of the TF, that global pressure.
Blind TF is kind of scary, though.
Karma.
And a Karma going to be the consideration. That's going
Yeah,
to
I'm
help
still
get a
in
little
game
bit of
5,
lane
guys.
control here.
Yeah.
And a Yunara that can
If you're
actually get to
going
the
to
wave
eat, just
feels
go and
pretty
eat
good, but
something,
does
go prepare
take
some
away from
food,
Andel's
bro. I'll
ability
prepare
to
my
start
food. If
fights.
there's
Not a
game
ton of
5,
lockdown
if there's no
on
game 5,
DRX.
I'll go
Not
to
a ton of
sleep
CC. It's
immediately after
basically
this
gold
shit,
card
'cause
and the tether from Karma that you're kind of relying on.
DNF is supposed
So
to
very much like we have speed, we move around quickly,
know.
and then we just whoever we gold card, we just
Victoria.
pummel into the dirt.
It's Neferi
But
jungle.
on the side of the DN Supers, you know, you are banking on this Neferi getting the ball rolling. Otherwise, it's a Neferi into a Mundo.
Yeah.
Which is, you know, kind of like a dog trying to break down a brick wall.
Yeah, and that doesn't necessarily work. If you've ever tried to contain a dog, a brick wall would generally keep them in there.
Yeah, generally speaking.
Oftentimes a wooden
Okay,
kennel would
guys.
be enough. But a
Game
brick
4
wall and a
commencing
brick
in
kennel
3,
would certainly be
2,
better. So yeah, I'd be a
1.
little bit worried about this getting a little bit out of hand. And
Joystick
on the
locking,
DRX side,
please.
you're not seeing a whole lot of engage. You don't need it if you just inherently outrange, right? And shock blasts will allow DRX to put on pressure without necessarily needing to be the ones that start off these fights and then kite things back after that. Let's see whether that does actually work out here, because it's an eclectic draft. It's a little bit of a weird one, right? They've got some 1-3-1 potential, but I don't know whether that's how they're supposed to play this one out, with a Mundo there and with the Yunara that's not the most safe trying to farm things.
Yeah, it definitely feels like, you know, burden of execution is pretty high for this side of DRX, but they have a lot of scaling elements in their composition. On the other side, it's kind of just like see champion, kill champion, with, you know, a strong scaling backline, but like you have Renekton and Neferi. So I expect they're going to try and kill Jace 17 times over. I'd hope they get the ball rolling for these two, otherwise they'll fall kind of flat.
Yeah, I think Rich needs to steal that mental completely as we get onto the rift here for game number 4.
Corporate Mundo. You not wrong.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the rift for game 4. Seeing whether DNS can finish off the series as one doggo just gets briefcased. Oh no.
Wow.
Just put a little hot dog in his briefcase. Now he's got lunch for later.
There you go. That's good planning.
It is fantastic planning. However, it's not what you want if you are the Neferi. As Pyoshik will at least be able to rekindle the doggos by pressing his buttons, so that'll be okay. You and Andal should
Enchanter
probably have
versus
a fair
engage
bit of control
support.
in
Not
this early game.
really
We've
good
seen so
for
much
engage
Yunara into
support,
Corki,
bro.
and I feel like there's so many times where the
the poke
Yunara is
from
done pretty
Karma.
well, but especially when you have Karma into Rel, this is going to be
Oh, she went
a very good
Arcane
matchup
Comet
for
and
the
not
Yunara
summoning
to have
I feel like
every
it's
time.
snowballs as well, right? Because
they
as soon as
went
Yunara
for
can touch the wave,
Yeah.
then the queue is
damage,
actually
they were
scary.
so bad.
Then you can actually get some stuff done. Whereas if you can't get to the wave because you're getting zoned out, then all of a sudden you lose a large portion of your kit.
Yeah, for sure. Also, the slow setup from the Karma means you can easily hit your Slurkle.
There's a lot of Slurkle value because in theory, Andal, when he mantras his Q, it's also a Slurkle, as you
very
saw
true.
there.
Well, that
Kinda
was
crazy.
just a regular Q.
Oh yeah, I mean, that is a smaller Slurkle.
Yeah, we have layers of it here.
Yeah. I was actually asked on Twitter what a collective noun of Slurkles would be.
Oh.
And I've decided it's a slurp of Slurkles. What do you think? Do you think that sounds okay?
I don't think any of it sounds okay. I don't think that's something. I don't think anyone should utter that in their entire life. But
Oh, really?
no, I think.
Do you want me to utter it again? I'm not afraid.
I know you're not.
All right. How many others are there? Not too
I
many.
hate the TF skin.
So we're not
Body
going to need
skin.
to deal with too much Slurkle talk. Although I guess Gravity Well is a little bit like that. So we do have a Slurp on the Rift at this point.
Man.
We do. Okay. Well, looking for a little bit of an early drive-by.
Oh, Yukal is not having fun in this matchup.
No. Does have a gold card, though, so Willow will be able to close the gap. Doesn't find the briefcase, though. Just throws paper all over the floor. There's a Gravity Well. But Willow not too worried about being CC'd. And Closer doesn't have very much of anything left over, but doesn't want to go too far into the enemy jungle in case there's a doggo.
Yeah, maybe throw a warning sign. You know, the
That's
people
Mundo.
outside the houses.
Goes
Careful,
wherever
the
he
dog.
pleases.
Oh. I just love the eyes.
Oh no! It's very, very cute. We've got a bit of an engage here. It's crashed down onto Juice, looking a little worse for wear. Doesn't have to flash over the wall.
ADC.
High value,
No.
as Peter does put a whole bunch of buttons on cooldown, but DRX lose more.
Yep, a lot of summoners picked up. Peter still has Hex Flash, so you unlock that.
ADC on the flag.
Also, I love that they buffed
Okay,
Corki's Valkyrie damage. Like, I think they did tone it back again, but they buffed it like 4 or 5 times in a row, something crazy. It's like ungodly levels. And now
Hex
every
Flash,
time
Hex
there's like
Flash
an all
incoming.
in,
Okay.
Yeah, you just need to be Valkyrieing.
yeah, the Corki will just W over them to maximize the damage output.
And it was Jiu that did this, right? He's the Black Cleaver Randuin's Corki guy that just Valkyries at you.
Yeah, Doctor's done it too, though. He had a game where he did it last year as well. You know, innovators.
Love it.
Face tanking on the
Understand
Corki.
Corki had a
Good old
package.
frontline Corki. And there's not a lot of true tanks here for DNS, so maybe they'll need a tank Corki in this game. Having a look on the... Oh, there they are again. Look at them. Just phenomenal. Is that like pastry wrap instead of a... It's not a hot dog, is it? It's like the pastry wrapped like sausages. We have them here in Korea at a lot of the bakeries.
Yeah.
They're quite delicious. But wow, they're just... You can really see something. There's something in those eyes, you know? I don't quite know what it is. It frightens me.
I see absolutely nothing in those
Really?
eyes.
Maybe that's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing a void.
Just
And
absolute
that's what's frightening about it.
emptiness.
Oh, someone said pastry time because it was pastry dogs.
Oh,
Love that.
that's cute.
Yeah. Shout out to Julian. Okay. Yukal might be in a little trouble. As
Does he have
Gyoshik
flash?
has turned up Flash to get him out of there, as we do miss a
Oh,
dagger.
he spell book.
But Yukal, now with Flash on cooldown, certainly very gankable.
Yep, good pick up there.
Then I guess
and
Rush Roars.
we should go for that before he even has a 6
Surfing.
available. Obviously, the point and click
Think a
of
little
the
bit.
ultimate making a big difference. Not seeing any moves towards top lane, though, which is what we kind of expected there to be some forward movement. Now, bot lane having so much prio means this is an easy pickup on the Dragon, and Mundo, a champion who can really do this one with no problem.
Yeah, sort of hoovers through that. As now Dudu, slice and dicing, acting all cool. Does have to flash to get the stun here onto Rich, but that closes the gap, and Rich just walks it off. Yep, there's the form change for the extra movement speed. Gyoshik, if he can get the snipe, might be able to get something going. Doesn't have the ulti, though, and I don't think he's going to be able to find too
he
much.
got it.
Rich actually electing to go away from the turret, away from the crocodile, and he's just dead even though he flashed.
Oh, that
I'd
feels,
say there's a little bit to be...
He
talked about
panicked.
there.
that feels so bad.
Rich
If Gyoshik
panic,
had the
bro.
ultimate available, you're just 100% dead. You don't even bother flashing, you know it. But I think he just thought maybe he can make it out. But the fact that he got hit by that Q, the bleed was on him. The dogs were chasing him. The fact you burn Flash before Gyoshik even had ultimate available, now you're in a terrible spot. Now we can return gank and set up for it. Speaking of terrible spot,
Oh dear. Yeah,
Slurkle
Valkyrie,
nearly took him out.
yeah, Valkyrie is going to be able to get Dr. out of there,
Minus
but
one.
it is not looking great. As Closer is just going to arcanely storm the wave.
Crazy seeing Dr. Valkyrieing away from danger, you know?
I know, that is not how you're supposed to play Corki. It's not an escape tool. So it's like misplacing your equalizer on Rumble. As Peter... holding the
Wait,
wave.
wait.
Yeah, we're just going to go into a replay to avoid watching what could be an
To the
unfortunate
best.
scenario.
Dude is like, my jungler is coming, I'm flashing for this play, I'm gonna do the damage. Rich doesn't flash out to maintain his health. He's like, I'm saving the summoner. And then here, so first Q misses but stops the recall. Second hits, so the bleed is ticking. The dogs, the auto gets the dogs to hit him as well. I think the bleed just finished him off.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there.
Oh.
As Rich now, I mean, does have grasp, is stacking that one up here against the
Oh,
Renekton
it's
over and
grasp
over
for
again,
Jace.
and still
Tank for
retains
Jace.
parity as
Ew.
far as CS is concerned. Somehow Dudu actually gets an assist for that kill as well, which I wasn't expecting. I thought the timer had worn off enough.
Must have been pretty close. It must have been like down in a second.
Yeah. So that's definitely good. Does mean that there is a slight gold advantage now for Dudu as well. And 300 is the lead here for DNS just in general, as we have a Mountain Drake coming up second. Possible double dragon angle for DRX once again.
You know what's crazy? Peter didn't die. Because the last we saw Peter, he was like 20% HP, being tethered by Karma in front of a wave. But he lived. So we don't know what happened. I can only assume something crazy.
And he didn't have to flash or anything. So I guess he just held the wave, went down low, and Andil couldn't kill him. And that makes some sense. He's Karma after all. Slurkle connects, but there's a Valkyrie used defensively once again. Sad, but effective. And Doctom just getting sniped over and over again here by Andil.
They're honestly keeping up decently well in terms of farm, all things considered. This is not a fun lane. This is not a lane that is going well. You are into Yunara Karma, so they can outscale and they are getting plates, so it's not good, but at least the farm is not in a dire spot. That's all I can really say.
Golgar connects here. As Willer is looking to try and follow up. The wildcard's not really landing. And it is just Pyosik hanging out in the back of the grub pit. I believe was able to take down a couple of them. Yep, one was smote away there by DRX as well. So not able to get all three. Still feeling very, very good about how this one has gone. As Rich is utilizing the range advantage quite well. Outside of that, I think Dudu is kind of okay with how things are going. Maybe less okay now as Willer is moving up. But Pyosik is here, a 2v2. Rich looking worse for wear. Cannot be in melee range, but that is Dominus now on cooldown for Dudu.
Are they gonna dive?
Well, they're looking at a possible avenue to do so, as we do have multiple people rotating over. My God, that boss respawn did so much work. Andil has to flash, and Giu, I don't think he's going to be able to get that one, as he's down to sub 100 health. The barrier, beautifully done, walks out of the way of the phosphorus bomb, as there it is, Giu able to get that last hit. And actually, it wasn't him. It was the Karma that secures the kill. And so therefore, Andil dies for it, as now Willa is trying to deal with Peter. It looked like Rich survived on that top side and teleported back.
Ends up very scrappy in the bot side play. Even though Doctam getting the kill, Andil getting it in return doesn't feel too great. A huge CS lead is opened up for Jiwoo on the fact that Doctam's been left alone. He's picked up more plates.
Yeah, this is the, like they did manage to kill them in the bottom lane, right? So
there's a 2v1, so 1v1 is the best option.
Higher wave.
Yeah, it doesn't feel too good. The barrier for Doctam does absorb max damage, so couldn't really ask for better than that. Jiwoo does bait him there, bait his flash out.
That was a little bit of a weird scenario, as we saw there. I believe Andil sort of queued a minion point blank, but then got the last order to lock down that kill. So they got what they wanted, made sure that the Corki couldn't farm the wave, and that's why you see a
Karma got the
huge
kill.
CS advantage built up here for Jiu. And Drake has now spawned, and there is a Mundo right here. Like, DRX, they know what they want to do. They want to get dragons, and they want to get them quick.
That they do.
With all this bottom lane control, it's certainly something that they can make happen. As Yukal wandering down, but is taking a little bit of damage as he does so. Willa has his ultimate, and so even though he's at half health, he's probably still fine.
Now the top laner with TP, so it's just a 4v4 for this objective.
Yep. Rich is going back to base, or is at least considering it for the moment. As Pyosik going to try and make this for the 50-50 as G throws a Slurkle in. There's the Destiny, as that is going to be double dragon secured by DRX. And down will go Closer without too much of anything happening. As Pyosik gets himself out of the way, Magnus Storm comes through, pulls them in, and now Pyosik's popping off. Willa goes down, Doctom gets a double, and Yukal running for the hills.
Andil takes so much damage, ends up setting up for Pyosik to get a reset in that situation. And then Peter gets a huge engage, and look at the summoners on the side of DRX. Jiwoo, flash not used, Willa, flash not used. Felt they just win, ready for the engage to come in, and yeah, Dragon picked up his big, but a bunch of kills over the DNS in the situation.
Yeah, Peter finding so much value with that Magnus Storm as well, as we check this out one more time.
The flank was really nice on a closer, taking that target out in the situation, but they could have just backed off here. They looked for more. Andil's low instantly dies. That means Pyosik gets this shield on the reset ult, and Peter's engage is great. No summon is used from either the AD carry or the jungle. They just get exploded there.
Bulldog approved.
Yeah.
By the looks of things, as Closer is going to continue pushing things out. The Arcane Storm also managed to get a lot of value as well.
Bulldog approving of the dog gameplay.
That's true, and of the Corki gameplay, because he is, of course, a Corki aficionado.
They're pinging that Peter is there.
Yep, Portal Combat. As Peter gets a bit of a shield, I believe, from a barrier that he stopped. No, he doesn't actually have Unsealed Spellbook, so
Oh,
that's just
no.
passive, so never mind.
Duck down.
Gio looking for an angle towards Doctor.
I feel he's like a greyhound.
Yeah, Greyhoundy vibes.
Yeah. Well, in this game, a hot dog.
The eyes definitely look very Chihuahua in this skin.
In this skin. Oh yeah.
I mean, I feel like Doctom should have definitely played the Corgi skin this time around. Isn't that a missed opportunity? That's a missed opportunity. There's a lot of quadrupeds in this game.
That would have been good actually. Also, just the
Mondo has
animation,
her
little
still,
dance.
Nasteria
Yeah,
has...
it's very funny that
It's
Victor
great.
is like, he
children.
requires a staff, you know, like he's basically got
What
1.5
is Nasteria
legs, whereas
building?
the rest of them have all got 4.
I don't know the
Especially,
building
you know,
of free
that's
jungle.
assuming Peter's wearing the pants.
Peter is there.
That's alright. It's a weird sentence. Never mind, we're fighting over a red buff here, as the briefcases are really starting to hurt. Willow moving forward, Closer getting flanked, and there is the gold card. Flash over from Willow to try and lock down Pioshik. Meanwhile, there's a fight on the other side. Gio flashes over the wall to take down the Rel, and now Doctom is in a lot of trouble. Pioshik goes untargetable, but there's the dash, and the Ruin comes on through to take down the Corki. Pioshik has to get out of there, and another gold card comes on around. But that gravity well, a lot of value. Can Willa go where he pleases? That's the question, and as Mondo, generally yes, but that's a death rate. That's a little bit scary. Unable to get the fadeaway blue buff. Pioshik does at least get that, but DRX in good standing once again.
Massive comeback play, and Gio gets so much gold off the back of that. Just makes me question, was that red buff going to offer something extra? You know, was it going to give
You
them...
don't know what that particular red buff was offering, okay?
Yeah, it seems like there was something extra on offer there, because DNS heavily overcommit to this. Pioshik's low, they're eating so many cleavers, and there's definitely a point where I'm like, it is just a red buff, right? And then Peter's super low, Jiwoo flashes over to chase, he's still getting backed up by Andal. Oh, what is going on?
Peter is dead.
Well, yeah, I can see
I
that.
believe he may have been hit
Oh my
by a
god,
slurkle.
bro. Game
Mayhaps.
5, bro.
Yes.
This is a game 5.
As Pioshik not exactly finding the daggers here. As DNS really, okay,
Oh.
that's just Yukal flashing in, looking for Doctom. Pioshik trying to get rid of him, but Willa is just going to walk after them. And so that was a weird flash from Yukal.
Things have gotten a little weird in this game in general.
Yeah, I would say so. Oh.
What is that ult,
Just
bro?
working out very well.
a
that
lot of
closer.
fighting, a lot of scrapping, and honestly, I think DRX are okay with this. They have 2 dragons in pocket.
Yep.
Everyone has been, apart from Doctom. Doctom is just holding his flash forever. Okay, how did Peter die? Oh, I see it now.
All right, yeah, you'll die if you do that. Yeah. Okay. I love you, Peter. Never change.
Peter ignites
That was
to
beautiful.
stop the recall, bro.
You know,
I'm not gonna let him go back, guys. I will not let him do it.
he's not in the league anymore, but some days I still see his spirit on the rift.
Oh, I see it too. I see it too. Oh man. The spirit of Beryl will never leave us. I assure you. Oh man, his team isn't even on the rift. I guess DRX is, so it's fine. Ah, beautiful. Okay, I got my dose of Beryl play here today, and I don't think anything can really improve from this point on outside of 5 games. And DRX right now are moving us in that direction, although the gold would not tell you that. It is control of the Drakes that they have certainly had. Dudu might be able to help this, though. He's the one with the teleport advantage. That's why Rich just has to run down here, and DRX are being apprehensive on the play. Gio just going to push out this wave, and it looks like they're just going to give this dragon up. As DRX still sticking around, but it is going to be Pioshik locking this one down. That is just going to be the turret taken. That's first turret blood over to the Yunara, which is a little scary. Doggo's blocking a lot of stuff this game.
Yeah.
Nicely done, little pastry sausages.
Blocking those cleavers is a lot of value, to be honest.
Yeah.
Ultimately, though, I think getting the dragon for DNS huge, denying the stacking from DRX, but still a big concern. You're playing into Yunara, Karma, doesn't feel good. Yunara, Karma, Mundo, just in general. The game extending isn't a great feeling.
There's a flash from Peter, this time looking to try and take down Yukal, as he is able to get that gold card out. Slice dice from Dudu, gets into the
Dudu is
dominance, and
sending
that should
it.
be a dead Yukal. However, he does get himself out, as Pioshik is the one that has to come in and save the day. Doctom finally shows
Nice,
up,
nice
asks
dive.
everyone what the heck's going on, and breaks down the
Dude
turret.
was like, I don't
They
wanna
really
see a
just threw
TF
everything
in
at
this
him there.
They really wanted
fully
to kill
committed
you,
the
Kel.
play. Yeah, they did get him. Took him down, got the tower as well. But in the meantime, DRX will just take a tower and trade on the top side of the map. So
Stride
it doesn't feel
breaker.
like a huge advantage gained for a lot committed there. But DNS definitely being proactive. Making things happen. And that being said, he should be able to get that tower the next wave, but there are people moving back in return. Peter, he learned from last time. This is the exact same position. This time he has real flash though, not hex flash, and also he jumps in when he's outside of the tower range.
Oh, let's have a look at the same play again, as this time it's on to Andel. He takes a lot of damage, but Willa, he's so healthy, and there's the flash hammer from Rich to try and take down Peter. The bottom lane is now dead, and Gate into the backline. Yukel trying to get even more as Giu utilizing the ultimate so beautifully to make sure that there is no victor left on this map either. And DRX, they really like Silver Scrapes. Like this organization, they love that song, and they're looking for even more.
They just charged them down. They have the speed ups from the Karma. The Mundo is too tanky to cut through quickly.
I'm
it
going
looks
for
like
an
Yoshik,
option
he's strong, he's
first
fair.
time for game
But he's
5.
kind of just
I'm
waiting
hungry,
for an
so
opportunity to go in that just never comes up. Peter sets up on Andal, but you don't really have the backup right now. Jiwoo jumps in, instantly starts shredding. Yoshik gets there, he's putting his bleeds down, but he just can't really do enough damage quickly. And by the time Closer and Judo are there, it's too late, way too late. And Jiwoo is fully online at this point.
My goodness. That was absurd damage as Joker very, very happy. Oh, I told you this org loves Silver Scrapes. Oh, they're singing it already. This is what they wanted. They're like, throw away the first couple of games. We play better in game 5.
That's the strategy.
Yeah, make them tired. It's like those tennis players that were really good at the serve, but they get really tired later on.
Yeah.
I remember a long time ago, Mark Philippoussis was definitely like that. Talking about Australian tennis players on a League of Legends broadcast that's global, it's probably not going to make a lot of people understand. However, it worked in my brain as a reference. So there we go.
That's the main thing. As long as it works for you.
I think Wadid may have understood as well. If you got a really strong service game, you kind of want to end it early.
He might have followed that, but I feel like Wadid is more into the new age tennis players.
Yeah, that's true. He did recently watch the Australian Open, though, so a bit of Australian Open history is probably for the best. As Closer not being here would also be for the best, as he's booped back towards Yukel and eliminated.
He definitely isn't there anymore.
No. And DRX are now going to start pushing here in this mid lane. Should be able to do so pretty comfortably, but the rest of DNS are able to get on over here.
Oh, Closer's going to actualize a second. We expected to see some more of this.
It's a bit cheaper on this patch, right?
Yeah, so expect to see more of this from the Aegis. Unfortunately, won't help.
All right, Giu is just going to walk up to Peter and try and hit him. He just Magnus walks away. They take down Yukel, as now Andel's also dead. But now Rich brings that hammer down, and even though there's the Dominus, Dudu has to flash out of the way, as Willow with the flash briefcase to snipe the Renekton and get another kill for Giu, who finds the Slurkle, gets the Valkyrie, and Doctom is going to have to blast cone his way out. Giu, I don't think, he's going to flash for it. Never you mind. I thought, no, he'll hold on to that because he might want it in the next fight. No! We are flashing for the kills.
And actually, it was quite a late death, so if he can get back in time, Doctom, he's going to have to rush straight to Dragon to be there. We'll see this replay. So they engage pretty big from DNS. We see Yukel just flies into
never mind,
an uncomfortable position.
Shit.
We'll call that. Immediately gets deleted, but they just don't have the follow-up for the rest of the fight. Rich and Willow are just playing bodyguard for Giu at this point. They kind of run out of gas in the tank. The fact that they don't have the Victor there means they can't really do much to threaten Giu, and he just starts charging people down.
Oh, and the cleaver from downtown was enough to do it. Doctom not able to get himself out of the pit. They had the control ward over.
And now Doctom's just respawned. Very late to the Dragon. It's only third for DRX, but it's still a heavy blow if they can secure it.
And Willa is just packing that lunchbox over and over again. Rich, possibly in a difficult position here off to the side, as DNS just going to brute force, walk their way into this river and look to try and take down this dragon. They know that they need to deny this soul point as DRX in position. That's a great shock blast onto Doctom, but not doing a massive amount of damage right now as Willa tries to get the smite, doesn't find it, but now the damage just massive out of DRX as they pull in Peter. The Arcane Storm doing a little bit of work here, but DRX still want more as Jiu has to dash his way out of there. The ulti not exactly getting massive value, and a 1-for-1 is the result.
And the Dragon picked up for DNS, so I think they're more than happy with that. Ultimately, Jiu, his flash being down makes it a bit harder for him to team fight. The Mundo gets bursted through, and it's just hard for him to chase after the fact. You know, good smite there from Pioshik. He's still pretty strong on this Neferi and being solid with his smite so far this series.
If they
The
just
game,
banned
it feels
Yunara,
like this
bro.
Yunara is just too big of a threat for them to really handle consistently, but they are keeping themselves in it.
Yeah, I mean, if they kill Jiu, like, if Jiu mispositions, which he has done in this series so far, then they still stand a chance.
I also think, as much as getting Dokdam down so he was late to this fight, you know, was an aspect, DNS still got on top of the objective, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So
Can I
him
get
flashing for that
Dragon?
kill,
Okay.
being flashless for that is
I get mid tower.
perhaps
Question mark?
not the right decision.
Oh no.
Yeah, we are destinying our way forward.
Flashing that out for closer.
Yeah, actually turning it onto Dudu here is Yukal actually doing a fair bit of damage. Rich comes on forward, lays down the hammer. Now they're looking for even more. Jiu just loves pressing R. And he does so, but Pioshik gets himself over that wall and will be able to get out of there alive. However, now without Dudu, it's going to be very hard for DNS to team fight around this Baron, which is where DRX kind of looking. Gold lead isn't gigantic, and it's double dragon to double dragon. 2 Infernals here for DNS. Means their soul point opportunity is very frightening with the amount of adaptive force they'll be able to stack up for themselves.
What is PSC?
All right, there is still game here this time around. It was looking like DRX was starting to run away with it.
Just means just to send
in
it.
this series, I mean, the counting of chickens is illegal, 100% illegal. I don't even know where the tempo vibes are now. I can't even feel it.
You know, it's very tense. This one feels very tense. It definitely feels like DRX has the edge just with Jiu being so strong. Yukal having his gold cards. Just every time he lands on it feels like someone's dying, but it doesn't feel clear cut. DNS have this big engage potential. If Jiu missteps and dies, it's just game over. So far he's been solid, but all it takes is one bad fight and it's just series over. DRX out the competition. So yes, they're in a strong spot right now. Yes, odds are towards them in this game, but it's still tense, and they don't get a second chance. DNS still have another game if they lose this one.
Cool. Peter looking for the angle as he flashes into the crash down. Actually, no, doesn't flash. The flash with
look at
Gandil
that
going
damage on
out.
the Jiu.
Yeah, and if they manage to get that, and Jiu is out of the fight, then they just win, right? That is so much money removed. Like, the entire gold lead is represented in Jiu, right?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, in terms of damage as well, like a TF isn't putting out crazy damage. The Jace as well, they nerfed his Shock Blast, and he is a lot about that poke. Like, yes, he can do damage, but the Jace can't really go in easily into a lot of these threats on DNS. So much is on Jiu, not just the goal, but just the DPS in fights. Handel is walking up again after just losing his flash. A little bit dangerous.
Peter could have maybe just done the same thing again.
I think the rest of the team wasn't quite ready this time around, but yeah, it's a little scary.
Rich just plays a little bit of tennis himself with Dudu here as Willa moves over, delivers him a briefcase.
Okay, that was some DPS.
Yeah, that wasn't bad. Maybe we spoke too soon, as he does now have his last Whisper completed. Yoshik takes a briefcase as well, but the doggos eat that one. Willer actually commanding control over the enemy jungle. And DRX going for the suffocation play right now. Twisted Fate in that mid lane will be able to put on pressure. At least Victor is pretty good at clearing out waves. DRX working on this 4-1, and so far it's looking all right with the amount of jungle that they get to remove as well.
Yeah, but rapid fire for Yukal, very scary to deal with. We do see the Serpent Spine coming out for Dokdam, so some shield shred into the Karma specifically.
And thankfully for DNS, Jiu has gone like the worst 2 parts of the Infinity Edge and does now have to wait quite a long time to complete that.
It does just mean though, especially with this build from Dokdam, trading autos with Jiu is so hard. And once he gets to IE, it's just going to feel terrible. If he autos you and you auto him, when you don't have any crit going, it's going to be really hard to ever be up close to him. So
that's a lot of money.
A little bit scary. 10 seconds on that dragon. Feels like time has flown since the last one, and it's DRX have complete control in the area, not even letting DNS really get close to set up any vision. Now they're trying to push up mid and get a look in.
Well, now Yukal throws out a gold card and then walks very far away. Rapid fire cannon certainly helping him here, but that bleed doing some work onto the Twisted Fate as Jiu just going to start up this dragon, teleport in from Dudu. DNS not wanting to give this one up as gold card to try and catch him. He slices forward. Not sure about that one because he doesn't have access to the dice, but now they're looking for it as Jiu is surrounded. They got it able to take him down, and now the DPS is just missing. Wheeler is going to be the next one to be targeted. Pyoshik takes him out, and somehow it worked. DNS will be able to pick up Soul Point here. Triple Infernal, and the tempo vibes go straight back to them.
Jungle down as well. They might just be able to go Baron immediately after this. See the recall from close. I think he's going to TP for mana as well.
Man, that looked insane though. The fact that like Dudu was caught mid-slice and then still just gets the Flash Ruthless Predator and down goes Jiu.
Yeah, he just went crazy there. They should have damage to get this down before anyone from DRX can really move in. They're going to look for some poke though. We'll see if they can force him off. His Shock Blast hits only Peter.
Yeah, and Peter does take a fair bit of damage there as Gold Card comes through onto Closer, but it's not really doing damage. As Andil taking the Crocodile for a walk, that's always dangerous as Peter's just dead, but he's just trying to buy some space. That is Pyoshik taking down the Baron, and Baron for one, you'll take that.
Yep, I like the setup as well. You saw how Closer was moving up towards the exit. He was the only one who couldn't get over the wall easily. Everyone else moved to the back of the pit. They could escape with their mobility. So they just had an exit plan. They were like, Peter, you're going to die. We're going to sacrifice you. This was crazy, though. Dudu, the thing is, he dashes forward. He's like, stun card's going to be down. I'm going. Is in, gets the McHale's. Peter immediately follows. And Doctor just W's in like, we know what the plan is. You know, we need the Valkyrie damage. They kill him, and then, as we said, the damage is gone.
Yeah.
Even though the health bars get quite low from the initial salvo, the damage is just not there to follow up, and they can just push forward and not really be contested. And now that gold lead is really thinned out. They've got 3 dragons. They have the Baron in hand. Jiu is still a major threat, but you know, if they do that, that's the answer.
Yeah, and Closer has now got a death cap. I mean, this guy actually does damage. Yukal, not so much. So it's all about Jiu.
Yeah.
And we just saw
that
sometimes it is hard for him to stay alive. As Yukal was trying to go back home, and now he's just going to have to gate away.
Okay.
Finally, the Infinity Edge is complete.
Yeah, quick response from Yukal there, just to get out of dodge.
75%
obviously no CC on the Neferi to stop you from doing that. But yeah, Jiu will get the Infinity Edge, gets him through that bit of a power trough he was in. Dokdam? Oh my god. They are collapsing on them.
Let's see whether this actually works for DRX as Yukal. He's got a gold card and a dream. He manages to lock down Closer's Jiu. Massive damage. As now that Arc of Ruin just slow down Peter. Arcane Storm in the choke point is dangerous and they jump on top of Rich. But Willard's right there. Dokdam. I don't know about that one, buddy, but he trades his life for the chase. Maybe that works. But Jiu's still alive and Closer, he is not. He eats a Slurkle and he dies for a double kill for Jiu. And Dudu, he doesn't want any of this silliness. He's in the top lane.
Okay, Dokdam needs to chill a little bit with these very, very aggressive Valkyries. He's not playing Bruiser Corki, and even if he was, I don't think that's a play.
We saw that.
I don't think that's a play. You know what's the thing as well? I was about to say something nice about Dokdam. He will get through this replay pierce. Look at this damage from Jiu. Nearly just one-shots Closer. They end up immediately on the back foot. They don't have their Renekton here. It's a 5v4. And Dokdam just
absolute insanity.
Yes.
I mean, I appreciate the vibe.
The gusto.
Yeah.
And the nice thing I was going to say is we've talked about struggles that Dokdam has had with his addiction to collect a 4th item.
Yeah.
And he's beaten it. He has gone a Last Whisper.
Last Whipter? I love the Last Whipter last item. Well, it's not even the last item. It's Dokdam!
So he's not going to collect the 4th item. He's going Last Whisper. He's actually going to have some real pen, which is good when you're against Mundo. But
Jiu just
I'm not
traded
sure.
ult for Valkyrie.
I'm not sure it really matters too much what item he's going when he's Valkyrieing in like that. Maybe a GA would be a good buy.
Very true. There's nothing to fight for, so just ulting and dashing forward there didn't actually really matter
Dragon
that much.
minute 10, and it is sold for DNS. It would be a big sold. They have a lot of burst. LDR finish for Dokdam, big pickup. QSS now for G when he has both sums. So that last play they made when they CC'd him, he got McHale's, he got CC'd again. Might be tricky to pull off. it still needs to be deal with Jiwoo. He's doing insane damage right now.
Oh, yeah. With Cyrilda's done here, Rich is also starting to do more. He's also got his Serpent's Fang done, so can cut through some of these shields.
He does do a lot of burst, and over the course of the fight, he will put out a lot, but it's just like, it feels like anyone near Jiwoo melts, so it's definitely kill him.
And they have no tank, right? It's bruises at best.
Yeah, it is. It's just bruises. And a
rel.
Yeah.
A metal pants lady.
Yes, it-
Kyoshik now is in a weird spot, but it is Neferi, so fair bit of mobility.
He's just getting some poke downs.
Just coning around. Never used that as a verb. It's a weird one. All right. Dudu on a flank angle as well. Oh my goodness, is he going to do it again? That is the question. Let's see how safe Jiwoo can be as he looks to try and turn it. Magnustorm doesn't connect onto the Inara, but Dudu flashes for it. He just doesn't have enough. The rest of the team are not there as they take down Rich, but he's not the priority target. If Jiwoo flashes into them, then it might work out, but he does get himself out of there. Doctom doesn't find the fast bomb, and Willer is just walking at him. Flashes over the top. Doctom finally finds it, though, as now Andal is fighting.
Pyoshik gets him!
Pyoshik finds the reset, goes into the GA, and Yukal,
How
the
did they win
last
this?
man standing against all of these tiny health bars. Can he get enough? That is the question. As the Cinder on the ground, he wants to pick up Pyoshik, but he can go untargetable, so he eats it. The sidestep's not enough, and down he will go. That's an ace, and that is a Quadra Infernal Soul.
Pyoshik is massive in the fight. It looks
Wait.
like maybe they've
I thought
overstepped.
he's
They
gonna
don't
be
end up
dead.
going for Jiwoo. They've seen
When
angle onto
Necton
Rich. They
died.
go for the Jace first, but they don't even immediately get him. All they engage committed onto him. He survives for quite a while.
Joseph, he
Pyoshik
survives,
does take
kills
him
the
down.
Jace,
And then they end up
sees the
looking for Jiwoo.
Yunara.
Pyoshik gets a bit of damage, he forces his flash. They end up switching targets over here. It looks like maybe DRX has managed to stabilize.
and
And
then
Jiwoo starts to push forward again. But this W to block the stun card, and now he knows it's down, pushes in, and just stat checks. And remember, this is the point of the fight where, you know, the Yunara doesn't have the ult available anymore. Not as
Yeah.
strong, doesn't have the stacked up Q.
Pyoshik did,
And once again chases
like,
in
he's the goat,
the
bro. Like, oh my god.
Neferi into TF specifically,
saved
just having
DNS
such a bad
right
time.
there.
The only CC that this composition have is that stun card. Other than like the tether or like the Jace E, they're relying on the stun card. It just does nothing to this Neferi.
And with
Neferi is
Infernal now, they
doing
just have so
damage.
much damage. Another fight is broken out here as now Rich fighting Peter on the offside as Willa has to throw down the ulti. That's going to help him out, though, as his health bar is massive. And now the rest of
Peter
DRX
gets
are just
caught.
going to turn onto Peter, and he's dead. Now DNS down their metal horse pants lady.
Yeah, getting a little messy here. A little split up in that fight.
Are we still singing Silver Scrapes, DRX? That's the question. As Pyoshik, he can do that all day. That's all right. DRX wanting to get themselves a Baron, and I am a little bit worried about their prospects. As Willa now with ulti down is not quite as durable as now Yukal looking for a gold card onto another target, but it runs out, and so Doctom dives on top of him. He has to flash into the back of the Baron pit and then just dies, and so that is now the TF down. Now Pyoshik goes in, goes on target. He's got so much value out of that ability, and he manages to get out. Now Dudu gets into the mix, but he goes down immediately. Kited out, but Rich is going to be cleaning up. Doctom with the cleanup as now Andal. Geo taking matters into his own hands, but Doctom just barely survives, and it's a double
Pyoshik is
for
the goat.
Closer. Now Pyoshik turns
Pyoshik,
back up.
Pyoshik,
How are
Pyoshik.
they getting
Give-
away with this? The
give
crazy
Pyoshik,
play
bro.
from DNS is 9-0-10.
Look how low the health bars are. Jiwoo trying to find the fight, but he can't pull it off.
He's
And DNS
Pyoshik a good
clean up
player, bro.
all of DRX.
Oh man, and at
Pyoshik
36 minutes,
did
Infernal
monstrous
Soul in
work.
hand. There is 18 seconds on this Twisted Fate. I think DNS have done it. I think this is the 3-1, and DRX, I mean, they were singing Silver Scrapes. And now it all falls apart. The Nexus, the last one in their LCK Cup run, will be going down, and Peter will stand in the way to stop Yukal from watching. And there it is, DNS will progress to
Pyoshik.
take on DK
Pyoshik is my
in
god,
the
bro.
next matchup in the lower bracket. And Pyoshik, look at that, just walking off stage.
Bro,
No
now I've warmed up
fancy
my chicken, bro.
celebrations required. Just wants to get to the fist bumps.
Oh
and
my
break up
god,
his
bro.
BOM.
And you know what? We
Pyoshik
have
is my
seen
god, bro.
many a time caster curses, but
Oh,
this
yeah.
is the first time we've seen a coach curse. Some early singing of the Silver Scrapes coming in, and DNS said we ain't going to Game 5. We're getting it done here. And Pyoshik in particular had a phenomenal series, but on the Neferi, Neferi feels like that sort of pick, similar to the Kiana, where it's rampant in solo queue. We do see it work. Well, the Kiana we haven't seen work at all, but Neferi has had some games it's worked, but it always feels like, you know, even if it gets ahead, it's hard to execute in the late game team fights. You see a Fed Yunara on the enemy team, you're betting on the Fed Yunara every single time, and yet Pioshik pulled it off, made you uncomfortable, took him down in those late game fights. What a performance. And think about, this is a player who was part of that DM Freaks roster last year, where they just did not win games. Nope. And now, you know, winning this match, getting to go further in the bracket, in playoffs. It's so early in the year and already having so much more success than they did last year.
Yep. Doctor, I'm not really into the celebration here. As Peter, 3-2. I think it was a 3-1. That's all right. Felt like a 3-2 maybe for Peter here, as they had a little bit of a rough one in some of the engagements, but ultimately it's outcome-focused assessment that we really need to head towards. And DNS, 3-1 victory, pretty clean. He said now there's 2 left before they're going to Hong Kong. That's what he meant. He cut down one of the teams that's in front of them. I get it. I understand that. Well, yep, that is what they're going to have to do next, is take down DK. That is going to be a tough one. Let's have a look at some of the highlights here, as at the beginning, it was all DRX this whole time.
Alright guys, that's it for today. I'm going to sleep. It's 4 AM, bro. And yeah.
Pioshik started to get some goal
DNF
behind him.
Advances, bro.
Some oversteps though. This one in particular, the red buff, that seemingly tempted them, whispering in their ears. And G was starting to get monster fed, and
Okay, so tomorrow 1 AM, I feel like that's gonna be DK versus DNF. So I'm gonna stream that shit as well. Then Saturday, then Sunday. So I feel like tomorrow is gonna be DNS versus DK, and whoever wins that faces off T1 on Sunday, I believe. Faces T1 on Sunday. And whoever wins that faces off the winner of Genji versus BFX, which is gonna be next Saturday. So it's gonna be super banger. And then LCK finals, what? Okay, this is DNS versus DK. And then whoever wins this is the DK versus T1. Then T1 versus what? The loser of this one? Ensure BFX. And then anyways, so that's, thanks for hanging out, guys. Thank you for giving me company. And to go to sleep.